need to bring together four different meaning.
Aguda Achas meant to represent all of Klal Yisrael. 2, in the idea that all of the Jewish people should be able to sit in one sukkah
that models the Sukkot Shalom that we ask Hashem to spread over us. 3, in the Hakel ceremony that takes place every 7. Chag Sameach, a good Yiddish. Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach, a good Yom Tov. My name is Rabbi Ruvain Tarragon. I am the Dean of the Overseas Students at Yeshivat HaKotel. I hope that you, your family, and your community are well. 7 months have passed since we were thrust into this global pandemic. Many thought would last for a few weeks, has now been many months, and may last for many more. Thousands of our brothers and sisters have passed away, and hundreds of thousands have been sick. All of us have learned many things in the past months of separation. On the one hand, we have connected more with our nuclear family. On the other hand, we have been zocha to learn and be inspired by a broader range of Torah teachers than ever before. The need to interact and learn Torah online has helped us transcend geographical and hashkafic limitations and strengthened our connection with the broader global Torah community. This phenomenon can be a potential silver lining to the corona pandemic if we know how to take advantage of it. Achdut is a central theme to Yiddishkeit. We connect best with HaKadosh Baruch Hu when we connect with and love one another. This Achdut theme is very much emphasized on our Yamim Tovim in general and during the Shalosh Regalim in particular. On the Shalosh Regalim, we travel together with Kol Yisrael Achenu, to paraphrase the Lashon of the Yom Tov Misha Berach, to this city, the city that unifies us, to this place, opposite the Kodesh HaKadoshim, unified by our joint commitment to Avodat Hashem. Of the Shalosh Regalim, Sukkot most emphasizes the Achdut theme. The theme expresses itself, 1, in the need to bring together 4 different minim in an Aguda Achas meant to represent all of Klal Yisrael. 2, in the idea that all of the Jewish people should be able to sit in one sukkah that models the Sukkot Shalom that we ask Hashem to spread over us. 3, in the Hakel ceremony that takes place every 7 years on Sukkot. And 4, in the name of the Megillah we read on Sukkot, Kohelet, which means to gather together. Sukkot is unique, not only in the multiple ways it emphasizes Achdut, though, but also in the scope of the Achdut it emphasizes. In general, we speak about Achdut without relating to the stark differences between us. This notion of Achdut is beautiful and important, but sometimes it remains in the theoretical realm because of how truly different we are from one another. Sukkot unabashedly addresses the differences between us by mandating the binding of minim that vary drastically from one another. We bring together a fruit, the hardened leaves of a fruit tree, the hadassim from a bush, and the aravo generally found by rivers. Chazal explain that the 4 species represent Jews with Torah and Maisim Tovim, Jews with one of the two, and Jews with neither of the two. And that by holding them together, we help each one atone for each of the others. Not one atone for the rest, but each atone for one another. Achdut is not about being the same, which is what the word achidut means, and it does not classify by better or worse. Sukkot aims to help us transcend the distinctions that divide us and often keep us from valuing each other. Obviously, this is even more true when we speak of the relationship between Torah-observant Jews, who are all committed to the same Torah mitzvot and Torah learning. Baruch Hashem, the Torah world is not monochromatic, and it thus offers place to all kinds of Jews. Naturally, each person is drawn to the Torah, Torah teachers, and Gedolei Torah, who best speak to him or her, and that is how it should be. That having been said, we need to remember that each of us are valuable, and that we need each other to atone for one another, and to develop the ideal relationship with Hashem. Baruch Hashem, the Vayichan program has been able to play a role in strengthening Torah Achdut over the last few months. HaKadosh Baruch Hu has blessed us with great siyata d'shmaya in helping us offer Torah from leading Gedolei Torah, Roshei Yeshiva, Rabbanim, and educators from a broad hashkafic spectrum, and from countries around the world under one umbrella to Jews around the world. Our pre-Shavuot programs emphasized the Achdut needed for Kabbalat Torah, and our pre-Tisha B'Av program focused on the Ahavat Yisrael needed to rebuild the Beit Mikdash. Tonight's program relates to Inyanei Sukkot, the Yom Tov that teaches the broadest notion of Achdut. I sincerely hope that tonight's program helps us accomplish this ideal level of Achdut. I would like to thank the 45 speakers who are part of tonight's program for identifying with this Achdut vision and giving their time and Torah to Klal Yisrael pro bono. I would also like to thank Rav Jesse Horn, Rav Michael Green, Leah Rubin, Eliyahu Klein, Benjamin Klein, Avery Amster, Jonathan Kaslau, and the many others who have advised on and worked towards preparing the program. Kol ha'oskim b'tzorchei tzibur be'amuna, HaKadosh Baruch Hu yishalim scharam. In a regular year, over 1 million Jews from around the world would visit Yerushalayim during Chodesh Tishrei in the greatest Aliyah L'Regel since Bayit Sheni, and probably beyond. Chol Hamoed Sukkot, and particularly Hoshana Rabba, are days when hundreds of thousands pack the Kotel Square for Birkat Kohanim and Hoshana Rabba Vatikin davening. This year, the vast majority of those visitors are forced to yearn from a distance. We at Yeshivat HaKotel feel honored to represent Klal Yisrael in taking the lulav while singing Hallel opposite the center of the world, the place that unifies us. As we conclude the Yom Tov of Sukkot today with Hoshana Rabba, the final segment of the Yemei Hadin, we are happy to once again bring you Torah from Rosh Yeshiva and Ramim from yeshivot around the world. May the Torah we learn and the Achdut it inspires help us enter Shmini Atzeret and Simchat Torah v'hitasef Rashayam, Yachad Shiftei Yisrael ba'aguda achat, and merit us a Pitka Tova, a Guten Kvittel, which inscribes us, the rest in Klal Yisrael, and the whole world for a year of good health, simcha, and nachat. It is my honor to introduce the Rosh Yeshiva of Yeshivat HaKotel, Rav Baruch Vider Shlita, to open the program.
Shalom uvracha to everyone. Bruchim abאים to the keynote of Torah, Vayichan. Hoshana Rabba is a special day. It seems to be a day of Chol HaMoed, usual Chol HaMoed, but really is Yom Kadosh. The minhag, the first minhag was to wear kittel everyone, like Yom Kippur. But the usual minhag is that only the Shliach Tzibur will use kittel, but this day is like Yom Kippur, a holiday, Yom Kadosh, who likes to be like a usual day. Vordik, Chol HaMoed. That's why the minhag is to eat kreplech, like in Purim, like in Erev Yom Kippurim. Why is it holy? Why is Yom Kadosh? We are Agute Kvittel, Pit Katava. Why? What is the meaning of Gute Kvittel, Pit Katava? According to the Zohar and Ari Kadosh, this day is the end of the din of Yom Kippur. The Gzar Din of Yom Kippur goes to the servants who had to do it. That's why until this day we can be poel to change the Gzar Din of Yom Kippur to make it better. But what is it? Hoshana Rabba. Hoshana Rabba is big Hoshana. huge Hoshana. We are davening in this day for huge Hoshana. What huge Hoshana? What big Yeshua? Geula, Mashiach, Gilui, Malchut Hashem. That are all the davenings of this special day. This year is a difficult year for Am Israel, difficult year for all the world, a year of Corona. Corona comes from the word crown, Keter. Keter Itnu Lecha. We feel that we need big Yeshua, private Yeshua, and Yeshua, Klalit, big Yeshua, Hoshana Rabba. The meaning is to make Mishmar, to learn on the night or most of the night. So I want to say a big shkoyach to Rav Reuven Targin, who established and organized this Mishmar, those limudim of Vayichan Sham Israel, כאיש אחד, בלב אחד, big יישר כוח. It's a big zchut to Yeshivat HaKotel to host this kinus of Torah, and this night, this special, huge night. And we are very happy from everyone who joined this Limud Torah, because he has the zchut, big zchut, of Limud Torah in that important night. And we need this zchut. Torah is safe, and Torah save from all the Isurim. I want to bench you, Shana Tova, Pit Katava, a good Kvittel, we will be zochim to all the private Yeshuot and the big Yeshua. Keter itnu lecha, crown, Keter itnu lecha, vaya Hashem lemelech al kol haaretz, ביום הוא יהיה השם אחד ושמו אחד. שנה טובה וחג שמח.
Yeshivat HaKotel, Yeshivat Netiv Aryeh, the Old City, and the whole Jewish world are blessed to have Rav Avigdor Nebenzahl Shlita as a source of Torah, Torah guidance, and inspiration. Sadly, his son Rav Benaya Nebenzahl Zatzal was one of the recent corona victims. We extend our condolences to the Rav and his family, and to all those who have lost Krovim and Chaverim. We are honored to dedicate tonight's program in memory of Rav Benaya Zatzal and the other recent Niftarim. We very much hope that we suffer no more loss, and that we are able to share news of good health, simcha, and nachat. It is my honor to introduce Rav Avigdor Nebenzahl to give Divrei Pticha.
חג שמח, מועדים לשמחה. רציתי לומר כמה מילים על הושענא רבה. לכאורה יש קושי, שחז"ל אמרו שאנחנו לא אומרים הלל בראש השנה ויום כיפור, מפני שהם יהיה דין ספרי חיים וספרי מתים פתוחים לפניי, אז ישראל לא יכולים לומר שירה. אז הרי גם הושענא רבה הוא יום דין, ואנחנו כן אומרים הלל שלם, אומרים עם גדולה ועם כל מה שצריך. למה הושענא רבה שונה מראש השנה ויום הכיפורים? וחשבתי, אמרת שבראש השנה ויום הכיפורים באמת ספרי חיים וספרי מתים פתוחים. אנחנו לא יודעים מי נגזר שבשנה הבאה יחיה, ומי חס ושלום נגזר להפך. אבל בהושענא רבה כבר גם אמרנו את הדין. כל הספרים כבר נפתחו. עכשיו כבר אין מי שנחתם לחיים ביום הכיפור, כבר לא ייכתב חס ושלום להפך. אלא מי שעוד לא נחתם לחיים ביום הכיפורים, עוד לא היה צדיק כל כך, נתנו לו הזדמנות לעשות תשובה שגם בהושענא רבה ייחתם לחיים. זה רק רווח, אין כאן הפסד. בראש השנה ויום כיפור יש רווח ויש הפסד, אז אי אפשר לומר הלל. בהושענא רבה כולו רווח, אז אפשר לומר הלל ולהיות בשמחה שלמה. אנחנו מהושענא רבה יוצאים אחר כך לשמחה שלמה, בשמחת התורה, ושאנחנו מסיימים את התורה ושמחים שיכולים שוב להתחיל אותה, נזכה את השנים הבאות לחוק את חג הסוכות ברגל בירושלים כמו שצריך.
The Gemara tells us that during the period of the Vayichan, when they would celebrate Simchas Pesach Shoeva, Hillel was the chief rabbi. The Gemara says in Shabbos, Hillel and Shammai were the chief rabbi and assistant chief rabbi 100 years before the Churban Vayichan. So Hillel would dance and sing and celebrate Simchas Pesach Shoeva, and he would make a declaration, Ani kan, akol kan. If I'm here, that's the big simcha, everybody's here. So all the commentaries find it very surprising. Hillel was known for his humility. How does he make such a statement? Ani kan, hakol kan. So the pashtus perhaps is that we know that during Vayichan period, there were big disputes between the Chachamim and the Tzedukim. The Tzedukim rejected the whole Torah Shebaal Peh. And they didn't, they observed only what it says in the Torah Shebichsav. So Simchas Pesach Shoeva was all part of the Torah Shebaal Peh. The whole Nisach HaMayim and the whole Arava HaMizbech, everything was Torah Shebaal Peh. And the Tzedukim wouldn't observe this. So Hillel says, Ani kan, I represent the Torah Shebaal Peh. Ani kan akol kan, then there's what to be Misameach about. The Gemara tells us that for many years, we know historically also, for many years, the Vayichan was run by Kohanim who were Tzedukim. And they would celebrate Shavuos always on a Sunday. They would bring the Musafim on a Sunday, even though Shavuos is supposed to be the 50th day, starting from the first day Chalamayit, not starting from Merchas HaShabbos, always starting from a Sunday and always falling out on a Sunday. And they did a lot of things in the Beis HaMikdash against the Torah Shebaal Peh. And the Gemara tells us that when the Chachamim was successful in removing the Tzedukim for running the Beis HaMikdash, they made a yontav every time. He took him Chagad Shavuayu when the yontav Shavuos was established to be observed properly, and he took him Tamida when the Korban Tamid was established to be observed properly. So they made a Yom Tovim. Many of the Yom Tovim in Megillah's times had to do with the expelling of the Tzedukim from the Beis HaMikdash. So this inyan of Nisach HaMayim is part of the Torah Shebaal Peh. It doesn't really say explicitly in the Chumash. We have the famous two inyanim on Sukkot about and the Beis HaMikdash, that's Torah Shebaal Peh, is the Nisach HaMayim as opposed to Nisach HaYayin. In addition to the Nisach HaYayin, there was Nisach HaMayim, and there was also a Rabba HaMizbech. So it's interesting, the Gemara quotes 3 different sources for this institution. How did the Chachamim know that there's such a thing as Nisach HaMayim? So one Tana claims that it's learned out from the fact that you have 3 extra letters in Parshas Pinchas by the Musafim. On the second day of every day of Yom Tov Sukkot has its own parsha in the Chumash, because the Pari HaChag were Perchsim Holchem. Every day there was 1 part less than the day before. So on the second day, it says V'niskayem, and instead of saying V'nisacheha, you bring the Nisach HaYayin of the Korban Tamid, it says V'niskayem with an extra mem. Then later on the 6th day, it says Unasacheha in the plural, 2 Nisachim. It sounds like there's an Unasacheha. The Gemara says there's an extra yud, because it really should say V'niska. V'alasatamid V'niska. So Unasacheha is a plural, should be V'niska, so it's an extra yud. Then on the 7th day, on Hoshana Rabba, it says Kimishpatam, has an extra vav. Every other day it says Kamishpat, and there it says Kimishpatam. So one Tana says that if you put together the mem from the second day, V'niskayem, and the yud from V'nisacheha, and the mem from Kimishpatam, it spells out the word maim. And the Gemara says this is not an asmachta, it's not a remez midrabana, this is a legitimate mokar min haTorah, because the Gemara in Masechah Shabbos has on Shabbos there are 39 malachas. So one of the malachas is kosef. So the Gemara talks about ksiva on Shabbos, and then the Gemara talks about ksiva sefer Torah tefillin and mezuzah. So the Gemara presents a machlokes haTanoim. What if you wrote a sefer Torah, and instead of writing a mem, let's say mayim, have the ben amayim tachas l'arkei ben amayim shami alarkei, instead of writing mayim with a mem, there's a mem psucha and a mem stuma. A mem psucha is when it's in the middle of a word. Mem stuma, a shlos mem, is when at the end of the word. So what if instead of writing mayim with a mem psucha yud and mem stuma, you wrote both of them a mem stuma? would that be kosher b'di'evet? So we paskin that it's no good. But the Gemara said there's an opinion in Tanam that it is good. This Tana who learns that from V'niskeihem, he counts that mem as the first mem of the word mayim. And it's a mem stuma, it's not a mem psucha. So the Gemara says it's not an asmachta, it's not a remes. This is the real drosha gemura deraisa. And this Tana holds, number one, that Nisach HaMayim begins only on the second day. Sukkot doesn't begin on the first day. And he holds also that if you wrote a Sefer Torah, you put a mem stuma instead of a mem psucha, that would be kosher b'di'evet. It doesn't necessarily follow that the same is true in the other direction, that if you put, let's say, the word mayim, ben hamayim hashem niyal l'rakeh, ben mayim shem mitachas l'rakeh, and bereshis, if you put a mem psucha at the end of the word mayim, instead of a mem stuma, does it follow? It means there are two forms of the letter mem, and you can use either one for the middle or the end of the word, or maybe only, in the Gemara said, maybe only in one direction. Maybe a mem stuma is more choshev than a mem psucha. So if you put a mem stuma in the beginning of the word, the middle of the word, that would be kosher b'di'evet. But in the reverse direction, if you put a mem psucha in the end of the word, maybe that would be possible b'di'evet. So this is all a question in the Gemara. All a discussion in the Gemara. These dinim of kosev appear in Masechah Shabbos. Masechah Shabbos has 24 prokim. The Mefarshim on the Mishnah is right, that in the days of the Tanakh, we see in Sefer Yecheskel, days of the Tanakh, it was a common practice that a kala would wear 24 tachshitim. And we always refer to Shabbos as a kala, boyichala, boyichala. So the Mefarshim say on the beginning, the Malach Shlomo, at the beginning of Masechah Shabbos points out, why did Rabbi Yehuda Nasi make 24 prokim? The Masechah Shabbos could have made it 30 prokim. Like Bava Kama, Bava Metzia, Bava Basra is Masechas Nezikin with 30 prokim. And Masechas Kelim also has 10 prokim. Bava Kama, 10 prokim. Bava Metzia, 10 prokim. Bava Basra. So Masechas Kelim has 30 prokim. He could have made Shabbos also 30. He could have made it 20. Why did he pick 24? So they say because these are the 24 tachshitim of Shabbos HaKala, the 24 prokim of Masechas Shabbos. So it's interesting. I remember in the Mir Yeshiva in Brooklyn, there was one Rebbe. They said that his expertise, his best Masechta was Masechah Shabbos. And he used to have an expression that you can learn 100 blot in Masechah Shabbos and still not know the Aleph base of Masechah Shabbos, because the dinim of Kosef Aleph base appears on Daf Kuf base, on Daf Kuf Aleph and Daf Kuf base. So you can learn the first 100 blot in Masechah Shabbos, still not get the Malach of Kosef, because Kosef begins after Daf Kuf. So this is one Tana says that this is a drasha of the Torah Shabbat Peh, but it's a drasha reading out from the pasuk. There you have the extra 3 letters, mem yud mem, still out the word mime. The other Tana in the Gemara disagrees. It says no, you have the pasuk on the shishi, on the 6th day of Sukkot. It says you bring the musafim after the olas hatamid amin unisocheha. It says in the plural. So it means there are 2 nisuchim. Usually when you bring a korban, you have a minchas v'niskeihem, you only bring nisach hayayin. But on Sukkot, the pasuk happens to be written on the 6th day, but it's lav dafka the 6th day. All the 7 days and maybe all the 8 days of Sukkot, that's a machlokes hatanoim, whether nisach hamayim was noig 8 days or only 7 days. So the pasuk says unisachera, that the nisach hamayim is a din, it's part of the din of the Talmud Shel Shachar. You bring the Talmud Shel Shachar, and it doesn't only have Dam Shel Abayim, and Abayim on Sukkot only has Nisach HaYayin. But the Talmud Shel Shachar has plural, and Nisach HaYayin has Nisach HaYayin, and it also has Nisach HaMayim. Then the third opinion is what appears in the Gemara in a few places, that Nisach HaYayin and Arav HaMizbeach and Esenetiyas are all 3 halacha l'Moshe Messina. Esenetiyas is a detail within Tosefes Shvius. So that's what the Gemara points out. Why did the Tana have a tradition? He says but 3 things that are unrelated. He says that Arav HaMizbeach and Nisach HaYayin and Nisach HaMayim on Sukkos and Tosefes Shvius, the din of Esenetiyas, says halacha l'Moshe Messina. They have nothing to do with each other. So the Gemara says maybe the reason why the halacha Moshe Messina was related, putting these 3 together, is to indicate that just like Arav HaMizbeach and Nisach HaMayim only applies Bizman Shabbos HaMikdash HaYekayim, So maybe if one should assume that Tosefes Shvius is halacha l'Moshe Messina, you have to be Moshe Mechol al HaKodesh on the Shnas HaShmita, maybe that's only Bizman Shabbos HaMikdash HaYekayim. After the Churban HaBayis is no longer a din of Tosefes Shvius. That's a discussion on the first parak in Maseches Rosh Hoshana, and the Yerushalmi, the beginning of Shvius, because the Mishnah says that after the Churban HaBayis, Rabbi Gamliel was the chief rabbi, and he did away with the Tosefes Shvius. So that's a discussion. Was it a din deraisa? Was it a din derabbanan? How did he do away with it? So one opinion in the Gemara is because it was a halacha l'Moshe Messina that was given as a package deal together with a Rabba l'Mizbech and Nisach HaMayim. So just like the other two are only Bizman HaBayis, so too the Sefer Shvius is only Bizman HaBayis. Is there a difference halacha l'maisa what the mocker of this din of Nisach HaMayim is, what it's learned out from the first pasuk or the second pasuk, or it's not learned out from any pasuk at all, it's rather halacha l'Moshe Sinai. So the Gemara says there's a difference. Gemara says, according to the Tana, that it's learned out from the Mem Yud Mem, and the first Mem that says V'niskehem says on the second day of Sukkot, first day Chalamoid Sukkot, in other words. So then the Gemara says the din of Nisach HaMayim only begins on the second day Sukkot. First they didn't have. But if you hold that it's halacha l'Moshe Sinai, or you learn it from the pasuk on the sixth day, u'nesacheho, so there's no reason to say that it should only begin on the second day. That's one nafkamina the Gemara has. Then the Yerushalmi, in the beginning of Tainis, has two interesting shilos. And Rabbi Elba Soloveitchik is quoted in the Shurim that they printed in Mishmar. He's quoted as explaining this suffix in Yerushalmi, that it depends on the various psukim. Yerushalmi has a suffix. What if you do the Nisach HaMayim in the morning on Sukkot before you brought the Tamid Shel Shachar? So if it's a din of Unesacheha, that means that the Tamid Shel Shachar on Sukkot is not only Mechayev Nisach HaYayin, it's also Mechayev Nisach HaMayim. So you can only fulfill the mitzvah of Nisach HaMayim after you first brought the Tamid Shel Shachar. But if you didn't bring it yet, then you can't, it's not yet, there's no chiyuv yet. So you wouldn't be yotzei unless you do the Nisach HaMayim after the Tamid Shel Shachar. But if you hold that it's a chayvus hayom, it's not really a din, it's not minchasim in his kem of the Tamid Shel Shachar, it's a chayvus hayom. So then it can be brought any time during the day, and perhaps even the Yerushalmi raises a possibility. Maybe you could even do Nisach HaMayim the night of the first day Yantif, because the night is part of the first day Yantif. Maybe you can do Nisach HaMayim at night, before it's even time to bring the Tamid Shel Shachar. And then Yerushalmi has another suffix. The din usually is, Minchas v'niskem nikana afilo ad asara yomim. Let's say, they brought the Korban Tamid on a Wednesday, and they didn't have enough wine to do Nisach HaYayin. So until they buy some more wine, until they manufacture some more wine, it takes them a month. And then a month later, they'll bring, for a whole month, they didn't have any wine. So, and they were missing Nisach HaYayin of a whole month. So the Gemara learns that from Sukkim, you can do Tashlumin, you can bring the Nisach HaYayin a month later, weeks later. The Gemara has a discussion in Erchin, Einam Shira El Alayayin. Every day the Levim would sing the Shir Shal Yom at the time of Nisach HaYayin of the Tamid and time of Nisach HaYayin of the Musafim. So the Gemara has a shaila. Every day had a different Shir Shal Yom. So let's say it was a Wednesday that they didn't bring the Nisach HaYayin, and then a week later, a month later, they do the Nisach HaYayin for that Wednesday on a Friday. Would they say the Shir Shal Yom of Wednesday? Would they say the Shir Shal Yom of Friday? Does it depend on the day when the Chiyuv set in? Or does it depend on the day where you're actually doing the Nisach HaYayin, when you're makrib the Korban? So the Yerushalmi in the beginning of Tainis has a suffix. Do you have to do Nisach HaMayim on Sukkot? Maybe it's the same as Nisach HaYayin, just like Nisach HaYayin of Sukkot can be done a month later, a year later. So to the Nisach HaMayim can be done later. So that's what Radal said. This is the suffix. Do you learn out from Psukim, or do you hold that it's halacha l'Moshe Messina, that it's a chayvus hayom? So it has to be brought today. Nisach HaMayim has to be done today. Or do you say, no, it's part of Minchas Minis Came of the Thomas Shal Shachar. So just like the Nisach HaYayin of the Thomas Shal Shachar can be taken care of much later, at some later time, so to the Nisach HaMayim can also be done at a much later time. There is a din in Parsha Zachrei Mos on Yom Kippur in the morning, on Yom Kippur in the morning we learn the beginning of Parsha Zachrei Mos about the Avodas Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur to Mincha we learn the Arayos at the end of Zachrei Mos. And in the middle of Parsha Zachrei Mos you have the dinim of Shechet Bachutz and Mala Bachutz. So there's an Isa Kores. If you shech the korban anywhere outside of the Azora, there's a Chiyuv Kores. And if you Mala Bachutz, also an Isa Kores. What if a person does Nisach HaYayin Bachutz? So the Mishnah is also, you learn that from Psukim, different Tanaim learn that from different drushes. And the Psukim that the din of Mala Bachutz doesn't only apply if you Maktik Torres Bachutz, it even applies if you Menasach Yayin Bachutz. What if you do HaMenasach Mei HaChag B'Chag? What if you do Nisach HaMayim Chutz LeBeis HaMikdash on Sukkos? Would there be a Chiyuv Kores there also? What's an Afkamina? That's a person, that's a Shaila for the Bezin Shalmaila. What is that Aresik to discuss it? No, we have a din that whoever violates an Isa Kores B'Shoigeg is B'Chiyuv to bring a Chata. So HaShechet v'Hamala is the name of the parak at the end of Maseches Zvachim. The Hashochet v'Hamala Bachutz B'Shoigeg is Chayv two Chatos. One Chata is because of Shchuti Chutz, one Chata is because of Mala Bachutz. So what's the din if a person is Menasach Mayim Bachutz, Menasach Mei HaChag B'Chag Bachutz? Is there an Isa Kores? And therefore, B'Shoigeg there will be a Chiyuv Chatas, or is there no Chiyuv Kores? In the there's no Chiyuv Chatas B'Shoigeg. The Chumash is very unclear. It says in Chumash, whoever does an Aver B'Shoigeg has to bring a korban chatas. It doesn't mean a person spoke lashon hara b'shoigeg, or he cheated in business b'shoigeg, or he ate nevelas atrefas b'shoigeg, or he ate bas b'chala b'shoigeg. It means he violated dovish, has done a kares. If a person did an avera b'shoigeg, which if he would have done it b'mezid, he would have been chayv kares. And if he violates that avera b'shoigeg, he's chayv chatas. So this is a machlokes hatanoim. But hamanasach mei hachag b'chag is chayiv kores or not. So the Gemara there in the end of Zvachim says, what's the issue? What does it depend on? So the Gemara says it depends on what exactly is the mocker for the institution of Nisach HaMayim. And why does it depend? What the mocker is very unclear. So Tosfos there on the daf works very hard to explain it. So there's a Mechudesh Dikad Pirush HaMishnais LaHaramam there. In the yeshivas, we usually don't even look at the Pirush HaMishnais, but it's important. A lot of times the Pirush HaMishnais sheds light on what the Rambam writes in the Mishnah Torah. And a lot of times he writes things in the Pirush HaMishnais that don't appear anywhere else in the Sifrei HaRambam. So the Rambam there writes a very startling interpretation. He says, if the institution of Nisach HaMayim B'Chag is based on either the drashas of Mem Yud Mem, which is a drasha gemura deraisa, or based on unasacheha, then it's a drasha. It's not halacha Moshe Missinai. Then it's a valid drasha. And just like this kor is b'shecha b'chutz and mala b'chutz, and this kor is by menasach yayin b'chutz, so there would be kor is by menasach mayim b'chutz. But if the whole institution of nisach hamayim b'chag is only known through halacha Moshe Missinai, so then the Rambam has a call. There's no onish and a halacha l'Moshe Missinai. That's a very surprising klal. You know, there is a Rashi in Sanhedrin on Daf Ayin Daled. Rashi has an interesting comment that and the Rambam also has such a line, that if a person violates a halacha l'Moshe Missinai, there's no malchus. The Rambam has this machlokes with the Gaonim. If one eats orla b'chutzlords, when you read Chumash in Parshas Kedoshim, so it says ki savoy al haaretz unataytem kol eitz meichal va'aral tamar losai. There's a din of orla in Eretz Yisrael ki savoy al haaretz. When you come to Eretz Yisrael and you plant a fruit-bearing tree, there's a din of orla. You're not allowed to eat the pears the first 3 years. one who eats the pears gets malchus, because we have a klal. Whoever violates an avera, which is dumya the lav the chasima, similar to the lav of lasachs mishar b'dishay, gets malchus. Where does that come from? What does it have to do with lasachs mishar b'dishay? So the Gemara in the beginning of Yevamos explains, we have various midrash atar and drushes ben. So we have an institution of a hekesh. If you have two dinim written in the chumash, one next to the other, so we in the same pasuk. There are two dinim in the same pasuk. We assume there's a connection between the two. Take for example, there's the famous hekesh makish havayali etzia. The pasuk says if a man divorces his wife and she goes and she marries, and then the second husband dies or divorces, so the first husband is not permitted to remarry her. So the pasuk says v'yotzim in beisa b'halcha b'haisa l'yishacher. She leaves v'yotzim in beisa is yitzia. She gets divorced from the first husband. Halcha b'haisa l'yishacher. Havaya means she gets married to the second husband. So that's what the Gemara calls makish havaya l'yitzia. Getting divorced and getting married is compared because it's a hekesh that mentioned in the same pasuk, one next to the other. So this is how we have established that there is an institution of kiddush shtar. In the Chumash it never says, but the Chumash talks about gerushin b'shtar. The only way to get divorced is al yedei get, al yedei shtar. So because makish havai le'etzia, that's how we know the whole institution of kiddushin al yedei shtar. And the Gemara has a suffix whether the shtar kiddushin has to be written l'shma. So the Gemara finally, Rabba had a suffix. So he finally comes to the conclusion, yes, makish havai le'etzia, that there are three stars that need ksiva l'shma. The get needs ksiva l'shma. Get shichra ben eviknainin needs ksiva l'shma. The Gemara has a gzereshava between lo meisha, kasav lo sefer krisis, and chufsha la nitan lo. So just like the word law by get is speaking about a get, a shtar, so too chufsha la nitan lo by the shivcha charufa is talking about a shichra al yedei shtar. So, and then so you need lishma by the get shichra. That's the whole sugi, the first parak, the beginning of Gittin. And then the third shtar is the shtar kiddushin, also needs ksiva lishma because the whole institution of kiddushin al yedei shtar was established based on the hekesh makish havai le'etzia. So just like you learn that shtar from the get, so you learn out that the get, the shtar kiddushin, has to be written lishma. So that's a hekesh when you have two dinim written in the same pasuk, one next to the other. What's the halacha if you have two dinim written in two psukim that are adjacent to each other? That's called smuchim. Is smuchim one of the midrash atar that reshes behem or not? So that's a machlokes hatanoim, and it's discussed. It appears in the beginning of Yevamos around Daf Hey or so. So the Gemara says we really paskin a compromise. The first four chumashim bereshis through Bamidbar, they don't darshan smuchim. Only in Mishnah Torah. Only Chumash Dvarim Darshan Smuchim. So when you go through Chumash Dvarim, if you keep your eyes open, you'll notice that there are many, 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 many very famous dinim, deraisa, that are based on Smuchim. So one of them is this institution. How do you know who gets Malchus? In the Chumash it says, V'hayo and bin hakos harasha, v'hipila hashofi v'kol lefana kedei v'shosa v'mispa. It says in the Chumash, v'tzdikos hatzadik v'shiros harasha, the Bezdin has to ascertain who is a Rasha, and if the person is declared as a Rasha, then you give him out who is called a Rasha. So the very next pasuk in the Chumash says La Sachsim Shar B'Dishan. So since in Chumash Dvar Midash and Smuchim, so that's what all the Tanaim say. That's the theme, that's the basis of the third parak in Makkes Elohein Haloikin. And whoever violates an Avera that's similar to La Sachsim Shar B'Dishan gets Malchus. By Misa, there is no klal. Who gets Misa? Each Misa is separate, independent. There's no tzad hashava. But by Malchus, there's one klal that covers all of the cases. The Rambam writes that there are Shin Samachei Lavim, and from the 365 Lavim, he says that 207 of them get Malchus. He writes the Siman is Zar, Zayin Reish, 207 get Malchus. There's the Rod Dumya, the lav da chasima. So Rashi and the Rambam both say, the Rambam writes it regarding if a person eats orla b'chutzlords. What if you plant a fruit-bearing tree in New York and you're not allowed to eat the pears that grow the first 3 years? So that's a machlok. That's not in the Chumash. Chumash it says kisavoy al haaretz in Parshas Kedoshim. So orla b'chutzlords is a machlokes in the Gemara whether it's the Rabbanan or halacha l'Moshe Sinai. So the Rambam writes that it's halacha l'Moshe Sinai has a machlokes with the Goyim whether you get Malchus. So the Rama holds that you can't get Malkus because it's not Dumi de Lav da Chasima. Dumi de Lav da Chasima means it has to be written in Chumash. It has to say either Loi, like Lasachs Mishabidisha, or something sufficiently similar, like Hisham Pen Vial is the equivalent of Loi. But if it's not written at all in the Chumash, so that's the Rambam, and Rashi also in Sanhedrin Dafayin Dalet has like that. Then an oral, if a kohen is an oral and he's makriv korbanos in the Beis Hamikdash, Rashi says that's halach. Gemara seems to say that's halach l'Moshe Sinai. So Rashi says there won't be any malchus. You can't have malchus on halach l'Moshe Sinai. So that we understand you can't have malchus because in order to get malchus, it has to say loi or yisham pen v'yal. If it doesn't say it all, it's not written at all on the Chumash. It's not dumid alav dachasima. But here the Rambam is extending it. The Rambam says it can't be chorus either on halach l'Moshe Sinai. There's no ownish at all. So the Rambam understood the Gemara there in the end of Zvachim that there's a big nafkamina what the mocker of the institution of Nisach HaMayim is. If it's based on Mem Yud Mem or based on Unesacheho, then it should be the same as Nisach HaYayin. There should be chorus, and one who violates a b'shogeg should be Chai B'chatas. But if it's based on Allah Moshe Messina, then it says there are no onshim at all. It's interesting, there's such a Balamor in Iran, and Masech Shabbos also, the Iran is really quoting from the Balamor. Balamor discusses the nature of the Allah Moshe Sinai, Amavad al-Ramas B'shus HaRabim. The Gemara says all the other malachas were in the Mishkan, so it's as if it's in the Chumash, because the Chumash says don't do malach on Shabbos, malach being defined as something that was involved in the malachas HaMishkan. But Mavad al-Ramas was not involved in Malachas HaMishkan. So the Gemara says, Hilchas HaGemiri law, that the Pashup Pshat, that's halach on Moshe Sinai. So the Balamor and the Ran both write, the Ran is quoting the Balamor, they both write an interesting idea. It must be that the nature of the halach on Moshe Sinai is that Mavad al-Ramas is considered Motze Mishus Lushus. The al-Ramas around the Chayfetz is considered the Rishus of the Chayfetz. When I pick it up and I put it down 5 amas away in the Rishus HaRabim, that's called Motze Mishus Lushus. Because if it's a separate halach al Moshe Messina, Mavad al-Ramas B'shus HaRabim, then there shouldn't be any chorus and there shouldn't be any misa, there shouldn't be any malchus on it. There are no onshim on halach al Moshe Messina. Where'd they get that from? Must have gotten it from this Gemara in the end of Zvachim. We know that there's no malchus on halach al Moshe Messina because it's not dumid alav dachasima, okay? But why shouldn't it be misa? If it's a malach on Shabbos, why shouldn't it be misa? That's the same as this Pirish HaMishnah Yisrael. So again, just to review, on Sukkot, there were very important halachas that were only known through the Torah Shabbat Peh, the Nisach HaMayim and the Rabba HaMizbeach, and the Tzdukim wouldn't observe either of these. And Hillel said, Ani Kan Hakol Kan, Hillel represented the Torah Shabbat Peh, the whole celebration of Simchas Beis HaShoeva is that we're observing all of these halachas l'Moshe Sinai. And the institution for the Nisach HaMayim is a machlokes in the Gemara, 3 different opinions. And there are several nafkaminas l'dina, whether it's learned out from the first drasha, the second drasha, or it's purely halacha l'Moshe Sinai. Everyone should have a good niyantev and a good yar.
Sorry. Okay. Look at the watch. Yeah, it was only 1 minute. Okay. Hi, everybody. Good day. Yom Tov Chesukos, Hoshana Rabba, Shni Atzeres, and V'Starvet. So nice to be here again. First, before I begin, Hakaras HaToiv is really elementary. I always say that it says in the pasuk by Bikurim, Parshas Kisava, it says, if you got it, it says in the pasuk, Rashi brings down that you're going to say to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, V'Nisava Amarta, She'eincha Kofi Toiva. You're not a Kofi Toiv. You're not a person that's paying back bad for good. That's a coffee toiv. It's very hard to find the right word to explain coffee toiv in English. You're not a coffee toiv. The whole world is the kasha. Excuse me. Why don't you just say you're a makar toiv? Have a karsa toiv. When he has diet, I think the pshat is, if you're not makir toiv, you're a coffee toiv. There's no middle. Hakaras HaTov is so elementary. I don't want to go for the tangent before I even begin my speech. Hakaras HaTov is so elementary that if you don't do it, you're automatically a coffee toiv. You're a no good person. The first time in Klal Yisrael was on who? By Chava. What was the first time in her? By Adam Rishon. He said, Isha shenasati imadi. Kan kofa b'toiva, says Rashi. Hashem gave you a wife to take care of you. Do we realize what our wives do for us? Do we realize? And HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I gave you a wife, and now you're saying, Isha shenasati imadi, it's all her fault. That's the way you talk. You have to say, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'm not a coffee toiv. You know why? I'm going to be makir toiv. You have to be makir toiv. Zevlo, he's sitting right across me. Zevlo is a former Talmud, and he comes here to video me. And it's a job. He's doing it because he loves his Rebbe, Uri Tarragon, very much. And he's a wonderful young man, grown into a really mature person. And we're going to see him, it's Hashem, godless from him and greatness. He's going to be a leader in Klal Yisrael. And the whole family for a very long time, very special people. So I want to thank Zev, first of all, and of course, to thank Rabbi Reuven Tarragon, to thank Zuttenstein. What a relentless person. He don't give up. He's impossible. But he's impossible in a wonderful way. Normally programs begin, and that's it. Once, twice, he doesn't let up. And he calls me up and mentions me. We're all busy this year, especially with COVID. It's been impossible in the schools. It's been very difficult, but he nudges. And then when I say I'm not sure, he sends his good friend and my good friend, Mike Smith, after me. Come on, Mike, she said, it's a good thing. It's an Achdus thing. He's right. And of course, here I am again. Right, Tarragon, what you're doing is wonderful. Continue our way to Sakadish, many happy, healthy years to come. Let's go back to Hakaras HaTov for 1 minute. The whole Yom Tov of Sukkot really is harvesting. It's Hakaras HaTov. I'm on a tangent where I even begin. But Hakaras HaTov is so basic, so fundamental, Hakaras HaTov. And Yom Tov, we're harvesting our fruits. Baruch Hashem, we harvested everything. We're bringing it into the house now. And we have it to eat. Remember in the olden days, food was the major item and the major thing. Food, without food, you had to literally scrounge. People made their own everything. Today we go into a store, we buy everything we need, right? Everything we need, we go into a store. It wasn't like that in those days. In those days, you had to have food. The person wanted to eat meat. Forget it. You have to get together 30, 40 families together. There was a way, I think, of storing the meat in an underground box place to keep it for 2-3 days. Very hard. You had to get a lot of families together. Chicken was what everybody ate. Because one chicken, you shech the chicken and you have a meal for your family. But food is a very thing. So when people were able to grow, and things went along the growth, and you bring it into your house, that's B'Mitzvah Bikurim, and you're coming in Sukkot now, and you bring it into your house, and it's a real Zman Simchaseinu. They say, I think Chazal say, why is it called Zman Simchaseinu? Because of the Simcha that we have, Baruch Hashem, to sustain us over the whole long winter. It's a real Simcha for us, because Chas V'Shalom, the growing doesn't go up, there's a hunger, there's a drought. We're in trouble the whole winter. We're going to get food today. It's like I said today, the storage, the Zachem, the stores. You can store your food for like 40 years today. The old days is very different. So it's a Zman Simchaseinu. That's what whole Yom Tov Sukkot is all about. A real Simcha for us. And when Makir Tev HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving us everything we need, Baruch Hashem, and here we are. I want to tell you a story. All of this is not in my prepared remarks. I want to tell you a great story. Reb Donan Garisha was Rosh Yeshiva Beismerish Elyon. Tarv Das had a Chashav Kail and Mansi Reb Simcha Shustel. Zechatzadim Kadosh Levracha, Reb Simcha Shustel, and Reb Donan Garisha were the two leaders of the yeshiva, of the Kail, of the yeshiva in Spring Valley. Beismerish Elyon. Reb Donan Garisha was my shvigas, my mother-in-law's second cousin. I knew him well, B'chal. Donan Garisha, we come out of the same areas, we know each other, we knew each other well. And I want to tell you a story, a Meridic story, what it means Hakaras HaTov. And if I end up thinking about Hakaras HaTov all night tonight, all day today, too bad, so be it. As I said, Hakaras HaTov is important. Listen to this unbelievable story. To me, it shows the Milo. Reb Donan Garisha, when my daughter got married, she was like my youngest child, and my son got married a little after my youngest son, but come to the Chasana, and we're dancing away, Baruch Hashem. In those days when there was no problem with dancing and so on and so forth. Today, we're going into a little bit of a problem now with Simchas Torah and all that. Anyways, and by the first dance, who walks in? Reb Donan Garisha is here. And he comes over to me and he says, Reb Yankiv, he's talking to me, Reb Yankiv, you know I am here. I said, Rosh Shiva, I think you're here because you're my mother-in-law's cousin. He says, nay, even though he always came to give malta to my mother-in-law, he used to go speak to my mother-in-law. That's not why I'm here tonight. And not why I'm here tonight. And obviously he had asked me a rhetorical question. That's not why I'm here tonight. I can't forget the story forever, because we always learned about Karas HaTayv, but this level. So I said, I saw you wanted me to ask about why is Rosh Yeshiva here tonight. He said, because in 1940, when my brother and I and my sister escaped Vienna, their parents were almost out. They were supposed to be on the next boat out, and they got killed. And they were caught. They couldn't go anywhere, and then they ended up the Nazis in Machshmam Bezichram. So when we escaped, we came to America. So even though we were under Bar Mitzvah yet, my brother and I, Tarvadas, which was the haven for all yeshiva, those for all Bachram in those days, from South America, from anywhere and everywhere, but we had nowhere to go, so they took us into the dormitory. They gave us beds in the dormitory, even though the rule was you have to over Bar Mitzvah. But my sister, who ultimately married Reb Manis Mendel, Zechatzadik Lebracha, was the great Rosh Yeshiva of Brooklyn. My sister had nowhere to go. He says to me, this is 1940. My daughter got married in the year 2011. This is 71 years later, Rabbi Yisai. Listen to this unbelievable story about Karas HaTayv. My sister had nowhere to go, and your mother, Aleh Shalom, he says to me, my mother, Rebbetzin Ben Aleh Shalom, my mother, my chavusa, my teacher, my everything. After my father was nifta, I was home with my mother for 8 years. Maybe I'll talk about that afterwards. I had the schus of being my mother's roommate for 8 years. So your mother took my sister into the house for 6 months. She had nowhere to go. It's hard to believe today with the chesed factories that we have today, these things would happen. This is World War II and the worst matzav. And I don't think I ever gave the proper Karas HaTayv to your family for what your mother did for my sister. So I decided, by this chasna, I'm going to go. I'm going to come, because that Karas HaTayv. Rabbi say out there, 71 years later, a Karas HaTayv. And at the end of the wedding, Rabbi Sher was his driver. And he comes over, he says, you know, Rabbi Bendy says to me, the Rebbe, meaning Reb Donon Garisha, was not feeling well today. He was having chest pains. He had a heart condition. So I said to him, stay home. What are you traveling for? He says, Ich muss gehen zu Bender. I have to go to Bender Simcha. Ich muss gehen zu Bender Simcha. And he popped 2 nitros and got into the car. 2 months later, I went to his Levaya. 2 months later, I went to his Levaya. What it means, Karas HaTayv. Are we makatayv to our wives, Rabbi saying? All right, Targets to talk about Simchas Torah. Yantiv. Okay, I want to talk about wives now. Are we makatayv to our wives? I asked the boys in yeshiva, you have fresh laundry waiting for you every morning to put on. Do you thank your mother for doing your laundry for you? Do you thank your mother? So the wise guy will say, yeah, the shiksa does it. You know, the cleaning lady does it. Don't be a wise guy. I try very hard to thank my wife at least once a week. Thank you for doing my laundry for me. Why should women do our dirty laundry? Why? Are we makatayv? We take for granted? Do we take for granted what's going on, what the women do for us? What the women do for us on a regular basis? I tell my wife all the time. I'm not makatayv to you enough, Brandon Min. I tell us all the time. They run our homes. You know, when a lot of people found this out, we were on lockdown from Purim almost till the summer. And men were home and women were home. And the men try to imitate what the women do. They were exhausted. And they're all working today. And our yeshiva wants to go poll of the boys in yeshiva. 80% of the boys, the mothers have, besides the jobs in the house of waking up in the morning and cooking and cleaning and making lunches and suppers and homework with the kids, which is today. Homework, what an insane thing, the homework thing. The sugar, the homework thing, separate speech, not for now. So you say, Bender, you're in yeshiva, so why are you letting homework? I let very little, I elaborate little. Homework shouldn't be to torture the parents. Besides the homework that they're doing constantly. We men found out a little bit because we saw what the women were doing. We can't imitate that, we're exhausted. One time, I'm embarrassed a little bit, I'll tell you a story, I'm embarrassed a little bit. But one time, many years ago, I was not a big helper in the house, what can I tell you? I mean, I did do my part. I shouldn't say that. I did to help whatever I could, I helped out. One night, my wife had to leave the house. At that time, we had David was 8, and Maishi was 6, and Avram was 4. Behind her, all of them. Tzvi was 2 years old. And she, of course, didn't trust me, my wife, so she gave me a paper. She wrote down exactly which kid, when they go to sleep, what time they're in bed, what they're eating for supper, what they have to have. I should do the job right. All right, I tried very hard. I tried to do it. I tried very hard. I did all these things. I tried, okay. But then getting him into bed, forget it. I'm the famous Rabbi Bender running a yeshiva, right? I couldn't get them into bed for no way in the world. And my wife gave me a job, 7:30, they all got to be in bed. Finally, in frustration, I said to the kids, if you guys don't get into bed right now, I'm telling mommy on you. I said, oi. They went flying into bed. They went flying into bed when I said, mommy, you. Then I said to myself, oi, you're the man in the house. The only way you got him into bed, because you threatened them with mommy. The women of Klal Yisrael, the women, what they do for us. It's not shayach. We found out during COVID what they're doing for us. We thank them enough. Come home, supper isn't ready. And we get upset at our wives. You come home and the floors, there's toys all over the floors, and you trip on a toy. Why'd you clean up the toy? Rapam is a major thing on this by the Parsha of the Mon. He speaks about this. No, what's wrong with us? What's wrong with us? Our wives, everybody else. We have to curse HaTayv. Going into a Yontiv of Sukkot Kanahara, the preparation that the women do for us. And of course, look what you gave us. Isn't that a great feeling going into the sukkah? Isn't that a great feeling sitting in the sukkah? Everybody loves their own sukkah. It could be a shmata-looking sukkah. My sukkah, I feel good about it. You sit there with your family outdoors, and you're having a gewaldige schmack, a ruchniistic time. The woman of the house, cooking and cleaning and doing everything. Karas HaTayv, elementary. Rabbi say, if you don't do Akaras HaTayv, vil mir sagen, sind dir a kafita, then you're a coffee toiv. To leave things on, you can't. I saw a sefer recently that has divrei Torah and Akaras HaTayv in every single parsha of the Torah. It's so basic in elementary, so basic. Makkah Tov, and now we're going into the great Yontiv of Sukkot. We get upset with people. People are good. Sometimes they mess up a little bit, so what? We're going into a simcha to Yontiv with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Thank you for the simcha. It's our job now. Our job now is to be b'sameach other people. B'sameach people. Make them happy. How could we go into a sukkah? And be happy when there are people out there that are hurting? How's it shayach, Rabbi say? How's it shayach to go into sukkah when people out there are hurting? You can't. People are hurting. But that you have to make sure. The Rambam says about Yom Tov, Hilchos Yom Tov. The Rambam says, Halacha Mefareshes. I didn't bring it with me over here for the videoing right now. The Rambam says that somebody who celebrates Yom Tov and he buys all the wonderful food, he does whatever Rambam is. He's ready celebrating Yom Tov Meshikasav, but he does not invite guests to his house. Armalite doesn't take care of them. He calls it Simchas HaKeres. It's a Yom Tov of the stomach. It's not a real Ruchnistik Yom Tov. If you don't take care of the poor people before Yom Tov, or during Yom Tov, you can't have guests, whatever the reason is, so you go out and give money to people, help them buy Yom Tov, make Yom Tov beforehand. Simchas HaKeres, Abayich Yom Tov, if you don't do it. That's what Yom Tov is all about. To sameach people and make them happy. That's what Yom Tov is all about. We must make sure always to have a mind Yena that doesn't have Nebuch. Then it's a Yom Tov. That's Ruchnistik Yom Tov. The Simcha of Yom Tov, the great Simcha of Yom Tov. It's wonderful. What about the people who don't have? Maybe people don't have. There's a lot to say on this topic, but it's critically important to remember all this. How it is to make sure people have. That's our Akaras HaTayv to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You give me so much, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'm giving back. That's our Akaras HaTayv to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You give me, and I'm giving you back. How? By helping out. Rav Pam is a very good word, Rav Pam. There's divrei Torah. I wouldn't say this. How can you say what's my favorite divrei Torah? I can say that all Torah is favorite. My favorite divrei Torah is a very good word. But we just laying. I remember the word because we just laying on Rosh Hoshana. Hashem pakad Sarah, and she had a baby. When she had the baby, Sari Menu said, Kol hashoymeya yitzachak li. Whoever hears will be happy for me. The Pashta Pshat in the Targum says over there, Chadi li will be happy for me. It's the Pashta Pshat. Because Sari Menu, 90 years old, has a baby. Then he brings a Medrash, Rashi. A Medrash. Oisei ayoin. That day that Sarah was nifkad, that she had the child. The Akaris also, all the other Akaris had children. Listen to this autobiographical verse of the great Rabbi Pam. The great Rabbi Pam, when I once walked into his house for an appointment, and he's sitting and saying Tillim. He's sitting and saying Tillim. And he says, motions to me like he was always on time, punctually. When he finishes saying Tillim, he says to me, I have to apologize. You know, a Bacha wanted me to come to his wedding. He was out of town. I couldn't go. So I promised him during the chuppah, when I came to around 8 o'clock, I'll say Tillim for you. He's sitting there, Rapam. Tzaddik Rapam is saying Tillim. The Rapam who loved people. I was once driving down Caffrey Avenue in this neighborhood, and I see Rabbi Pam getting out of a car, going into Menachem Avel, the great rabbi of our town, Rabbi Pelka, was the Tzaddik Levracha. At that time, my son Avram, was into collecting pictures of Deir Yisrael. Whenever Gadol came to town, right? Whenever Gadol would come to town, they'd run to take pictures. So he runs there. I called my son Avram. Avram, guess what? I just saw a Pam going into Rabbi Pelkowitz's house on Caffrey. That means he'll be coming out around 15, 20 minutes. You can take a picture of him. Avram got so excited. You know, Kahari, I think he was 10 years old then. He called his friend Yair Kilson. Yair Kilson's a kosh of a doctor today. And Yair Kilson, both of them bicycled over to the house. They waited. Rapam comes out of the house. There's a great Rapam comes out of the house. He comes out of the house. He sees the boys taking pictures. Oh, wait, children, wait. He goes, fixes his tie. He closes his butter. He goes like this. He smiles. Go ahead, kids, take the picture. That's Rapam. The greatest, or the easiest with the children. If you look at Rabbi Shimon Finkelberg's wonderful biography of Rapam, there's a photo in there of Rapam standing there and smiling. You know which photo that is? That is the original photo that Avraham Mendel took over 30 years ago. That's in that book. That's Rapam. I was once sitting, I remember where I'm up to when I come back. I was once sitting in I was in a bungalow colony for many years as a child. And there was a crippled person in that bungalow. And Rabbi Moshe Feinstein would come one Friday every summer to stay in Swan Lake to visit this crippled Talmud Chacham, Reb Chaim Lubavitz. Every year was a yontif at the bungalow colony, and kids would put on their white shirts. Reb Moshe Feinstein is coming. It was a big yontif over there. The kids, a big yontif over there. And he came and he sat down next to this person, and all the other men sat around listening to the Divrei Torah of Reb Moshe in our bungalow colony. Reb Moshe, by the way, on the way out, Reb Moshe, the women stood on one side, Derech Eretz, the men on the other side. The men all shook his hand and said, Good Shabbos. He walked over to each woman and said, Good Shabbos, Good Shabbos, Good Shabbos, Good Shabbos. Moshe. The kids said, what happened? All the kids brought out their clunky cameras, those big cameras. No one imagines that today it's all to the phone. What do you know what a camera is? We the Benders used to have a guy coming to our house to take pictures because we didn't have a camera. It was too expensive. The one broken camera that never worked. What cameras? But these kids brought out their clunky cameras and they started snapping pictures of Moshe. And each snap was like a little clunk and clink and clunk and clink. So there was one elderly man, he never says, kid, stop already. Ramesha says, Ramesha, Ish Maisha Anav Ma'id, Mikala Adam Al Shapnei Adama, Ish Maisha Anav Ma'id. What a great man Ramesha was, and Anivos. I know a story where somebody called out Maishi across the street. Ramesha says, yeah, how can I help you? Appears like we're yelling out to their child. So Ramesha, but he knew why they can't take pictures. So this man says, come on, kids, let's stop already. You know what Ramesha did? He says, fixes his tie, same thing to Palm. Fixes his tie, goes like this, God, kids take pictures. And he smiled and they snapped and snapped and snapped until they ran out of film. And those days was film. They stopped snapping. That's Ramesha. Rapam was the same way, Rapam. Tzaddik, Rapam. There's a fellow Bernie Elephant in this town. Bernie Elephant told me a very good story. He told me that Rapam was his Rebbe. He's supposed to be Messiah Kedushin. The kids, 2 weeks before, the other scholar said, is that a very hush of a person coming? They want to give him Siddur Kedushin. Well, I told my Rebbe. So he went to Rapam. Rapam said, problem, do me one favor. Give me the sixth bracha. Normally the sixth bracha is like, those who care about covet. The sixth bracha is like, almost like the pensioning bracha. He says, give me the sixth bracha. So I'm going to stand on the yichup and I'm going to say, I'm a kain. I can give you bracha. Sameach te samach reim ahuvim. Be Mesameach this wonderful young couple like you, Mesameach Adam and Chava. Baruch Atah Hashem, Mesameach Chosin V'Kala. I will have in bind the idea, Birchas Koin. That was Rapam. Zok Rapam. What's stuck in the Medrash over there, in the Rashi over there? Rashi's the Medrash was that day, all the Akaris would have cut. And all the sick people became healthy. They became gesund. Yeah, what's going on, Rabbi say? They all got healthy. That's called Shemaya Yitzhak. They're also going to be happy. So the Pshat that we learn Pshat over here is what's Pshat over here? What's Pshat over here? They got healthy because in Haschus, right? Zev, yeah. Schus of Sari Menu. Sari Menu, that's Chus. No, what a deep word. Autobiographical. Not Pshat in Haschus. HaKadosh Baruch Hu knew the psyche of Sarah. Rabbi say should pay for this Dvar Torah. It's so wonderful. He knew the psyche of Sarah. And if Sarah will have a baby and around the corner there's a childless couple, she can't be happy. Somebody else doesn't have a baby. And next door on the left is somebody. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted Sarah's simcha to be complete. The only way she'll have a complete simcha is everybody else has babies. And if someone down the block is sick, how can I be happier than having a baby if somebody's sick? No problem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I'll make everybody healthy. All that was for one reason, to make Sarah happy. Everybody should be happy. Yeah, everybody said it to Rabba. We're going into a Yom Tov Sukkot, we're in a Yom Tov Sukkot, Rabbi say. Gotta make people happy. But the mitzvah stuck, it's over there. If you're Mesameach, my people, meaning who? The Almana, Rahman, the Yasam, the Ger, if you're Mesameach them, I'll take care of your four. My four for your four. You take care of my four, I'll take care of your four, your children, your wife, your family. You sit around the table on Sukkot. I'm taping this today, Erev Sukkot. I believe this is going to be in Hoshana Rabba at night. It's okay, it's all one, it's all the same Torah, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I didn't get to where I was going at the end of Hashem. It's okay, curse of David hit me and that's it. You're sitting down by the table, Sukkot. Wow, did I do enough for other people? I was still this morning, a shulman comes over to me, he hands me a wad of bills. He says, do me a favor, I don't want no receipts. Find a poor person and give it to him. That's the way to go into Yom Tov, Rabbi say. That's the way. Curse, I tell you, Hashem, thank you. You gave me a family. Thank you, Hashem. You gave me such a beautiful family, B'liyanar. Do we thank Hashem enough? Do we thank Him for every minute? Because I'll say you can't thank every second, every breath. You can't. Because that's shaykh. It's not shaykh. But the truth of the matter is, the miracles, every single minute of the day, we breathe in oxygen, we breathe out carbon dioxide, the plants breathe in carbon dioxide, breathe out oxygen. Do we thank Hashem enough? I don't think so. So our families, our wives, our mishpachas, what a simcha. But simcha is only when you could do for other people also. It's real simcha. Yikes, I'm running out of time. That's what real simcha is all about. Let me tell you one more thing, one Dvar Torah of Zayis HaBracha, even in a higher madrega. I heard this in my Mashkiach, many years ago. What it means to look for madregas, how to grow. Madregas, how to grow in midos. V'zayis habracha asher beirach Moshe yisholikim es bnei Yisrael lifnei Moshe. V'zayis habracha asher beirach Moshe yisholikim es bnei Yisrael lifnei Moshe. V'zayis habracha asher beirach Moshe yisholikim es bnei Yisrael lifnei Moshe. What's pshat? In fact, the Arachayim HaKadosh Arichus. What's v'zois habracha? What is v'zois? This is the bracha. What's v'zois? Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov, your bracha doesn't say v'zois habracha. Also, he's the first person in Chumash, anyway, in Navi you have it, was called Ish Olakim. Why was Moshe the only one? The others didn't get the title of Ish Olakim, a godly man. And today he got the title. If they might say, Rashi says all these things happened the day he was nifta. So just then he got the title. He couldn't get the title 40 years before when he gave the Klal Yisrael Har Sinai, 3 kashas here. What's v'zois habracha? And what's Ish Olakim? Why only him? And why Punkt today? Zokter Achaim Kashem Meridike Vart. The last pasuk in Hazinu. The last pasuk before this one is Ki mineged tires haaretz. You're not going into Tzom from across, from Jordan. You're going to see Eretz Yisrael. V'sham alay savai. You can't go in. Before it says why. So you're not going in. Finally, last time Mishmar was told, you're not going in, you're not going in. What does it say about Hoshana, Rabbi? What does it say about Hoshana? Beginning of Hoshana, what does it say there? Klal Yisrael, Mishmar Menu, the main Meriva, also the main Meriva, correct? Also the main Meriva. The fifth or fourth pasuk, Hoshana. Vayisaber Hashem bi l'manchem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu got angry with me because of you. You, Klal Yisrael, you took away. It was their fault to hold that mine not going into Yisrael only because of you. So he's blaming. He has a right to blame Klal Yisrael. And now he turns around and gives a bracha to them. And what kind of bracha? So Nekama, revenge is a basic fundamental. It's a basic. Nekama is a basic fundamental. It's it. The Nekama is everything. If no kids fight, he hits him back. You gotta get the last clip. The Nekama is basic. Somebody hurts you. Torah says, no Nekama. So we have to work very, very, very hard on not being taken the Nekama. To give a bracha to someone, that did an avla to you, that ba'avled you, that's not human. It's hard enough not to take the Nekama. To give a bracha, only a getlecha mensch, a godly man, Ishel Kim, could do that. So here what Pasuk just says a minute before, you're not going to Israel, and he gives such a bracha. He's Ishel Kim. We have to try to attain that level, Rabbi say. We're going into Simcha, let's forget our pettiness against other people. Let's forget about our kindness. Forget about the Kama, let's forget about it. Let's just go out there and do the right thing. Let's go out there and do the right thing and be good to people. The Madrega giving a bracha to someone who did a bad thing to you, it's very hard, I understand that. At least not to take the Kama, to be nice, to be kind. I'm going back to the original thing I started with, the idea of Karas HaTayv, to our families, to our Rebbeim, to our parents, to Klal Yisrael. May all of you out there be Zaycha, to Yeshua's for the Chamais, Hatzlacha and Bracha. May this be gebenched year. It's been a tough year. The COVID is not pasha, the COVID-19. Difficult stuff going on. This morning we found out Chaim Kanevsky is sick. You should have a Fushlan Bekarev. It's a difficult time for everybody. Shkadosh Baruch Hu should watch over all of us. We should have a good gebenched year. I say, Tafshin Pei Aleph, over. Aleph is over. Tafshin Pei is over. Tafshin Pei Aleph should be a wonderful year for all of us. Be gebenched. Thank you for the opportunity, and Kol Tov and Hatzlacha.
The Torah calls Shavuos Chag HaBikurim. And this is based on the Pasuk. The Pasuk says, B'yom HaBikurim B'shvu HaSeichel. And the simple meaning is that it's the time of the harvest of the wheat, in which you bring the Shtei Alechem, that's the first korban which is brought in the Beis HaMikdash, and that is what the simple meaning of it is. But the question is, why didn't the Torah use a name which has something to do with Matan Torah, instead of naming it after wheat? This can be explained based on a point found in the Sefer Magas HaTorah, written by the brother of the Vilna Gaon. He writes, there's no other person is compared to a tree, as the Pasuk says, Ki Adam Eitz HaSodeh. Now, this means that the words that he speaks are the fruit of the Torah. That is why there's a pasuk in Yeshaya which calls the speech of a person Nivs Rasayim, which is more or less the same as the word Knuvas HaSodeh, the produce of the field. Because that is what the words of a person are, what he produces. If we find something in the Unclis, translates the words, Vehi Adam Nefesh Chaya, and man became a living being. And he explains the Ruach Malola. Ruach Malola means when he became capable of speech, then he was a human being. Until then, it was just a goylem, what we call it, something, what's a goylem? This is all true when a person speaks words of the Torah. But when he speaks about other matters than the words of Torah, he really is not producing exactly what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted him to do. And we say that what he's saying is no more than siach. It's called siach, meaning just a sound, like when the leaves of the tree, when there's a wind, so they go together, they make a sound. In other words, just as on Shavuos, there was a judgment on the fruit of the tree, how successful the crop will be, quality and quantity. So there is a judgment on Shavuos of his Torah, whether he will be successful and produce Torah or just remain and his words are just an empty husk. We also find the same idea in the Svarim HaKadoshim. The Shloah writes, this holy day is a day of judgment. This is exactly what we're speaking about. This is a day of judgment on what? Well, he's going to get Torah. Then brings the Toras Yaakov writes that just as on Rosh Hoshana Hashem wanted to examine and inspect the deeds of man, since it's the anniversary of his creation, similarly, on the day of Matan Torah, Hashem wanted to examine and inspect his creations and to judge the fruit of the tree. As the Mishnah in Rosh Hashanah says, the world is judged in 4 periods. Shavuos, it's judged on the fruit of the trees. This is the idea of the brother of the God. In the Sfas Emes, we find a similar idea. He writes, on this day every year, each Jew receives all of the part of the Torah, anything he's going to be mechadish. The Gemara Pesachim says, Rabbi Yosef said, if not for this day of Shavuos, how many people named Yosef are there in the marketplace? What he means literally is this day, on this day of Shavuos, upon which the Torah was given, that is when he gets a judgment. With judgment, whether he's going to, how much Torah, or how much Torah he'll be able to produce. Now we understand why the Torah calls this Yom Tov Chag HaBikurim. Since really the first fruit doesn't just mean what the tree gives, but it means much more. It means what a person, what a human being does. That is the produce of a human being. And just as the Torah never refers to Rosh Hashanah as a Yom Hadin, rather as Yom Teruah. Why is that? Because that is exactly what Rosh Hashanah is given for a person to do tshuva. The Torah refers to it as Yom Teruah, a day of arousal to tshuva, using the shofar to bring fear into his heart, because that was the sound of which was given The sound of the shofar was used to tell people that the enemy is coming. So to the Shavuos, the Torah commanded us to bring the first fruits to the Beis Hamikdash to remind us that this day the fruits are judged, but not only physical fruits, but the fruits of the human being, the fruits, the spiritual fruits of what Kodesh Baruch Hu wants us to do, which is to learn Torah. So now, we understand very well what the Sefer Tzroach HaChaim says. It's a famous old thing from one of the people that was in the Spanish Inquisition that he left. This day of Shavuos is auspicious for one to beseech and daven that he should merit to find the portion of Torah that was set aside for him in Har Sinai. And just as Moshe and all of Klal Yisrael, they received their portion of Torah, which was given to them on the day of Shavuos, and so the same thing for us. This is a quote from the Sfas Emes. What this means is that even though the Torah was given to every single Jewish person's portion of its own potential, it's not enough. You received the portion potentially, but you got to work very, very hard. All kinds of tefillas, all kinds of work. So you should be the same chelkeinu b'sevasecha, our portion in Torah. So we got the portion already, but we just have to see to it that we can bring it by our hard work and our heartfelt tefillas. We have to bring it into fruition. And you should know that there's a very important point made in the Sefer HaChasidim. It says that one who makes a request of Hashem for something that will bring honor to his Creator, such as Limud HaTorah, then what happens is that if he pours out his soul davening for it, even if he doesn't really merit it, but his tefillas will be answered. That's clear, and very clearly said, but what does he mean by pouring out your heart? And I think that that you can understand what he means by seeing a Gemara in Seches Temurah that tells us that Yavas, you know who that was? That was the brother of Yeshua, davened with all his heart that he should be able to be zeicha to have atzlacha in Torah. And he said that his tefillas will not be answered. He doesn't want to live. And the Gemara says his tefillas were answered. Rashi explains, because why? Because kol ha-moisar atzmoi lachzor achar Torah mimalen noishei loisor, which means one who gives himself over completely, that all he wants is Torah, his request will be fulfilled. And this is extremely important for us to internalize this idea. In fact, you know, if you look at the tefillas of Abba Rabba and Abba Soilom, they say by night and by day, it's very clearly said there. It's said, what do we say in those tefillas? Hein chayeinu v'orech yameinu. Only the Torah is our life, and nothing else has any value for us. And the Rabba also says the same thing. You have an eternal love to your nation, the Jewish people you have loved. You gave to us. That's because he loves us so much. Therefore, what is the greatest gift he could give to us? That's what he could give to us. And that was Torah. That's what we say. Have mercy on us, please, HaKadosh Baruch Hu have mercy on us to see that we do what's the most important thing in the world, and in our whole lives and everything for a Yid, to give him Torah. The Sefer is Sha'ar Yisod writes. It's a meaning known, of course, that in all the yeshivas we do this, that there's you've got to say that with great concentration, deep concentration, on Shavuos, the bracha of our Rabba. That is, of course, based on all we're saying. With all your heart. And it's told of the Chazon Ish that on Shavuos, when he got to the bracha of Rabba, his entire body started shaking. He broke down in tears because he understood that this is what HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving to us. Only HaKadosh Baruch Hu can give it to us. It's too high for us to Torah. But to get the deep understanding of Torah, that is HaKadosh Baruch Hu's matana to us. So I give you the bracha, and you should be zoiche on this day to daven with all your hearts. You should come to true understanding of the greatness of the Torah. Nothing else in the world compares to it. And someone who internalizes this thought will certainly go Mila, and become a great Talmid Chacham. I did it. So not even 12, not even 5.
Rav Moshe, welcome. It'll be just a few minutes until 9:30. The other shir ended a little early, so let's give a few minutes for people to enter.
Fine, no problem.
Baruch Hashem, it's set up that it's screening on the website and on Torah Anytime in the United States. And there'll be a second screening as well. So in Yirtzeh Hashem, hundreds of people will get to see it in the course of tonight. Okay, I'm going to be going to another room to introduce another one of the speakers, and I'll let Rev Horn, Talmud of Rav Moshe, introduce him, but I just wanted to thank him personally, Rav Moshe Shlita, for being with us this evening and sharing Torah. Thank you very much for being such a wonderful teacher to all of Klal Yisrael, and I leave it to Rav Horn for the official introduction.
Thank you for organizing this event and putting all the effort under the circumstances.
Thank you.
The truth is, I'm not sure it's necessary introduction after Vayichan opened up, but it's really wonderful schus to have one of the major Gedolei Torah, Rashi Yeshiva, from Yeshiva that I personally learned at, here with us to share inspiring words and to share Divrei Torah and Divrei Chizuk from a long yichus of Gedolim, and it's really just a wonderful pleasure to have special opportunity to have the opportunity to hear Divrei Torah from Rav Moshe Lichtenstein.
Okay, I have the green light, I take it. Tov, I'll begin actually with halachic sugya, and you can decide later whether it has hashkafic verifications or not. Essentially, I want to do two things. First of all, teach a few lines in the Gemara, the opening lines of Masechet Ta'anit. Secondly, to of course explain, because of Mashmach Moed Geshem, if you have the sources handy, so let's for the moment just look at the beginning, the opening lines of Masechet Ta'anit, and see what's going on over there. Okay, the Mishnah begins with this. From when you start saying Mashmach Moed Geshem, Memesai Meskin Gvus Geshamim, Revezam Yom Tvisha Shel Chag, Bishom Yom Tavachon Shel Chag. And so we have if you start from first day Sukkot or Shmini Atzeres. What's more important for you at the moment, though, is less the particulars, meaning the first day or the last day, but rather the Gemara's discussion of the first word. Let's go back to the Gemara. If you have it in front of you, and I hope you do. Memasai implies that you already know that you say Mashmach Moed Geshem, like Gvuz Geshem is a given. The only question is from when. And we have, of course, a very similar Gemara in the first lines of the Shas. The first lines of the Shas talk about the Memasai current Shema. All over there, Shema is self-evident. Here, it's a bit less. And so the Gemara asks here, Memasai, what does the Mishnah refer to, or what is the Mishnah based upon? What is the previous text the Mishnah is referring to? So it's just Tana Hasamkai, and we're talking about the Mishnah Brachos. The Katani Masim Gvuz Geshem Itches HaMeisim, V'Shalim B'Virkas HaShan Yevdoch HaNadas It's a Mishnah in Brachos, which discusses the various additions to Shemona Esrei. One of them is Mashriach Moed Geshem, Talmud. The third is Atachal Tanu. And so the Mishnah there states Mazkirin Gvurz Geshamim. So the Mishnah states the fact that you say Mashriach Moed Geshem, and therefore the Mishnah Tanis can now come and fill the details. Now, of course, that creates one major problem, that by the time you studied, I'd say, a quarter of the Shas, you've gone through Bracha, Shabbos, Erev, Psachim, and so on and so forth, and you've gone through Yoma and Sukkah as well. You find that in Tanis, you may not remember the Mishnah Brachos. If you do, you won't realize or recognize that the Mishnah in Tanis is referring all the way back to a Mishnah which we encountered hundreds of datim before. So, of course, it's not my question. The Gemara asked this question. If you want to refer to Mishnah Brachos, this should have been in Brachos. We should have had it in Brachos Daf Amud Gimel and not in Tanis Daf Beis. Okay, my Shna Deshavke Adhacha. Why wait until here? So the Gemara answers, but however, the answer, though, we will not discuss now. The answer we will discuss towards the end. There is another 25 minutes or so. Okay, now, having said that, and basically presented one question, meaning the Mishnah Tanis was basing itself upon, and noticing in light of the Gemara that apparently it's not the Mishnah Brachos, we'll just add an additional point over here relating to that, and then move forward into Masechet Tanis. This is one question, and the Rev wrote quite a lot about this, whether you view the various inserts in Shemona Esrei as an integral part of Shemona Esrei, or you view them as basically something which is added on, but it's not really part of Shemona Esrei integrally. For instance, you say Nachem on Tisha B'Av, or you say Anein and Tanis. These basically are part of Shemona Esrei. In the Rosh terminology, these are based upon the Gemara's statement that Baruch Hashem Yom Yom you try to make the bracha relevant to a particular situation. So if it's Tisha B'Av, you're talking about Yerushalayim in general. You talk about Yerushalayim in the context of Tisha B'Av. If you have Birkas Modim and it's Chanukah Purim, you talk about Hodah in the specific context of Purim and Purim and Chanukah, and not only the more generic Hodah for all the Chasadim the year over, and so on and so forth. And this is contrasted with, so to speak, external insertions, which really stand alone and not integrate the Shemona Esrei. For instance, Yalav Yavo. Okay, I'm just mentioning this now. We will get back to this a bit more towards the end. Okay, now I'd like to really start the share in a sense and post a few questions of Mashriach Moed Geshem. Let's start for the most obvious one, which is why in the world start saying Mashriach Moed Geshem in the middle of the Yom Tov? Why start from Musaf? Normally, we start any Haskara from Mariv. If you have a need to mention something in Shemona Esrei because it is unique to this date, you begin in the evening. We do this about Yalav Yavo, we do this about Melech HaKadosh, and we do this about everything else. You always start in the evening. Over here, all of a sudden, you have this unique phenomenon. You start saying something in Musaf. Now, the Gemara discusses various opinions in Tanaim, and the Gemara has one option at least that you may say from the evening. But the Gemara concludes it's from the morning, and then only questions from Shachris or from Musaf. And of course, at the end of the day, not only is there opinion Tanaim that you say from Musaf, that's also what we paskin. We've been doing for hundreds of years already. And the obvious question is, what's going on over here? Why start a Haskara for the middle of the day? Let me now add another point to this question. Presumably, we start saying Mashriach Moed Geshem because of the change of the seasons. and the Yimosa Kayitza, Yimosa Chamar over, and now Yimosa Kshamim begin. Since the rainy season begins on Shmini Atzeres, and the summer is over, so now you switch from Merdatal or from nothing, and you begin saying Mashmach Merda Geshem. Mashmach Merda Geshem, we begin to recite because it's the beginning of the winter, or Yimosa Kshamim in the more accurate phrase for Yisrael. If it's Yimosa Kshamim and they begin, so start in the evening. In other words, the rain doesn't. It's not such a cutoff that the rain begins at 10 a.m. every Shmini Atzeres. We're talking about a season, and since seasons and dates and halacha begin from the evening, we should presumably start from Ma'ariv Shmini Atzeres. Okay, that is problem number one. Now, the Yerushalmi addresses this question. If you take a look at the source sheet again and you scroll down to the Yerushalmi, V'yazkir mi ba'erev. So Yerushalmi asks, once more, nothing I'm asking here really is original. I'm just taking a few questions and pointing them out. So Yerushalmi asks, V'yazkir mi ba'erev. You should begin reciting at night. So what's the answer? Les kol ama taman. Not everyone comes to shul Yom Tov night. Presumably the shuls were far out. They were not quite accessible like shuls used to be until a few months ago. And the Yerushalmi assumes, even though it's Yom Tov night, not everyone makes it to shul. So it's better to wait for the next morning. The Yaskir b'shachris. So the Yerushalmi says people may be in error if you start shachris. I think we began the previous evening, and then next year they'll make a mistake. I'm skipping here a bit. Okay, no, actually, let's leave it at this. So the kids in the Yerushalmi has like this: V'yaskim be'erev, let's call Amma Taman. V'yaskim b'shachris. So mention shachris. No, people may make an error. So then we postpone from the evening to the morning because of lack of attendance in shul. We postpone from shachris to musaf, so people will be confused, and we start musaf. Okay, the cheshbon makes sense. There's a similar cheshbon, by the way, by shofar. Shofar is the same by shofar. Why do we blow shofar after shachris from the beginning of musaf, and we don't blow earlier? One of the answers there also is let's call amataman. People come late to shul. And the obvious question is, fine, I understand people come late. Would we not start saying Yalav Yavo, Pesach night, or Sukkot night, or Leil Shmini Atzeres? Would we not say Yalav Yavo because everyone's in shul? Will we not begin saying Melech HaKadosh and on Rosh Hoshana night because maybe not everyone is there? No, if everyone's not there, that's their problem. We can't dictate the calendar based upon people's attendance in shul. If now is the right time to say it, if you should say Al Nisim first night Chanukah, it doesn't matter whether 10 people come to Ma'ariv or 100 people come to Ma'ariv. You should say Al Nisim because Chanukah requires Al Nisim, etc., etc. In other words, Yerushalmi's rationale cannot explain why we postpone from the evening to the morning. If we assume it's an integral part of tefillah. In other words, if now is the right time, if the rainy season has begun, if Shmini Atzeres requires Mashmach the Geshem, why wait until the morning? It doesn't matter what the reason is. Okay, this is, in other words, simply put, Yerushalmi's answers basically make sense only if you assume there's no real obligation to say Mashmach the Geshem in the evening or the morning. If there's no real obligation, you can play around with it. But there's a real obligation, so then the fact that the shul is not full is irrelevant. Now, let's go back to Yerushalmi for a moment. Another line over there. It's the third line. The Yachid cannot mention it until the Chazan does. What's the same question? Can the Yachid not say Melech HaKadosh until the Chazan says Melech HaKadosh? Or can the Yachid not say should a Yachid not say Al Nisim because the Shlech Tzibur Al Nisim? It's the exact same problem. But nevertheless, Yerushalmi says that the Yachid should not say Mashiach before the Shlech Tzibur did. To compound things, take a look if you still have the source sheet to the one after the Yerushalmi, the Raviyah. Raviyah begins discussing what exactly does the Yerushalmi mean. He has a few options. I'm skipping down about halfway through. It's actually more than that. It's about 2/3 way down. Ubeseder of Amram Kosav. Shlachash Yizkar Shlech Tzibur b'Musaf. Maschina Am b'Tfilsa Mincha. Mashruch Morda Geshem. In other words, he quotes here Minhag, and is later on a big balagan Shulchan Aruch exactly to figure out how we paskin based upon this Raviyah. Do you does the Tzibur, does the Yichidim, do they say Mashiach Baruch from Musaf because it's the tefillah the Chazan will begin, or since the Chazan hasn't said Chazos Hashatz yet, so they will start Mincha. And Musaf you say Mori Datal, in Chazos Hashatz you'll say Geshem. Then in Mincha people start saying Mashiach Baruch Mori the Geshem, meaning you have a disparity between the Chazan and the Tzibur. The whole idea of Chazos Hashatz is for the Shatz to say the Shemona Esrei, the people should be saying. Right? Presumably, Chazos Hashatz is to be Motzi the Yachidei Chova. At any rate, if Musaf is the right time, if Musaf is the starting point for Mashiach Morda Geshem, start everybody. That was the Yichidim should also from Musaf. And if it's not, so the Shlech Tzibur should also wait. How can you have a tefillah which the Shlech Tzibur says one thing and the Tzibur says something else? What's more, we have nothing else, there's nothing comparable to this, in all the tefillahs. What's more, what's going on? Let's go back to the Raviyah for a moment. This is about halfway through, maybe a little above the halfway mark. V'yeshen noagim shach kriyas aktorah v'kadish miyad r'shlech tzibur b'kol ram mashiv roch moita geshem shubazech shlech tzibur gamam kulam mispan b'lacha shemagin umicha mashiv roch moita geshem v'chelet Shem Perush ben Chanana Perush badakti lo matzasi. He quotes here a minhag that you don't say geshem during Chazos Hashatz. Rather, after we turn the Sefer Torah to the Aron, prior to Chazos Hashatz, right after V'nucha Yomar, instead of saying Kaddish, you say Geshem, and after Geshem, you say Kaddish, and then begin Tefillah B'Lachash. By the way, this is not such an esoteric minhag. In my childhood in Yerushalayim, most of the shuls in Yerushalayim would daven like that. The shul I davened with until I got married used to have Geshem always before Chazos Hashatz, right after Achnas Sefer Torah. To this very day, there's still shuls in Yerushalayim. It's less prevalent now than it was in the past, but still a minhag which is alive and kicking. And in other words, this is not even part of Shemona Esrei, which gets back to the opening lines of Masech that we saw before. Okay, let me now suggest, and we'll compass with the Gemara in a moment, that in light of all this, Mashiv Ruach Moita Geshem has to be understood differently. I'll say like this. First of all, it apparently is not the beginning of the rainy season per se. If we were adjusting our tefillot to adapt themselves to the beginning of Masech Shamim, it would be from the evening. Anytime you transition to a date, to a season, you begin in the evening. That's how halakhic time works. The calendar begins in the evening. If you don't do it in the evening, and you don't say it in all tefillos, and the Yusham is willing to debate, Shachris, yes, like Shachris Musaf, Mincha, Shachris. No, it's simple. It's like starting to pick a leaves. Which one you finally choose? And apparently, this is the whole different halacha. Halacha is mashmach where the geshem has to be said once during Shmini Atzeres. Or essentially, you need a ceremony of saying mashmach where the geshem as part of Shmini Atzeres. And it's analogous, if you want, to Yalav Yava on Rosh Chodesh. Now, Rosh Chodesh, and the Rav wrote about this extensively in one of the Abamari volumes. Yalav on Rosh Chodesh is unlike Yalav Yava on Pesach or in Sukkot and the like. Pesach and Sukkot, you say every tefillah start from the night, and you have to be chodesh in the night. Rosh Chodesh, the basic idea is to say once during the day, Yalav Yava. The Rav connected it to Kisha Chodesh, whatever the reason is, that in the sense of the paradigm of Rosh Chodesh. And say very soon what's happening over here. You really have to say Mashmach Moed Geshem once in Shmini Atzeres. Or you have to begin, and it's now why I would suggest this is part to do with the fact that Sukkos and Shmini Atzeres, you need it basically is the din of the mayim. Right? B'chag nidonim al mayim, and on Sukkos it's yom adin for water, rain, precipitation, and because of that, so you need to have a tefillah which addresses the issue of geshem. But this is not simply because it's not simply because now Shmini Atzeres will say geshem. It's a separate kiyum of tefillah on geshem at the beginning of the winter, or the beginning on Shmini Atzeres, and this tefillah on geshem is done in Shmini Atzeres as an independent kiyum, not as part of the tefillah. There's a kiyum, it's kiyum din. There's a din on now. This is why the Gemara equates it in the beginning of Sechet Tais, the Beis and with Beis, to lulav and this is chamayim. Right? The Gemara tells us that lulav comes to be miratz el hamayim. In other words, part of the kiyum of Sukkot is to address water issues and to express our dependence, our thanksgiving, our hopes and prayers for the future through lulav, but the water through nisuch hamayim, through tefillah. If lulav is tefillah through an object, if nisuch hamayim is tefillah through an object, so geshem is tefillah, verbal tefillah. It's oral tefillah, the way tefillah normally is. And there's a key of Shmini Atzeres to be spelled on the geshem. Now, moreover, it may very well be a kiyum tzibur. Because the kiyum tzibur, so Shlech Tzibur's role is crucial here. It may also be, and I'll just mention this without discussing it now, that it relates, since we want kapara, it may relate to the Musaf specifically. You have an analogous question regarding shofar and Rosh Hoshana. Is the shofar Rosh Hoshana coincidentally by Musaf, the way the Bible seems to present it, or is it intrinsically connected to Musaf the way the Yerushalmi and Rosh Hoshana has? Here too, you can ask, maybe it's just not because people come late to shul, but rather because you want the kiyum of Tfilas HaGeshem to be associated with the Korban Musaf. Either way, there's a special independent kiyum of Tefillah on Geshem and Shmini Atzeres, which is not because we've begun the rainy season. It's because part of the Kedushas Hayom of Shmini Atzeres relates to this. Let me now introduce a Gemara which will express this very strongly. If you go back to the source sheet, it's the Gemara in Avdala Mudbeis. There are two of them there, I think. It's the top one. It's amazing Gemara. The Gemara asks, what do you do about Yom Tov Sheni? Problem is, since we begin midday, so we say on Shmini Atzeres, Geshem, we say Mashmach Moed Geshem, Musaf and Mincha. Now I come, Leil Simchas Torah, I come now to Ma'ariv, and Ma'ariv and Shmini Atzeres has no Geshem. So should I continue saying Geshem, or should I dial back and say about Moed Tal again? I've gone, the Bible asks this question. I'm not this Trey Yom Yechav Dinan. So Rav says exactly what I said before. Essentially, the kiyum is once during the day. You say it in Musaf, and you posek in Mincha, and Avis, and Shachris. You really need to, it has to be done once. Same way, you take a lulav once a day, you blow shofar once a day, you say geshem once a day. It's a mitzvah hayom. It's not a part of tefillah. It has to be in all the tefillahs. This is a mitzvah hayom. And so you say it once a day. Let's go back to the Yerushalmi, to the Bavli. Shmuel says, "Amo Shmuel pugim le'aba chash asito kodesh tasei uchol." Amo Shmuel match musaf u'mincha u'pozek arvis v'shach u'match musafim. So Shmuel says, "Akash asito arvis tasei uchol kodesh tasei uchol." What does Shmuel want? Rav never said it's chol. Rav said something else. Rav says it once a day. Assuming I don't say Mashmach Moed Geshem Mincha, does that make Shmuel says Vachadik? Does it make it Chol? Apparently, Shmuel thinks that saying Mashmach Moed Geshem is not simply adjusting the tefillah to the season and the rain. It's not adjusting it to the change of the seasons. It's the expression of Kedushas Hayom. And once you express the Kedushas Hayom and Shmi Atzeres of relating to Geshem, you cannot change that anymore. Once Kedushas Hayom has discussed the Geshem, it's that's the expression of Kedusha, and you can make it a Chol. Now, however, you can go back to the evening. Once more, as I said before, if simply the season was beginning, the season is totally uninfluenced by Yom Tov Sheni. Yom Tov Sheni relates to Minhag, to Kedushas Hayom. At the end of the day, Yom Tov Sheni doesn't make it, because Yom Tov Sheni, even if I say Yom Tov Sheni, I recreate Tesvav or Chav Beis, I don't, no matter what I think about how Yom Tov Sheni exactly works, clearly all that is true only about how you celebrate the Yom Tov. If the rainy season begins on the first day, the fact that there's the halacha Yom Tov Sheni doesn't change the rainy season. The rainy season isn't dialed back because we now have a minhag Yom Tov Sheni. If the rainy season begins on Shmi Atzeres, it stays even though we have a second Yoma. So clearly, the Rav and Shmuel, at the very least, understand that Mashmach Moed Geshem is not an issue of the Kedushas Hayom. Excuse me, not an issue of it's an expression of Kedushas Hayom. This is a Kiyum Shmini Atzeres. Now, why? Because Shmini said before, Shmini says the conclusion of Sukkos, and Sukkos includes Din and the Mayim, and Lulav relates to the Mayim, and Nusach HaMayim relates to the Mayim, and Hoshana relates to the Mayim. Now, in the conclusion of Sukkos, you have to you now not only model she'avar, you mispal on the asid. Not do you thank for what you got last year, but you also beg and request for next year. Like what we always say, model she'avar, mispal asid, and therefore part of the expression of Sukkot as a chag of the Mayim is by requesting a special tefillah, and this is the Rosh Shmini Atzeres. And the Kedushas Hayom therefore comes by saying Musaf. So the Shlech Tzibur, the Kiyum Tzibur, says it in Musaf. And now, according to one opinion, according to Amram Gaon, we can say it only from Mincha. No problem. Okay, now, very briefly, since we're running out of time, let's go back to the beginning of Maseches Tanis again. Go back to the first source, to the Gemara. Tada Heichakai, right? If it doesn't discuss brachos, so the Gemara said no, because it's too far away, it's too distant. Now, as I said before, had Tana Hasam Kai meant brachos, that would have meant that Mashmach Moed Geshem is integrated to Tefillah. Mashmach Moed Geshem is part of Tefillah, like Nachem, like a name, like Alanisim, and therefore it would have been appended to brachos. But since we've seen now, it's not part of Tefillah. This is not adjusting the Tefillah to the date. This is an independent kiyum. So now we basically disconnect it from Tefillah. And we say, Ela, Tanem Rosh Hoshana Salik, Ditzanan, Ubachad, Nidorim Hamayim. It doesn't belong to Maseches Brachos, it belongs to Seder Moed. It's not a kiyum Tefillah, it's a kiyum the Moed. And therefore it's attached to the Mishnah and Rosh Hoshana. Now, the Rav Yos minhag I told you before is still knowing in certain communities. That minhag is the ultimate expression of this. It's divorce of Shemona Esrei. You say it's standalone. It's not any tefillah. It's said on its own. But even if we reject that minhag and we integrate it into Chazal Shatz, that's simply to place it someplace. But the basic idea that's not part of the tefillah, and therefore the Yachid doesn't have to say, no, the Shech Tzibur will say it, is true and all. And that's what the Gemara is saying. Tana heicha kai, not a brachos which would have meant to kill tefillah, and then would have had to begin from the previous evening, and you couldn't create any daylight between the Shech Tzibur and the Tzibur, and you couldn't have a minute to say it before Shemona Esrei, and you couldn't on Yom Tov Sheni go backwards. You would have had to continue straightforward the way we do Halacha L'Maisa based upon Rabbi Yochan's opinion. All these things I showed, though, that it's not integrated, it begins midday, etc., etc. All this is because it's basically Kim the Yom and not the Tefillah. And that's exactly what the Gemara is trying to tell us in its own subtle way. The Gemara says, Tonas Amkai, and the Mishnah Brachos, Vilitni Hasam, and there would be a Kim and Tefillah Enachanami. Why did it leave Seder Zerayim and wait till Seder Moed? The answer is because he wanted to incorporate Mashmar Geshem, not in Maseches Brachos, but Seder Moed, and therefore it's part of Rosh Hoshana, or to put it differently, it's part of the Mitzvahs Hayom and the Kedushas HaRegel, which is why Shmuel says that if it's Yom Tov Sheni, you have to make sure the Mashmar Geshem expresses the Kedushas Hayom and does not express Hilchos Tefillah. Okay, now, just to conclude, I'll add the final sentence. All this is true of Shmini Atzeres. Shmini Atzeres last day is Sukkos, meaning the rainy season really starts the day afterwards. Shmini Atzeres is not the first day of the new year, it's the last day of the old year, or the old season. Really, in the last agricultural season is over in Shmini and Sukkos, Shmini Atzeres. Shmini Atzeres is the last day of this season. And therefore, as part of the last day of the season, so before you thank for the past, and you request and you supplicate for the future. However, this is all true in Shmini Atzeres. If you now move forward to the next day, Isru Chag already is the beginning of the rainy season. And from there on, indeed, you say it because of Maseches Brachos reasons. There's the whole year round, we say it because we have to make the tefillah adjusted to the season. And that's why the Mishnah Brachos mentions it. And that's why from there on, you say it from the evening, but before, the Shmini says itself is different. Now, you could ask me, or you could have two questions, which I don't have time to answer. I'll just mention them. What about Pesach? Is the same thing happens in Tal as well. In Misvar, there may be a difference between Geshem and Tal. L'maisa, there isn't. You just have to think of that on your own. And also the question of you forget, conceivably, there may have been more to be made if you forget Mashmar Geshem and Shmini Atzeres, then from Matzah Shmini Atzeres onwards, once more, because of lack of time, I can't address that. Just think it over on your own. Chag kosher v'sameach, Gemar Tov, and thank you very much.
So again, to Rav Lichtenstein, thank you very much for sharing your time and your Divrei Torah. I wanted to introduce Rav Aaron Kahn, who is a distinguished and Rosh Yeshiva of Yeshiva Yitzchak Hanan of Yeshiva University, a first-class Talmid Chacham, someone well-rounded and really just inspiring in all the areas that he talks in, and they're so vast. I'm not going to take any more time. I'm going to let everyone enjoy, with no further ado, Rav Aaron Kahn.
Yeshikayach, and it's a special zchus, and the name Vayichan is an extraordinary name, Kish Echad B'Leiv Echad, and we are in very great need of achdus at this moment. The corona has managed to create a lot of pirud halavavos, unfortunately, and I think that everyone l'cha'ora means l'shem shamayim, but machloikas l'shem shamayim is soifel heskayim. That isn't necessarily always a very good thing. Rabbi say the topic is the arava. Now we know that the Arava is the least, in a sense, of the four meaning, without which we cannot be Mekayim Mitzvahs Lulav. And the Arava represents that which is B'loi Tam u B'loi Reach. And what's remarkable is that that same Arava, which remains B'loi Tam B'loi Reach, no one is adding any sugar or honey to it, becomes such a central aspect of Hoshana Rabba, which in itself is an extraordinary day in so many ways. And it's in similarity to Yom Kippur, is on many levels. And the Arava is central to that Nakuda. So what's the Arava all about, Bichlal? What's this idea of beating the Arava, if in fact we're supposed to beat the Arava? The Arava, what kind of a din is it? Where does it come from? We need several hours to discuss the Arava Bishlei Musa. But let us at least start. Let's begin. The Tshuvas Hagoynim, Shari Tshuva Siman Shin Mem. Shari Tshuva is one of the collections of the Tshuvas Hagoynim. And they always write Bekitzur Nimratz. Ushesha'altem li'inyan arava, shechayftem oisa bekarka mahu. This idea that you beat the arava on the karka, what is that all about? Mahu. Hochi chazinon, the arava doime l'sfasayim. Uba'a l'chaper alehem. The arava is doime to the lips, uba'a l'chaper alehem. Mikan v'hola, yitain be'ofa pihu ula yesh tikva. So I don't know what it means, mikan v'hola. It's interesting. After Hoshana Rabba, mikan v'hola, yitain be'ofa pihu, a pasuk in Eicha, Pere Gimel pasuk chavtes, yitain be'ofa pihu, he shall place be'ofa in the earth. Pihu, his mouth, ula yesh tikva, maybe there's hope. So this is the remarkable thing about the Arava, that because the Arava is domelis fasayim, so the Arava is beaten. And it's beaten is a symbol, it expresses the idea, yitain v'ofa piyu. I would wanted to discuss that on several levels for a moment. You know, we have, particularly after the Churban Beis HaMikdash, we have a big problem because the kapara of Yom HaKippurim is Ika Chosim and HaSefer. You know very well that there are 2 days where we say Lishon Haba B'Yerushalayim at the end. One of them is Pesach night, and the other one is Yom Kippur. And they both have the same reason. Because in both of these days, Ika Chosam in HaSefer, the main element of Pesach night, the Seder night, should have been the Korban Pesach. No question about it. And the Korban Pesach is missing. You know, Korban Pesach is missing, you have to say Lishon Haba B'Yerushalayim. The Avodas Kohen Gadol of Yom Kippurim is missing. It's a central aspect of the kapara of Yom Kippurim. The whole avodah of the Kohen Gadol. There's myriad issues and manifestations, meanings and significances. You have to have the avodas Kohen Gadol Yom Kippurim, and we don't have it. Mipnei chatoeinu golinu me'atzenu, and therefore we say Lishon Haba B'Yerushalayim. But this was true even Bizman Shebeis HaMikdash Kayim Kal V'chomer today, that Yom Kippur is particularly a day that we require our mouths. Because the tshuva that is necessary, ein vidui ela b'peh, no matter, even though it's a kiyum shebelev, without a doubt, it's fundamentally a kiyum shebelev, it's something that we have to feel in every fiber of our being, we have to do tshuva, but nevertheless, we have to utter it with our mouths. There's something about the koach b'peh. The koach of Klal Yisrael is b'peh, and particularly when the Beis HaMikdash is already charev, the whole of Yom Kippur, our avodah, is reduced to koachenu b'peh. I believe that that's the reason that Kol Nidre suddenly took such a central role. We have many minhagim, but there's something unique about Kol Nidre. It lent its name to the night of Yom Kippur. The person says, what time is Kol Nidre? When are you going to Kol Nidre? And it is the first thing, but it's not just because it's the first thing. It sort of identifies. We identify with Kol Nidre as something essential to Yom Kippur. And the biggest proof is that the chazonos of Kol Nidre in all the different minhagim, Ashkenazim and Sfardim alike, there's a certain nigun, and it's unique and it's special, and there's a lot of talk about Kol Nidre and its relevance and its validity. But I think the most important, the simplest explanation, the most important aspect of Kol Nidre is not so much the Hatoras Nedarim Shabo, but the idea behind the Hatoras Nedarim. We are going to use our mouths, Ashamnu, Bagadnu, Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, all the piyutim, all the slichos, Hashem, Hashem, Kerachim, V'chanun, over and over again. At night, by Ne'ilah, according to many, in every tefillah, it's all bapeh. The whole of Yom Kippur's avoda is 24 hours of bapeh. And you have to confirm at the very outset that you are committed to the value of what comes out of your mouth. Now, there are many ways of doing that. But the way we do it is by guaranteeing that we are not guilty of what we've said, and that we are not glib about what we are going to say. And that's where Kol Nidre comes in, Bein L'Sha'ava, Bein L'Haba. It's kind of a Mesiras Modah, not just about our Nedarim and Shvuos and Charomim and so on. It's a Mesiras Modah about what we're all about on Yom Kippur. So the whole of Yom Kippur is Bapeh. Now there's a big problem with something that is our Koach, because if Ein Kochenu Ela Bapeh, there's a possibility that a person should come to the conclusion, which he feels confident that Yom Kippur was a Hatzlacha. That's kind of, we did it. We did it, we accomplished it. And that's because we davened well. That's because we said the right words. That's because we went over the avodah of the Kohen Gadol on Yom Kippur. And we lamented its loss. This possibility of becoming a Baal Gaiva from Yom Kippur. It's an interesting idea, but there's a possibility, Kechu imachem dvarim v'shuvu el Hashem. And we've done it. There's a certain confidence at the end of Yom Kippur. There's a certain feeling we did something, we accomplished something. And that could lead to a certain level of gaiva. And it is particularly the Hoshana Rabba connection to Yom Kippur, the Hoshana Rabba extension of Yom Kippur, where we do something that we could not afford possibly to do on Yom Kippur, and that is to deny our peh, to reduce our peh to dust, to beat the peh to the ground. And it's remarkable. Yitain offer pihu ula yesh tikva. There is a very, very remarkable thing about the human being, that language, in the fullest measure of what language is. Today, scientists try so hard to make us into animals that one of the ways they do that is by making all the animals have language. And it's true, there's a concept of language amongst animals, which is not a chiddush of the scientists. It's mentioned in the Medrash and in Chazal many times. But the purpose is to reduce us. But the uniqueness of our capacity of language and our self-awareness and the way we use language to describe and to relate and to connect and to analyze and to digest the world and dissect it and determine its varieties of aspects and nuances. This is unique to the human being. And that's the pshat Vahi ha'adam lenefesh chaya, which the Targum famously says, what is lenefesh chaya? L'ruach memalala, miyamalel, v'das fasai bror malolo. L'ruach mamala means a spirit that is capable of speech. That is what a human being is. And that's the godless of the human being. That's his maila over the domem and the tzomeach and the chai. He's a medaber. That's how that category, medaber, defines a human being. He has the ability to communicate. He has the ability to define things. He has the ability to formulate things in words, in language. In the multifarious aspects of language, he has the ability to build and create and to do. And there's a tremendous amount of power in language. And that's the koyach b'peh. The lashon. Lashon can be lashon tov and lashon ra. You can destroy with lashon and you can build with lashon. You can build a person up and you can make him into ashes. The koyach of the adam b'peh is so enormous that it perhaps defines who we are b'chlal. Comes along a Yom Kippur and it, in a sense, emphasizes that, almost exaggerates it, especially when the Beis HaMikdash is no longer. Because all there is words and words and words and words. And we come on Hoshana Rabba and we modulate. We have a subtlety here. Yes, words are very wonderful, very important. Torah is words, tefillah is words. But words can make a person feel that he is great. It can make a person lose his balance, and it's a form of koichi ve'otzam yodi osuli esachayil hazeh. Look what I have accomplished. Look at my language. Look at my poetry. Look at my piyutim. Look at the koyach that I said with my vidui, ashamdun al chet, and the various formulations, Ana Hashem, and our ability to relate to HaKadosh Baruch Hu with language. This is all wonderful. This is all essential. But it's also giving us the possibility that because we gained kapara through these words, we have this feeling that we are almost invincible. We have language. Our avodah dafka, accomplished the kapara. That's the mistake that we could make. Shana Rabbah comes at the end, and it is the last day, technically speaking, of Yeshiva Sukkah, Basukos Teishu Shivas Yomim. If the Sukkah is there, Basukos Teishu Shivas Yomim, the Sukkah, the Tzila de Mehem Nusa, amongst many other aspects and significance of what Sukkah is all about, is definitely the humility that comes from going into Golus. Now, Golus isn't merely a kapara. Or why is Golus a kapara? Because you're reduced. You lose your trappings, you lose your familiarity, your surroundings, your friends, your support system. Without that support system, you are much less than you could be. And because of that, you're much more humble. People who no longer have the confidence of being in their home, where they have a solid roof, when even in the figure of speech, when somebody says, when he's asked, how's your parnasa going? He says, Baruch Hashem, I have a roof over my head. That's expression. I have a roof over my head. When the roof over your head is psoilas goyim v'yekev, and it could rain in, and there could be a concept of mitzvah. Mitzvah is potem in Asukah, yes, but there's a concept of mitzvah. You see, in your roof at home, if a leak develops, you're hysterical. But that's what a sukkah is. A sukkah is because you're really dependent be'etzem on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's not koichi v'yotzem yodi. So the roof over your head is not such a simple roof over your head. It really is instead your trust in HaKadosh Baruch Hu that's over your head. And because of that, going through those 7 days, you come to the moment where you're capable. This is what I believe. I believe that Sukkah prepares a person for the chibut arava of Hoshana Rabbah, that the Gaonim we're talking about. Yitain la'afar piu ula yesh tikva. It's very interesting, ula yesh tikva. Because you see, a lot of times, what we do symbolically remains a symbol. It doesn't necessarily translate into our transformation, even if we understand the symbolism. The problem here is not that we don't know what it's all about. The Gaonim told us what it's all about. There are Sfarim that teach us what Chibud Arava is. And they deal with the humility of a person. But to become humble from a symbol is not so simple. It's not so simple. Not necessarily that you'll become humble from a symbol. And this is a problem that we have in many things that we do. That the significance of it and the meaning of it and the deeper meaning of it is very often lost in the action and the rote of doing the symbol itself. But this is, I think, the Nakuda Ha'ikaris of the Chibud Ha'arava. After you go through the Tzila de Mernusa and you're not so confident about what you've built, and you have to say that it comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there's one thing left to do. There's still something left to do. And then you could be Zocha to Shmini Atzeres, where HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, stay a little bit longer. And that is Yitein Ofar Pihu. Where a person says, my language, I give it up. I admit that I'm a failure. I admit, Rav Soloveitchik, Zechron Levracha, the Rav used to speak all the time about the transformation that happens when we say Psukkah de Zimra, where the confidence of Baruch Sha'amar suddenly melts away into a very vague and very sensitive awareness on the part of the Mispalel that he really has not been able to do the job. We start out B'shirei David Avdecha Na'alelchon Shabechon Fa'elcha V'namichacha. We'll do all of these things. We're confident beyond confidence that we're able because we're borrowing the words of David HaMelech, Ne'im Zmiras Yisrael. So we're able to do all of this. And then we say the Psukkah de Zimra. On Shabbos, we say even more Psukkah de Zimra. And it's ironic that on Shabbos, we need a bigger antidote. So Yishtabach suddenly becomes a Nishmas Kol Chai Yishtabach. And what do we say in Nishmas Kol Chai? Ilufinu Mole Shira Kayomel Shamena Rino Kamon Galut. Ein Anachnu Maspikin Lahudis Locha. It's impossible. It's impossible to praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu with words. And that's very fascinating that the Yishtabach is Yishtabach, not Shibachnu. We don't say at the end of the Psukkah de Zimra that we were successful. We say, may HaKadosh Baruch Hu's name be praised. May HaKadosh Baruch Hu be great. Shtabach Shimcho Ad Malkeinu. Ki l'chon noeh shiru shvoch halev zimra z'memshala. It's noeh, but we don't say that we did it. Whereas at Baruch Shama, we say we're going to do it. Na'alelcha, Neshabechacha. Then we say it's noeh. It's ideally it's wonderful, but we failed because ilufinu malei shira kayom. We say more. We have to admit that we're not capable, even with a greater expression of our inadequacy, which is Nishmas Kol Chai. And that, I believe, is what Hoshana Rabba does with the Chibud HaArava. It takes away that ultimate koyach of the human being. He's a builder, homo faber. He's a builder, he's a creator, he's a manufacturer, he does all kinds of things. He's an architecton. But in the end, the greatness of a human being is not described by his hands or his feet, or by his ability to build things and to create things, to make a Migdal Bavel. The greatness of the human being is to be able to talk, to communicate, to utter words, to create abstract ideas. And that is where the Chibud Arava comes in. That, I believe, very much is the essential theme of the Arava. There's another thing about Hoshana Rabbah which I wanted to mention. We could speak about this for hours, and I once wrote a whole chibur about Minhag Nevi'im and Yesod Nevi'im and on and on and on. It's a tremendous amount of Torah that you could say about this whole inyan of the Arava and why there's no bracha and so on and so forth. I wanted to say one additional thing, which I think is very much noigea l'maisa, actually. The minhag is, and the chalukei deis. There's some people who say that you should say L'David Hashem Oyer V'Yishi, and Sfardim don't say it at all, and I don't think the minhag Agroy is to say it either, if I'm not mistaken. But in any case, our minhag Ashkenaz is to say L'David Hashem Oyer V'Yishi, and it's a very ancient minhag. But until when? So some say that we say it through Hoshana Rabba, and some say that we say it only through, through Shmini Atzeres, and some say that we only say it through Hoshana Rabba. Almost regardless, but especially if it ends in Hoshana Rabba. What is the point? So they say L'David Hashem Oiri, Hoshana, V'yishi, Yom Kippur, and Ki Yitzbeneni B'Sukkah is brought down in Sfarim. It's not in the Chazal, but it's brought down in Sfarim that Ki Yitzbeneni B'Sukkah refers to Sukkahs. There's something about L'David, about that kapitel, that is actually, it's actually incredible, to be honest with you. I don't recall another kapitel that goes from such incredible confidence to so much doubt and confusion. Almost imperceptibly, it transforms from a technicolor excitement to an extremely gray and difficult matzav of doubt and confusion and almost helplessness, such as the kapitel of David, Hashem Ori V'yishi. At the beginning, you say, Mi ira, mi efchad, achashalti, shifti v'es Hashem kol yimei chaya, kitzpineni b'sukkah b'yayim ra, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to protect me. I have no problems. There's no problem. There's no COVID. There's no Mageifa. There's no enemy at the gate. No, kitzpineni b'sukkah b'yayim ra. If there's a yom ra, HaKadosh Baruch Hu just takes me in. He gathers me in, and there's no problem. Yastireni b'seisa aloi b'tzur yirom imeni. He lifts me up. And not only that, Yom Roshel ve'ezbecha ba'aloi zifchei srua ashira va'azamra l'Hashem. And here I'd like to invoke the famous words of Reb Chaim Brisker. Chaim Brisker says it on the words, Ani b'chastecha batachti, yogel libi bishu'asecha, ashira l'Hashem ki gomal aloi. So says Reb Chaim Brisker, that usually, if you think in terms of bitachon, right? What is the definition of bitachon? That you trust in HaKadosh Baruch Hu completely. So if a person needs a Yeshua, and he trusts in HaKadosh Baruch Hu completely that he's going to have that Yeshua, right? So shouldn't the prospect be sufficient for him to already go into an ode of joy and gratitude and thanksgiving? Shouldn't the Shira already happen before the actual Yeshua, because he's so confident in the Yeshua? Like, for example, the Shira Sayam. So, they go through the Yamsuf, the enemy is destroyed. Oz Yoshim Moshe. Dafka Oz Yoshim Moshe. Why isn't there a Shira on the verge of entering Yamsuf? Because of the confidence of Klal Yisrael, to show the confidence of Klal Yisrael that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is with them. And there's no doubt that they're going to be Matzliach. So the Reb Chaim Brisker said, no. Vani b'chazdecha batachti. So Yogel Libi, in my heart, I can already rejoice. Yogel Libi b'shuasecha. But I can't sing. You speak about the koch of the peh. I can't sing. I can't utter HaKadosh Baruch Hu's praises until ki gomal aloi, after the fact. I have to wait for the Kriyas Yamsuf. Very remarkable idea. So I'm suggesting here that if he says ve'ezbecha ba'alai in the David Hashem Ori V'yishi, if he says ve'ezbecha ba'alai zifchei trua ashira v'azamra l'Hashem, that there's no question that it's after the fact. That means he's been saved. That means he's safe and sound in the bosom of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, ki it's b'nei b'sukkah b'yom ra. So everything is gewaldig. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, Shema Hashem koili ekra v'chaneni v'haneni. And one pasuk after another. I can't find you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I don't see your face. There's like a remarkable image of a child is looking for their parent and they can't find them, and there's a whole crowd and they feel totally lost and abandoned. What happened to Ve'ezbecha ba'alai zifchei trua ashira v'azamra l'Hashem? Shema Hashem koili ekra v'chaneni v'haneni. L'cha amar libi bakshu panai v'necha ki avi v'imi azavuni v'Hashem yasefeni. And even the way it ends, Kavei el Hashem chazak v'yamitz libecha v'kavei el Hashem. There isn't even the promise of a Yeshua. It's that Kavei el Hashem, HaKadosh Baruch Hu strengthens you. My father went through Shiva Medura Gehenim, and as Hesped, at his Levaya, I said that he fulfilled the idea, the concept that's mentioned. Ish emunos, in Mishlei, there's an expression, ish emunos, in the plural. Emunah is in the singular, emunos is in the plural. And I said, there's only one emunah. What does it mean, ish emunos? And the answer is that sometimes emunah number one doesn't work. It's not enough. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu has to give you the gift of emunah. He has to kaveh el Hashem, chazak, v'yamitz libecha, v'kaveh el Hashem. He gives you that second level of emunah. He gives you ability to withstand even more adversity, even more difficulty. After he came out of Hitler at Vilna, after all those years in the ghetto, and he's 200 survivors out of 80,000 Jews, I was born and we went to Lodz. From Vilna, we got to Lodz. That was where the papers were, everything. And in Lodz, guess what happened? My mother was crossing the street and she was killed by a trolley. You need another emunah for that, to survive, to be normal, to build a mishpacha, to create the future of Klal Yisrael. And that is why we ask this incredible question, what's going on in L'David? And I think the answer is true for every Baal Tshuva, and it's true for everybody that goes through Yom Kippur and Sukkot. And that's really part of the idea of the Chibud HaRava. You know, it's only when we reduce ourselves and we say we're completely dependent on HaKadosh Baruch Hu that there's hope. Ula yesh tikva. Because in the end, with all the confidence and all the simonim and everything that we have, and even David HaMelech, but in the final analysis, it boils down to Kaveh el Hashem. Chazak v'yamitz libecha v'kaveh el Hashem. That's part of the Yitem Offer Pihu. When that happens, Ula yesh tikva. There's so much more to say, and I wish I had the time for it. And I feel almost guilty of abandoning the olam. But at least we touched upon a few things. So you go from Rosh Hoshana to Yom Kippur, the koyach of the peh. Even the shofar is a koyach of the peh. It's just the abstraction of that koyach of the peh. But then you take the arava and you beat it and you say, listen, it's really all HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Should be zoicha, Bezos Hashem Yisbarach, to the geula shleima that we so desperately need here in Eretz Yisrael, all over the world. Should be no longer galinu me'artzenu, no longer nisarchat me'alad masenu. It should be a tkufa of kol hator nishma ba'artzenu. Bezos Hashem Yisbarach. V'vias goel tzedek b'mehelo v'yamenu amen. Have a wonderful, wonderful Yom Tov.
Thank you again to Rav Aaron Kahn Shlita for his shir. We're waiting for Rav David Shait to join, and we'll start his shir as soon as he does.
שיחה מועברת לתא קולי. השיחה מועברת לתא הקולי.
Thank you for calling the Chase family. I'm sorry we're not available now. Please leave a message.
If Rav Chait is in the room under a different name, please let us know so we can turn on your camera and unmute you. Rav Chait, if you're in the room under a different name, please let us know.
השיחה מועברת לתא הקולי.
Thank you for calling the Chase family. I'm sorry we're not available now. Please leave a message. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ruvain Tarragon. We are waiting for Rav Chait on the Zoom. I'm just wondering if you're having any problems connecting. I see that Rabbi Chait is here. If the host wants to set Rav Chait up.
Right, and this, that's right. No.
Okay.
It's you.
Oh, wonderful. We see you, Rabbi Chait. Thank you, Rebbitzin Chait. We hear you and we see you. I just wanted to give you an official welcome and introduction
great. I had a
to the Rosh Hashiva of Chavetz Chaim Yerushalayim, of David Chait Shlita for joining us, and on behalf of all those watching on the website and on Torah Anytime, both this round and later in the United States, we want to thank you for being here, for sharing your Torah with us, and we wish you and your family and your Talmidim a good and kvittel and an upcoming wonderful year. Thank you again, Rabbi Chait Shlita.
Thank you, Reb Ruvain. I really appreciate this opportunity and your amazing work with your incredible staff to put together this massive endeavor in Zikui Harabim. Okay, I picked as my topic tonight, Simcha and Simchas Yom Tov. And on Yom Tov particularly, there's a obligation of Simcha. There's a chiyuv of Simcha. I'm reading from the Chai Adam. Chayev Adam lios samach v'tov leiv hu banav v'ishta v'cha nilvalav shema v'samachta b'chagecha. So on Yom Tov, there's a particular chiyuv of Simcha. But in truth, Simcha is an iker gadol ba'avodah, Mesilas Hashem says, based on the pasuk, Ivdu as Hashem b'simcha. So I would like to talk about Simcha in general, and very specifically bring it down to the Simchas Yontif and Inyana Diyama of Hoshana Rabba and Simchas Torah. Okay. It's fascinating. We find in the Sefer HaChinuch on the mitzvah of Samachta B'chagecha an amazing thing, that the Sefer HaChinuch says that the shorish of the mitzvah is lefisha ha'adam nochon al inyan shetzarch tiva l'smach lefrakin. Person, in order for him to be well, he must experience simcha, he must experience joy, at least at times. And he compares it, kamo shehu tzarch el hamazon al kol panim vel hamenucha vel hashena. It's such a human need that it ranks with the basic needs of a person's survival, with food, sustenance, rest, sleep. ורוצה הקהל זכוסנו, אנחנו עמו ורצון אריסו, וציוונו לעשות השמחה לשמור למען נזכה לפניו בכל מעשינו. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants to give us the opportunity, not just to have the experience of simcha for our human need, but to be able to be zocha through that simcha to greater madrigas. The experience of simcha is a very powerful experience, extremely positive experience, a human experience. Chazal say that even it expands our capacity to do mitzvahs better. Chazal talk about by Ruvain, the Medrash says a person should always do a mitzvah b'simcha. She'ilu yada Ruvain, if Ruvain would have known that the pasuk would write about him, vayar Ruvain yatzila miyadam, just by doing what he did, it was considered hatzala. Said the Chazal said he would have brought him home malichu al kseifa v'alaviv. He would have done more. Obviously, under the circumstance, Reuven would have done everything he thought he could possibly do. But Chazal point out that had there been more simcha in that experience, he would have done much more. His capacity would have been expanded. So when a person does the mitzvah of simcha, he can do more. He can find greater kochos with himself to do much, much more than he could have done without the simcha. Simcha allows us to reach higher madrigas, which means the simcha in the Beis HaMikdash, Ushavte Mayim B'Sason, the simcha of mitzvah Nisach HaMayim. There was shira in the Beis HaMikdash. There were musical instruments that increased the level of capacity for a human being to reach high madrigas. So he could use his physicality to be experiencing joy, to allow him to reach much higher levels in Ruchni itself. Simcha is the goal that I think all of humanity tries to achieve, the pursuit of simcha. Yet, it seems to be the most elusive goal. And nobody seems to know exactly how to achieve that simcha. It's a constitutional right, the pursuit of happiness. But how do you pursue happiness? In Kohelas, we find a contradiction. On one hand, Kohelas says, Simcha zo ma osa. What does simcha do? As a matter of fact, I think there are statistics that in the times of the period of the year in the secular calendar, the times of the greatest celebration, I think is a relationship between the suicide rate and those times of celebration. The celebration of the secular world compared to our celebration is very different. One hand, Koheles says Simcha Mazu Osa. On the other hand, he says V'shibachti ani asa Simcha. It's Mishabech Simcha. So Gemara says that one is Simcha Shal Mitzvah, that's Mishabech Simcha Shal Mitzvah, and Simcha Stam Holus, that's Simcha Mazu Osa. That there's no end to that Simcha. It's the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that's never achievable. It often results in substance abuse and chas v'shalom overdose. So a human being has the ability to choose to live a life of simcha or not. It's up to him. He can make that choice. So the question remains a very powerful question. If simcha is so great and it does so much for us, why don't we just always experience simcha? Why don't we wake up in the morning and say, Moda ani lefanecha, with such joy, get out of bed and dance with the privilege that we have to be alive and serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu? That question begs to be answered. The Pele Yoetz, in the Simcha, he brings, he says, Matov u'ma'noim she'yismach yisho ba'osav simcha shel mitzvah, as we just mentioned. I'll call mitzvah mitzvah she'oseh yagil v'yismach yoseh v'yoseh mimoseh shel rav. Greater than the greatest treasure, than winning the largest pot in the lottery. Ubefrat b'shabbosos u'b'moadim tichsiv ad sanagal Hashem v'chsiv v'samachta b'chagecha ubefrat b'shas avodos hatfilah tzarich l'smach simcha rabba. And he brings a fascinating pasuk. The pasuk says by the Tochacha, Tachas asher lo avadata Hashem lokecha b'simcha uvetuv leivav meirov kol. He learns a fascinating pshat in that pasuk. Upirusho the Ritzon Lomar Yoser mirov kol. that the simcha that a person should have should be greater than the simcha of rov kol, of physical possessions. And as a matter of fact, I believe it's the Ar Sameach, Meshach Chochma. There's a similar pshat in the pasuk that says the lo aleinu chas v'shalom, the klal of tachas shulavad Hashem lecha is because of the fact that a simcha came from rov kol. It should have been coming from Aruchnius, but instead it came from rov kol. That's what led chas v'shalom, or that will lead chas v'shalom to a tochacha. Then he goes on to say that simcha is not a physical experience. It's not a voluntary action that a person could choose, make a decision in his mind to say, I'm going to pick up my hand and build a sukkah. I'm going to use my hand and pick up my lulav and my esrog. Those are mitzvahs that can be commanded to say that it makes sense to allow the person to realize that no matter what kind of situation he's in, he just has to make a decision in his mind, take his muscles and charge them with the responsibility of picking up the lulav and esrog to make the mitzvah. But simcha is a mitzvah that's maser l'lev. Depends on your emotion, your heart, your feeling. And that's a very difficult thing to control. And he goes on to say, Shahari im yomru la'adam sheyira v'hu eno yareh. Tell a person to be afraid. He says there's something that he has no fear of. He sees a little ant. So be afraid of it. I'm not afraid. Or on the other hand, if a person's afraid of a lion, and tell him, don't be afraid. Is it possible for a person to experience that change of his emotion? Or tell a person to mitzta'er, who oshelo yitzta'er, sheyismach, oshelo yismach, v'kedoma, yuchal lasos, hefech mima shelibo chafetz, rak al pi sichlo. For a person to change his emotion is not simply a voluntary action where he could just simply command himself to change his masav ruach from non-simcha to simcha. But there is an eitzah. There is something you can do through your seichel, through your understanding, through the thoughts that you think. You could bring yourself to change your masav ruach, to change your feelings from feelings perhaps of tsar to feeling of simcha. He goes on to say, al yidei machshavos tahoros tediros, through constant special thoughts, a person can bring himself to levels of simcha. And he says, in truth, that certainly depends on a person's madrega. However, af al pi kain, in spite of the fact that it depends on a person's madrega to be able to be sholet, to be in control of his emotional state, biyad kol adam, every person, includes us, every human being, through thinking and concentrating and focusing on certain machshavos tahoros, can accomplish something. Or should be kulam, I assume, even if it doesn't accomplish everything, but something that would be accomplished. Even quickly, at least a thought, to change for a moment your feeling, to be able to instill within your heart some fleeting moment of simcha. And he says a fascinating thing here. He uses the principle, the Mishnah in Pirkei Avos, ulafum tsara agra. It's a fascinating expression to use in terms of simcha. According to the tsar that a person is in, and I would assume it also means according to the tsar that a person must experience to overcome the difficult situation that he's in, to achieve simcha, that's how great the schar is going to be. He goes on to say some of the thoughts that can be very, very helpful to achieve that state of simcha. He says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us mitzvahs that are enjoyable. Tanugi b'nei Adam. Like brachos of Hodah. And a person is mispal if he has a need, and he comes to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and he asks for that need. L'mitzvah teichashev, v'oseh nachas l'yotzro, v'koveh l'socha. It's an amazing thing. So we have a need. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we turn to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to ask that need. Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives us schar for coming to him to ask for a need. Not only does he supply us with our needs, he gives us schar for asking him. Hayesh cheich masuk mizeh, v'chein ha'ochel v'shosa b'shabbos v'yom tov. the mitzvah techoshev, vos anachas ruach liyotzro, for govei lo socha. Kadosh Baruch Hu tells you, be happy. And he gives you schar for being happy. He tells you, eat things that you enjoy. Experience pleasure. L'shem shamayim, in a mitzvah. And then HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, wow, you get schar for doing that. You get schar for enjoying the Yom Tov that I was mitzav you to fulfill. Then he goes on to say, the person to see how great the privilege that he has, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu chose us to serve him. He says, and he went, just by that, making that statement, once again, it's a mitzvah techoshev. He goes on to say, a sod that the Arizal was Megala, that's actually brought in Shulchan Aruch, in Simchas Torah. He says, Shema shezocha lahasagas chachma nifla'a v'hasagas ruach HaKodesh. We're all familiar, not what the Ari had to say, but the unbelievable, outstanding madrigas beyond doros and doros and doros that the Arizal achieved at a young age. The Arizal tells us his secret. His secret was because he had tremendous simcha when he was osek in Torah and he was mekayim mitzvahs. That is the secret. Most of Mishal Rav. To him, it was more meaningful, which actually means that there could have been many, many people who were essentially at the same madrega the Arizal, and they were doing mitzvahs and they were learning Torah like the Arizal. And what was the difference? The difference was that somehow he was able to inspire himself to be able to achieve an appreciation that was beyond what other people did, to be able to zoch to a level of simcha that allowed all the heavenly gates of chokhmah to be open, to bring him to this incredible madrigas that he was zocher to. So that means, by definition, that you can pull from within yourself a higher level of appreciation of the incredible source that we have, to have a special relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to be able to touch the real inner self, our neshama tahara, rather than our physical being, to be able to achieve madrigas that are beyond what you can achieve in any other way. Particularly the Yom Tov, now getting back to the Yom Tov, that's Simcha in general, but let's get back to the Yom Tov of Sukkot. I had a difficult time for many years trying to understand what was unique about the mitzvah of Sukkot, and the Yom Tov of Sukkot in general. There are so many mitzvahs that are attached to Yetzias Mitzrayim. Okay, another Yom Tov Yetzias Mitzrayim, Pesach Yetzias Mitzrayim, Sukkot Yetzias Mitzrayim. Rabbeinu B'chai in the Kara Kemach offers a tremendous insight into the Yom Tov of Sukkot. And he points out something that is so easily overlooked. The whole tkufa of 40 years in the Midbar of Klal Yisrael, I always viewed as, essentially it was a mistake. It really shouldn't have happened. Like a funny thing happened on the way to Eretz Yisrael. There was the Meraglim. Really, Klal Yisrael should have gotten into Eretz Yisrael in no time. Har Sinai, straight into Eretz Yisrael, and been together forever with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Moshe Rabbeinu, the Beis HaMikdash, Simchas Olam. But something went wrong. Something went wrong. There was a Ma'aseh Meraglim. So there was a Gzera that we had to be in the Midbar for 40 years. Now, I think, in any other society, it probably would have been deleted from the record. When there was a mistake, it shouldn't have happened. Push the delete button, let's get rid of it. But Rabbeinu B'chaya says that the tekufa of the 40 years in the Midbar was the tekufa of the greatest nisim in Kol Torah Kula, in all of Tanakh. The ability for an entire nation to live in the Midbar for 40 years, al pi derech hanes, in a place that the Torah points out and goes to great lengths to explain that it's a place that persons could not possibly survive. For sure, out of 2 million people, families, men, women, and children, for 40 years, could not have been. It was lived purely at Hashem. He says, a lot of people try to give explanations. They were like the nomads, like the Bedouins in places that you could have Yishuv. He said, get that out of your head. I think we have a little bit of difficulty relating to that incredible nace because of the fact that today, going to a midbar is no big deal. You get into your Land Rover, pack up, you go to a midbar. So the impact of the incredible nace is lost on us. I like to think sometimes or present like, let's say Moshe Rabbeinu said that Kadosh Baruch Hu told him, we're not going to the Midbar. We're going to Antarctica. Or even worse, we're going beneath the ice in Antarctica. We're going to live in the freezing ocean for 40 years. So, well, that can't be. Well, that's what happened. Chazal tell us that the incredible nisan of living in the Midbar was a special time of the intimate relationship of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael, where we lived al pines every second for 40 years. That's the takufa that Sukkot celebrates. That should bring us to a different hakara of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says something very unusual, that most mitzvahs, even there's a zecher Yetzias Mitzrayim, but here, generally mitzvahs, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us mitzvahs in a way not to be matriach so much. Here the Rabbeinu Bachai uses lashon. Therefore, lefichach ani matrichacha b'mitzvah zu. I'm being matriach you. It's a wild idea. Move out of your house for 7 days. Pick yourself up, your family, move out, live outside for a week, for 7 days. Not for an hour, not for 2 hours, for 7 days. Adiras arai. To be kovea in your mind, in your hearts, the incredible nisan that HaKadosh Baruch Hu did with us, and that he took us eventually from that state of Diras Arai into the ultimate state of living in Eretz Yisrael with the Beis HaMikdash. That chavivas, that tremendous mitzvah, should be with us to help us appreciate all the things we discussed, to trigger within us that tremendous simcha. The Rambam, at the end Hilchos Lulav, describes the incredible simcha of the Simchas Beis HaShoeva. And the Maggid Mishnah points out that simcha is triggered in a human being when he fulfills his purpose, when he does what he was built for. He experienced what he was wired for. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is our Av, Avinu Malkeinu. He's a source of everything. A child, when he's born, has a different system. He has a system of reliance on his mom. Then he realizes that there's a dad. And then he realizes that he has his own kochos. And the Chovos HaLevavos describes this in Shabbat B'tochen, where you should come to realize that his kochos are only a product of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's chesed and his ava. And the way the Pele Yoel says, Ein ava ba'olam, there's no ava in the world like the ava that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has for his ava. And the Rambam again says in Halacha Tezvav, Hasimcha sheyismach adam b'asiyas hamitzvah u'ba'ava sakel shetziva bahen avoda gadol lehi. The simcha that a person has in fulfilling of a command, like we just read in the Pele Yoel, and the simcha that they have by appreciation of the tremendous love that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has for us, it's a very, very chashuv avodah. Don't take it lightly. It's not the mitzvah. Rabbeinu Bachai points out that the simcha that a person has in the mitzvah is even greater than the mitzvah itself. We come to the highest level of simcha by recognizing that we are an eved of Hashem. Yismach Moshe b'matnas chelko ki eved ne'eman karas Allah. In secular society, an eved is a dirty word. In Yiddishkeit, an eved is the highest level that a human being can achieve. But it depends on who you are an eved to, and it depends how close you are in your position in serving your master and serving your melech. The ultimate achievement is to be an eved Hashem. And that's what resolves all the conflicts within a person, because there's no longer a conflict between himself and his rasa and HaKadosh Baruch Hu's rasa. Everything is just to fulfill the rasa of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We are up to the Tekufa, close to the end of a very, very special Tekufa, perhaps the most special Tekufa in the entire year. It began with Rosh Hoshana, with our recognizing our dependence on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That we came Bahachna to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, asking for Hoshana Tova. We came to Yom Kippur to remove the barriers, to cleanse ourselves of all the barriers that interfere with our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We come to express our tremendous simcha with the mitzvah that we live push it inside the mitzvah of Sukkah, and according to the svarim of the incredible levels of Madrega and Kedusha, the Nigla and Nister that exist in experience of the simcha, of the mitzvah of simcha. And now Chazal tell us that the day of Hoshana Rabba is our last chance. HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves us so much, he gave us El, he gave us Hoshana, he gave us Sefer Tshuva, he gave us Yom Kippur. Now he gives us an ability to experience Simcha, to serve Hashem out of Simcha, to Tshuva Me'ava. Perhaps we didn't take advantage of those opportunities the way we should have. The Chovos HaLevavot says in Sha'ar Tshuva, he gets an amazing mashal. A person who had to cross the river, and he had a lot of pieces of gold with him. So he had an idea that he's going to just toss his gold into the river, create a bridge, and cross. He threw all his gold into the river, nothing happened. It all sank to the bottom. He had one piece left. With that one piece, he was able to hire someone to cross him the river, and he achieved his goal with that last bit. We have one chance left. Certainly in this stage, if the nature of the situation that we are in, of this kufa that's so confusing and so challenging, and so many people suffered losses and difficulties, serving Hashem b'simcha at this time will show HaKadosh Baruch Hu that even if somehow there was a gzar din, Chazal say that there was a gzar din against a person who was marred against the Melech, and they shlichim came to punish that person, and they found that person full of simcha in the midst of the Melech. They say this can't be the same person, and then Mocham. The Hashem, we should be zocha, we should ask bracha, take advantage of this last moment. Bracha Yeshua Nechama and Hashem Kula Shleim B'meir V'Amen. Thank you very much.
Just wanted to thank Rav David Shade for his shir, and I'd like to introduce now Rav Moshe Meiselman Shlita, and I want to thank him for giving us time from his busy schedule in Hoshana Rabbah to share Divrei Torah with us. Rav Meiselman Shlita spoke before Shavuos in the Mishmar and the Tisha B'Av, and for those who are not familiar with him, the Rosh Hashiva of Torah's Moshe, and one of the leading Talmidei Chachamim in our generation, both in Lumdus and also in Divrei Machshava, and how Torah interacts with the world around us. We greatly appreciate your time and your Torah, and without further ado, Rav Moshe Meiselman Shlita.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Taragin. Now, we're coming to the end of a tkufa. We began it with Elul, leading up to Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, Hoshana Rabbah, Shmini Atzeres, and Simchas Torah. These are not individual things. They are part of a continuum. The idea of Rosh Hashanah is Malchus Shemayim. Kodesh Baruch Hu created the world in 6 days. And on the 6th day, which is Rosh Hashanah, created Adam Arishon, the centerpiece of the entire Bria. Sof Ma'aseh v'Machshava Tchila. And the avoda we have on Rosh Hashanah is accepting HaKadosh Baruch Hu as our Melech. V'yitnu l'cha kesem alucha. Now, v'yitnu l'cha kesem alucha, that we accept HaKadosh Baruch Hu as Melech, theme of everything we daven in Rosh Hashanah. What does Melech mean? Nowadays, we live in democracies where the world leaders do not have that authority, do not have that position. It means HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the entire world, Yesh Me'ayin. He created it, he runs it down to the finest detail. Now, he created the world that it should run according to law. There's laws of nature. Chok nosan v'lo yavla. That is the first idea. And as the Rambam points out, there's one series of laws of nature for an emerging universe, and Vayechulu Hashemayim V'aretz V'chol Tzvam, and all of a sudden, those laws of nature that we have today took over. But he runs it also according to other laws. He has moral laws. Chok also refers to anything that is the result of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's fiat. It is that way because that's the way HaKadosh Baruch Hu made it. There's no way of judging it. He created everything and he runs it. He doesn't abandon it. Anything and everything that happens in the world is the result of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. According to the Rambam, that's the Yesod HaYesodos, the mitzvah of first mitzvah in the Torah, understanding that he is the only power that exists in this world, accepting that and inculcating and internalizing that. That's the vote of Rosh Hashanah. And we stand in front of Medin, Melech b'Mishpat Yamad Aretz. And Rosh Hashanah is the day of Din. That's what we say in Zichronos. And the three judgments. There's the judgment of the entire world. There's a judgment of every society. And then there is the judgment of each individual. And it's strict din. We ask for Rachman b'din, but the dominating thing is Melech b'Mishpat Yamad Aretz. That he created a world that goes according to law. He runs it down. And everything that happens to me every day is a result of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's decision that it should happen. Now, with that in mind, doesn't take away my Bechira Choshes. Yes, HaKadosh Baruch Hu runs this world. And as the Rambam points out, he runs it in response to Schar V'Onesh. So anything HaKadosh Baruch Hu has his big cheshbon. And accepting HaKadosh Baruch Hu was the one who runs anything and everything that happens in this world. That is the avoda of Rosh Hashanah. But then we move on to another din. That is the din of Yom Kippur. It's not the Melech al Kol Haaretz. Of course it's Melech al Kol Haaretz. But it's Melech Moch V'Saleach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when he exercises his judgment, does it with Rachman and is a Moch V'Saleach. He exercises that power. Mechila V'Slichin. It's Midas HaRachman. Yom Kippur is a day of Kula Yud Kei Vav Kei. Midas HaRachman. We come to din from a very different angle on Yom Kippur. And the Gemara says, Lo hayom tov Yisrael. There were no greater days of Simcha to Klal Yisrael than Yom Kippur and Tu B'Av. Why Yom Kippur? The Gemara says, B'chilas Avonos. So really, Yom Kippur should be a day of unbelievable Simcha. We emerge from Yom Kippur cleansed of our averos. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, okay, whatever happened, happened. I'm enabling you to, under certain circumstances, I'm enabling you to get started all over again. What are those circumstances? What enables me to emerge from Yom Kippur as a person who is cleansed of all his averos? Hence there is, I'll tell us the story of Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva said, and this was after the Churban Beis Hamikdash, people knew Churban Beis Hamikdash, the Kohen Gadol went in, the Kodesh HaKadoshim, and there's the Soa Mishtaleach, there's Mechaper al Averis, and then all of a sudden there's a Churban Beis Hamikdash. What's going to happen? There's no Slich Mechila. So Kiva said, Ashreichem Yisrael. Lifnei miyatem matarim, umi mataher estam. Avichem shabashamayim, umi mataher estam. Shenem amikve Yisrael Hashem. No, ein achanami. there was a Soy Mishtaleach, the Soy Lazazel. Yes, the Kohen Gadol going into the Kodesh HaKadosh. We have something else nowadays. Mikveh Yisrael Hashem. We're tovel in a mikveh. What sort of a mikveh we tovel in? Kodesh Baruch. That means, what is our avoda today on Yom Kippur? Our avoda on Yom Kippur is we're one with HaKadosh Baruch. We immerse ourselves in HaKadosh Baruch. Preoccupied with our davening, with our shevach to HaKadosh Baruch, with our bakashas to HaKadosh Baruch. We're totally preoccupied with HaKadosh Baruch. Mikveh Yisrael Hashem. Ma mikveh matayras hatmeim, HaKadosh Baruch matayras. But wait 1 second. A mikveh is not automatically matayras. What does a mikveh do? You have to immerse yourself totally in the mikveh. Totally immersed in the mikveh. With no chatzitza. Total immersion. So what Rabbi Kiva is saying, yes, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, Einach Nami. There's no Kohen Gadol going to the Kodesh HaKadosh. If there's no Soy HaMishtaleach, Soy HaLazazel. But I'm giving you a different opportunity. Immerse yourselves in me today. Become preoccupied with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Think about HaKadosh Baruch Hu the whole day. Confront him because you're lifnei Hashem the entire day. And then you emerge Tahara as well. Ma mikveh matayras hatmei, ma HaKadosh Baruch Hu matayras. That's why it was a day of unbelievable simcha. But it's balanced up. Rabba says, why don't we say Hallel on Hoshana Kippur? Gemara says, Rambam paraphrases it different. These are days of fear because we're standing in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, asking HaKadosh Baruch Hu, please cleanse us. We will immerse ourselves in you, and we want to know that we're coming out pure. So am I making the grade? I'm not making the grade. Then comes Sukkot. Sukkot is a very complex holiday. Sukkot is a holiday. First of all, Mitzvah Sukkah. What does the Mitzvah Sukkah tell us? Mitzvah Sukkah says, here there's a machokas, whether it's Ananei HaKavod or whether it is Sukkot Mamish. HaKadosh Baruch Hu took us into the Midbar for 40 years. A place that nothing can live by itself. And Pasuk is very clear about that. And if you've ever gone through that desert, it's desolate, there's nothing there. Why? So Pasuk tells us. It says, Kacht and Senes, take a little bottle of this mud. You had anything to eat? The mud took care of you. Your entire existence is dependent on a Kadosh Baruch. So what do? We emerge from Yom Kippur to Simcha, not Simcha Yosef. And we say, listen, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, 3,500 years ago, my grandfather put himself totally in your hands. Totally in your hands. And by putting himself totally in your hands, he survived. And you want me to remember that forever and ever, that I'm totally in your hands. And whatever happens to me in this world, it happens as a result of your decision, yes, no, or maybe. That's Sukkot. We go on to the Sukkot. Now, what is unbelievable is Sukkot is also the day which someday will recognize the destruction of Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah is a very complicated thing. The Gemara says, Gemara in Erechim says that on the Pasuk when they came back in Vayichan, they made an unbelievable Chag HaSukkos. Unbelievable Chag HaSukkos. Also, the hand makes Chag of Sukkot since they first came to Israel with Yoshua. The Gemara asks, Chibot David, they didn't make a big Simcha on Sukkot by David. Chibot Shlomo, they didn't make a unbelievable Simcha on Sukkot. Shlomo HaMelech. No. They were Mevatel the Gate Sahara of Avodah Zarah. What does it have to do with Sukkot? The answer is very, very simple. What is Avodah Zarah? Avodah Zarah is the desire to manipulate the world without dealing with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You have nature. There are many, many, many forces of nature. Countless forces of nature. And in all those forces of nature, you can, in the ancient world, was Avodah Zarah, that if you want to deal with rain, they're the spiritual powers that influence rain. Yes, HaKadosh Baruch Hu may be all the way on top, but you deal with that. The wind, you deal with that. You deal with the sun, you deal with the moon, and you try to control all the forces of nature and stay away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's much easier to do that because HaKadosh Baruch Hu is very demanding. And Sukkot is the Hefach HaGomer. Sukkot is when we admit anything and everything that happens that comes straight from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. My parnosa comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Anything comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that is when we move into a Sukkah. And that's why we do in the times of the Beis HaMikdash, there were Shivim Parim, 70 cows against the Shivim Umos, because they're supposed to have a representative of each nation coming to the Beis HaMikdash, being marked his korban to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, recognizing Hashem Elokei Yisrael Melech. And if they didn't come, so we have to bring it anyway. Lasad Laval, the Pasuk says, when Avodah Zarah will be destroyed and all the nations of the world will understand who runs the world, then they will come. But in the meantime, we look forward to that day. Destruction of Avodah Zarah means recognition that HaKadosh Baruch Hu runs this world totally, completely, and our only way of dealing with it is direct with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And then we go into the Sukkah. And there's something else. There's something else very important. It's Chag HaOsif. At the end, it's the end of the year. The person makes his cheshbon. Oh, I live in a beautiful home and secure, and I had a wonderful financial year. Very self-satisfied. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu say? Say me, dearest, forget all your stability. Forget all your stability. There is no stability because you are directly under HaKadosh Baruch Hu's decision. The money you make can come and go. Your home can come and go. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu's decision. Say me, dearest Kva. Leave it. That's Sukkot. And if what happens the first night Sukkot, so there's a chi of gomer to eat in Sukkot, it rains. So what do Chazal say? It's like HaKadosh Baruch Hu giving a slap in the face. I said, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'm willing to show you that I'm in your hands. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, forget it, I'm not interested. Geshem, Morantinus. There are 3 maftechos in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That means HaKadosh Baruch Hu runs this world according to very strict laws of nature. But there are 3 things that will never be understood. Number 1, rain. Number 2, when it is that a woman goes into childbirth. Number 3, tchias hameis. That there's no law, there are no laws about that. There are no laws about that at all. Because that's totally in HaKadosh Baruch Hu's hand. And that's why when we always talk about schar v'onesh, we talk about rain. That is the most direct consequence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's schar v'onesh. That means If this hurricane season in the Gulf has been overwhelming, as a major hurricane heading again towards the Gulf, nothing to do with global warming. And Nancy Pelosi can say that Mother Earth is angry. She's wrong. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu doing completely and absolutely. It's in his hands completely. And he may be using many factors in nature, in a Hanami. That's his decision. So therefore, if there will be rain to put out the California forest fires, so there won't be rain to put out the California fires. And there will be winds that'll whip them into major conflagrations, so there are winds that will not. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is doing this will completely and entirely. And that is the sort of sukkahs. We accept that and we revel and enjoy that fact that we have that unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That we emerged from sukkahs. When we emerged from Kippur with the Kapara Savonos, we are tovel in HaKadosh Baruch Hu's mikveh. And that sense of closeness to HaKadosh Baruch Hu that we developed, that's the source of our simcha. Shavte mayim b'soson, sheshovim ruach hakodesh. Klal Yisrael's madreg is zoomed up on sukkah with kapara savonos and kabolos malchus shemayim. They connected to HaKadosh, an opportunity to connect to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the most intimate way. Now there are two pshatim, what Havayani HaMelech Hadorov, Nagila Vanismach Hapal. Chassidim say refers to the sukkah. We go out, but Silidem Nusa. We put ourselves, we have Amun in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We're in your hands, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gra says no. Havayani HaMelech Hadorov versus Simchas Torah. Simchas Torah goes beyond that. Now, Simchas Torah is a very interesting quality. Because on the one hand, when should Simchas Torah have been? Simchas Torah should have been on Shavuos. Should have arranged the Kriyas HaTorah for that. That's when we accept the Torah. What happened? That it's here on Shmini Atzeres. The two things happened. What is the korban? We forget about the Shiva Mumot. Parechad Ayelech. Chazal say, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, yes, the 7 days of Sukkot, the nations of the world accept me. But I want to make a special simcha with you, Klal Yisrael. Come into my inner sanctum. My special room. So how do we get into that inner sanctum of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? And what is the simcha of Simchas Torah? Moshe Rabbeinu went up to Har Sinai to get the luchos on Shavuos. He came down to Shavuos Batamas. Now, Klal Yisrael, when they accepted the Torah on Shavuos, were unbelievably high madrega, one notch under the madrega of Moshe Rabbeinu. They had a Gila Shechina of unbelievable level, but it was a very rapid rise and they couldn't hold on to it. But at that level, they got a Torah Shebeksav and not a Torah Shebal Peh. Because they were on such a level, they could understand the entire Torah Shebal Peh from within the Torah Shebeksav. Then they came crashing down with the Egel Azov. They came crashing down with the Egel Azov. So then Moshe Rabbeinu got the Torah a second time. And he came down on Yom Kippur, Vayom Hashem Solachti Kitvarecha, with a different Torah, Torah Shebeksav, and Torah Shebal Peh. The Torah that we have today, the format of the Torah we have today, we got on Yom Kippur. So Yom Kippur has two basic simchas. Yom Kippur has a simcha mechilas avonos, that we emerge clean, because we were tovel in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's also Kabbalah Torah, the format that we have. And it's something more than that. Chazal tell us, Torah Shabbat Peh belongs to us. The Goyim can do Torah Shabbat Ksav. Torah Shabbat Peh, they cannot. That's the unique kesher the Klal Yisrael have with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Torah Shabbat Peh. Torah Shabbat. And we got that in Yom Kippur. Now, the Rambam writes at the end of Hilchos Mikvos, a different type of tefillah in a mikveh, based on Morim Brachos. Rambam writes, Hatuma v'hatara are chukim, not something large, but dover remez yeshva. There's a dover remez. What is a dover remez? Just like a person has tumas haguf, and he goes into mikveh, and he has kavanas tahara, and there's no chatzitza, totally immersed, he emerges tahar. His guf didn't change. So too, a person with tumas hanefesh, which is bad attitude, bad emotions, wrong ideas, can be total atzmo mei das haTorah in the waters of pure knowledge. That's Torah. You immerse yourself in Torah Shabbat Peh. When you immerse yourself in Torah Shabbat Peh, and you want it to change you and uplift you, it'll do that. But you have to want it to change you. You have to recognize Torah changes, Torah impact. He says, just like if I go into mikveh and I don't recognize that I'm Tomei, and I just go for a swim in the ocean, I tahar on one level and not tahar on a different level. He says, Torah is metaher you by immersing. And it's Gemara Brachos. In cholim no toyu ka'aholim. In the Brachos of Bilam. Ma hanachal hazeh. A running stream, a running mountain stream has a din of a mayon. Ma'alim es ha'odem mituma l'tahara. So, to Torah is malas ha'odem mituma l'tahara. But the Rambam says, it's very deep motion. You have to do it the same way you do a mikveh or a maya. Decision that you want it to change you. Total immersion. No chatzitz. And then Torah has unbelievable power to change the entire individual. It's a second type of tefillah we have. Tefillah in HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so, and tefillah in Torah. That's Torah Shabbat. And that is the simcha we have here. We came out of Yom Kippur. Cleansed, hopefully we immersed ourselves in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Spend the day with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It was Matayas. We declare we accept his malchus. We put ourselves in his hands. We accept you as the one who runs the entire world from A to Z. Anything and everything that happens in this world, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants it to happen. And we put ourselves in his hands, recognizing that just as Klal Yisrael put their help in his hands, so too, we put ourselves in HaKadosh Baruch Hu's hands totally. We forget all the types of security we have. And only then, only then can we immerse ourselves in Torah Shabbat Peh and connect HaKadosh Baruch Hu to the Torah Shabbat Peh that was given on Yom Kippur. That is the unique connection we have. That's why Par Echad, Ayel Echad, one cow, one ram. That's our unique. That's Eviani HaMelech Hadorov. You go into HaKadosh Baruch Hu's inner sanctum. That's Simchas Torah. And that is the simcha that we have with Torah Shabbat. This year, Yetz Hashem, even though we were not Zocha, to have a regular Simchas Torah in the way that we've had it in the past, we have to take it as a very big Mussar Haskell. Just like HaKadosh Baruch Hu can give a slap in the face that something's wrong if it rains first night Sukkot. We have to take it a slap in the face, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And you have to make sure we internalize all the lessons and make sure that next year, Yetz Hashem, will be Zocha to a full Simchas Torah, be as Gold Tzedek, and we'll understand. The Rambam said that the Mikdash Hoya Simcha Yisera, because where did Klal Yisrael have that close encounter with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? For us, it's very theoretical. The Beis HaMikdash was very tangible. When the Shaftamayim of Sasson, they felt the Ruach HaKodesh. They felt the uplift. They felt the Hiskarvus to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is distant from us. We want to get back to that. And that's what we dive in for. Everyone should have a Piska Tova. HaKadosh Baruch Hu should have Rachmanas on us and save us from our current matzav. And
Okay, now you're on mute.
Okay, we want to thank Rav Moshe Meiselman for his shir, and we'd like to welcome and thank Rav Moshe Tuvia Leaf, and we want to welcome those who are watching on the website, and those who are watching on Torah Anytime, and those who will be watching in the second showing in America. I want to thank Rav Moshe Tuvia's Mishpacha for setting it up also on the Zoom. Rav Moshe Tuvia has always given such chizuk to the efforts of Vayichan and bringing Klal Yisrael together to learn Torah together. I thank him for his Torah in the past. I thank him for his Torah tonight. And without further ado, so we can all enjoy a full half an hour of Torah from him. Thank you very much, Rav Moshe Tuvia Shlita, and looking forward to hearing your Torah.
Ruvain Shlita putting this together, having Corona
should be gesund and gebencht im Eves Hoshana. It's such a schus to be with Klal Yisrael, Gedele Rabbanim, Rosh Yeshiva, Achai V'Reai. Just as an aside, B'Chesed Elyon, Dr. Bander, who heads Mount Sinai's hospital, and was able to give me, what's it called again? Plasma, and Pashit Geret. He's at Sadik, and Erlich Yiddu walked away from Shul during his break to visit me, and he's helped thousands of Yidden. Mori Surel is Chavrusa, all the wonderful people have a tremendous Hakoras HaTov. But I ask that the Olam have in mind 3 Gedolei Talmidei Chachamim that need a refuah shlema. Rabbi Greenberg Shlita, Rabbi Shmuel, they added a name, Alta Shmuel ben Chava Miriam, Chavaleah, Alta Shmuel ben Chavaleah, please have him in mind. Yedidi Rav Moshe, is Rosh Yeshiva, his name is Rav Moshe ben Chana Soraleah, and Rav Avram Perlowitz, Shlita the Kohen, they added a name, Rav Chaim gave him a name yesterday, of Rafael Avram Yitzchok HaKoyen ben Gittel, B'Ser Shal Chol Yisrael. We should all be gesund. And Rabbi Yisrael also, especially Achenu and Artzenu HaGdosha, the Sarah Torah, and Kalai, all those need a refuah shlema. Please have us in mind in America, not just for refuahs, but to be able to daven, tefillah b'tzibur, shul should remain open. We need to storm the gates of heaven to be able to be zeicha to continued wonderful Yom Tov, Hoshana Rabba, Shabbos, and Yom Tov, Simchas Torah. There's one mitzvah in the Torah that we find an indication as to the kiyum mitzvah can only take place if we understand the reason for the mitzvah. Matzah doesn't have this din. We take a left, Mitzrayim, b'chipazim, but there's no need for that kavanah when yid achilas matzah. In Mekayim, to say the reis, the better of teichel matzah, is eating matzah and having in mind. Taking daled minim, the arava, the adasim, the lulav of the esrig. Yo, v'el v'chap barelu, there's no chiyuv. Pick it up, shekit shalom, mitzvahs, v'tzivonu. A mitzvah is until us lulav, does it us. End of story. When it comes to the mitzvah of Sukkah, the Torah Kedosha tells us that an integral part of the Kiyum HaMitzvah is L'man yedu d'reisechem ki b'Sukkah yisashafti es b'nei Yisrael. It's not enough to be Mekayim the mitzvah saseh by having in mind when you sit in the Sukkah the first night that you Mekayim the aseh of Achila Sukkah, Yeshiva b'Sukkah. You can make the bracha shekitshon mitzvahs v'tzivonu leishe b'Sukkah and not be Mekayim the mitzvah. You must fulfill the mitzvah with l'man yedu d'reisechem ki b'Sukkah yisashafti es b'nei Yisrael. There's a need to think proactively that we sit in a sukkah. L'man yedu d'reisechem ki b'Sukkah yisashafti es b'nei Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu ensconced us in sukkahs, and Mamelo, that's the commemoration of the mitzvah, and that's the kiyum mitzvah. Fascinating concept. The Goyen whose Yotzet was yesterday said that sukkah is like the Beis Hamikdash. You enter the sukkah completely enveloped with with all those pitchetkis and the most kosher and mehudadik aschach and all the dinim and the noise sukkah. If you don't have in mind l'man yedu d'reisechem going to mishtabru, you're not Mekayim the mitzvah. So what exactly are we thinking of? There's a machloikis in the Gemara in Sukkah on Daf Yud Aleph and Beis as to what the mitzvah of Sukkah, which Sukkah are referring to. Zok the Gemara. The Sanya Kibasukkah Yisashafti is Bnei Yisrael. Anoni HaKovid. How you diver Rebbe Eliezer. The Kivayim is Sukkah's Mamish. Rashi explains Anoni HaKovid. Sukkah is Shama Kosev Shayishim Bamidbar. Sukkah is Mamish B'nei Achame B'Shas Chal Yosan HaYosim Sukkahs. So the machloik is what the kavan is. Many are knowing to have both in mind. The first night of Sukkahs, you eat 2 kazesim, and 1 kazais you say L'man yedu d'reisechem Sukkah is Mamish, L'man yedu d'reisechem Anoni HaKovid. But machloik seems to be outrageous, and I'll explain why. According to the Mabit, Anoni HaKovid is all about luxury, first class. All of Klal Yisrael was upgraded to first class. But those beds that you sleep on. Because you don't need Anoni HaKoved to survive in the Midbar. You need Ber Miriam. You need Man. Without food and hydration, you die. But Anoni HaKoved, clouds of glory that lift the valleys and lower the mountains and protect you from the harsh sun and the spears of the enemy, totally not necessary. Zokta Mabira Korosh Bohu sent us out in the Midbar for 40 years with Anoni HaKoved. Not just survival of the fittest, but an incredible, luxurious existence. Clothing freshly laundered. All the nisim of Anoni HaKoved. So, because Mamish, as Rashi explained, we erected these flimsy booths, dismantled them, put them together again. We learned Hilchos Boina on Shabbos, even though we moved, but we were there in Shechina. But Lamais, it was hardship, it was difficulty. 39 masos, in some places they stayed for a year, some places for a day. Could you imagine you finally settle the children into the neighborhood, you get good chadarim, Beis Yaakov, schools, Gavaldik Shul, a koilel, boom, we're moving tomorrow. That's something to commemorate, to celebrate. These flimsy booths that Klal Yisrael had to put up and take down. The hardship of Golis. Bishloima, according to Rabbi Eliezer, we understand it's a conventional Yom Tiv. Yitzias Mitzrayim celebrates the Makis, the love that Hashem had for Klal Yisrael, Kriyas Yam Suf. Koilis who broke him in our Sinai, they saw it seen. They heard what's to be seen, they saw what's to be heard. Nisim Gluyim, Eishak Doila, Savade, the Nisim of Shvuas, of Kabbalah Satayra. According to Rabbi Eliezer, Man Yedu, Darei Seichem, Kabasukas, and Shaftis, Ben Yisrael, another Yom Tiv called Sukkos, where we celebrate Anoni HaKoved. The Chesed of Hashem, the Tov of Hashem. But according to Rabbi Kiva, Sukkah is mamish. Why would we celebrate difficult times? Why would we celebrate hardship? Could you imagine making a Yom Tov about the Gulag, about the concentration camp, about the tzoros, about you living in a coal cellar in Ludlow Street? Thank you, Hashem, for the hardship of barely getting a living, of being sacked every single week from my job because I don't come in for Shabbos. Shkoyach, thank you, thank you, thank you. Where's the Yom Tov? What type of celebration is it? What's the kavanah of Sukkos Mamish according to the Bekiva? Haloi Davu. Again, the share should be l'schus, my Yedidim, the Moshe ben Chana Saraleya, before Avram Yitzchok, Hakoyim ben Gittel, Moshe ben Chana Saraleya, Shmuel Greenberg Shlita, Große Talmid Chochem, Große Tzadik, Alte Shmuel ben Chavaleya, and all the Chayli Yisrael. That's a kind of good. This is the Mahalach I would suggest. Eino Chanami, Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Eliezer being Chaylik and the Atzmius of the Yom Tov. Whose Yom Tov is it? According to Rabbi Eliezer, Anoni HaKoved means we thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu for the Nisim and Floyas of the Midbar, of Anoni HaKoved. It's a conventional Yom Tov. It's the Yom Tov of Hakoras HaTov. It's the Yom Tov of regaling our descendants the glorious history of Klal Yisrael and Anoni HaKoved, no less. And Mele, it's a Yom Tov that commemorates our relationship with Hashem. So to be Kiva Sukkos Mamish. Sukkos Mamish means it's Lechteich Acharai Bamidbo Be'eretz Lo Zaru. It's our Yom Tov. It's the Hemshech from Yom Neroim. It commemorates our Mesiras Nefesh. It's a Gonda Yom Tov. According to Bekiva, Sukkos Mamish conjures the memory of HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kav Yochel, so to speak, incredible loyalty and fealty of Klal Yisrael under all circumstances. You could live in Savannah, Georgia 100 years ago, B'Shem Torah mitzvahs. You could live in Minneapolis, in Milwaukee, in Muncie, in Alad, in Yerushalayim. Live in Flatbush. You can live all over the world and under all conditions. We keep the Torah. Pre-war, during the war, post-war, mid-geld, ungeld. It's not Negeya. It's the Zelda Sukkah. It's an unbelievable Yom Tov according to Rabbi Kiva. It's the Yom Tov that commemorates the resiliency of Klal Yisrael, the tenacity of Klal Yisrael, the loyalty of Klal Yisrael. Lech Teichach B'Midbar B'Eretz Lo Yizaru Haganuk Shem with the miracles. But we entered the Midbar, and we did so joyfully. And that's the Yom Tov according to Rabbi Kiva. It's not commemorating the glory of Hashem, so to speak, but the glory of Klal Yisrael. That's one approach. I'd like to suggest another approach. Both Sukkos Mamish and Ani HaKavod are a Gilui of HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yisbach Shemai. It's a revelation of his greatness, and I'll explain. Ani HaKavod, as we've said, it's about the glory, the love, the majesty, the miraculous existence of Klal Yisrael in the Midbar. Let's say, for example, you have a child born into a billionaire's home. He's given a silver bell. He's told, whatever you ring the bell, you get whatever you want. You want toast? Ring the bell. You want the dishes should be clear? Ring the bell. You want your tricycle? Ring the bell. You want your bicycle? Ring your bell. You want your Maserati? Ring your bell. You want a pelts? You want a fur? You want an ice skating rink? You ring the bell. You get whatever you want. The magic is the bell. Now, as the father provided every need for the child, maybe, because as long as he maintains his status, he can ring the bell and get what he wants. But let's say this child, Rahman al-Islam, loses all his money. He rings the bell and clearly dies from hunger, starvation. He has nothing. The bell is meaningless. But the father that prepares his child for every eventuality, he teaches him how to survive in the forest. He shows him the yesod of life, how to earn a living, how to make do with less, how to survive in difficult times. That father's really prepared him. That's the real yesod of Sukkos Mamish. Klal Yisrael received the Torah in the Midbar. Klal Yisrael left Mitzrayim to be servants and slaves of Hashem on that mountain. And in the process, Klal Yisrael learned that without fanfare, without pomp and circumstance, without luxury, but the same loyal Yid, the incredibly same nation. Sukkos Mamish commemorates the ability to survive and to thrive arduous conditions and difficult times. And who was the mumche in this? Rabbi Kiva! Rabbi Kiva at the end of Masechet Makkos, Rabbi Kiva at the Seder. He's regaling with Sipi Yetzias Mitzrayim. Why did they come to Rabbi Kiva? Because Rabbi Kiva was the Yid who was an expert in Chayav Adam Leroy Solaharis Hizatz Mikiliyotzim Mitzrayim. He can teach the other Tanoim who are the same Tanoim at the end of Masechet Makkos who are crying over the Churban and he's laughing. He sees the phoenix rising. He laughs at Golas. He says, we can make it, we can succeed, we can celebrate. And at a time when they're killing Jews, crucifying them for being Marbitz Torah, Massive Makelis Barabim, they come to Rabbi Kiva to learn in Bnei Brak, how do you celebrate the kiyum of the mitzvah of Chayav Adam Liroy Setzatzmai Kiliyotzim Mitzrayim. Dafka through the prism of Rabbi Kiva. The flames go out, the donkey dies. Command over Rahman al-Tav, he only sees good. Not just Gamzul al-Toiva, which is a fine madriga, but Command over Rahman al-Tav as that shine the good. Masreike Shobaz, or Yotzin Ishmos Erod. Sukkot is so unique because according to Rabbi Kiva, we celebrate hardship. We celebrate the resiliency and the ability to overcome it. There's a Tiger Yid in Ballpark. Mr. Singer's angezogt, das haben wir chusen. So many years ago, he told me a story. There was a little boy in Williamsburg. His father brought him into the sukkah of an Alta Yid. He never slept Kiddush Hashem. You die Kiddush Hashem, you live Kiddush Hashem. He's not a polit. He's not a refugee. But Meir Bloch Zatzal said we have a mishlachas. Leich ki shilachacha Hashem. When it came to Yohanan and David, doesn't just tell David, run for your life. Run ki shilach Hashem. That direction, escaping Shaul, is a mishlachas. Concentration camps and coming to America is a mishlachas. Leich ki shilach Hashem. So he comes into the sukkah and he sees a sukkah that has no noise sukkah. No pictures of Rebbe's Gedolim Tzadikim Rabbonim. No tinsel art. He just sees a bunch of papers. 42 pieces of paper stuck on the walls of the sukkah. And he asks his father, Vosidos. And he says, those are pink slips. This kid came after the war, Holocaust survivor, and he couldn't get a job keeping Shabbos. And every Friday they would sack him. If you don't come in on Saturday, don't bother coming on Sunday. He had 42 pink slips. And that was the Noyes Sukkah in his beautiful sukkah. What gorgeous Noyes Sukkah. I told him, Mr. Singh, if the Yid left noch zogem, that when after 120 years, he should be buried with the 42 Noyes Sukkah. What's the Malach HaChavol? They can't touch him, the Malach HaChavol. What's he going to do? Who are you? You in which army? I was sacked 42 times for keeping Shabbos. Those on this side of the pond during the war, on the other side. You have the resiliency of Sukkos Mamish under all conditions, building day schools and Chadorim, and the Hoif of the Rebbe, and Chasidus, and the Rosh Yeshivas. And my father's Levi is that sound. I'll be Moiri. Moiri Rabbi Mon, I got a reflection of Birma Zatzal said the following. So the Var of the Rosh Yeshivas certainly transplanted Torah in America. But then he said, On Rabbanim Azev Rav Leifel Nishveng Talmidim. Think about it. My father Zatzal learned 9 years by Rav Ruderman Zatzal. Came to Bensner's. He built a Talmud Torah with Molly Ben Chaim. Sent kids to Yeshiva, Beis Yaakov. Without all these Rabbanim, there wouldn't have been Talmidim. So why don't we celebrate the Rosh Yeshiva and the Rebbes? We also celebrate the Hasidim and the congregants of all the synagogues and the Shtiblach, the Kehilais that kept Yiddishkeit, that married Jewish, that ate kosher, that sent their kids to Yeshiva. Nifl in the Welt. Sukkot is America's Yom Tiv. It's Israel's Yom Tiv. It's England's Yom Tiv. It's Sukkot's Mamish. In Canada, all over the world, we didn't stop. We didn't look at the reality of times and say it's not going to happen. Forget about it. Like Rebelsky, that's how I was talking to him. He used to tell the Rosh Yeshiva is the same way. Hair is going to be transplanted in the palm of your hand. That's the same way you're going to rebuild a yeshiva in America. / Galicia, Lita, Germany, never going to happen. But we proved them all wrong. Rabba Aaron's Torah L'Shma. The Blaze of Yodel. The Gedolim in America, and Eretz Yisrael, in England, all over the world. They didn't stop in Melbourne, Australia. Sukkot is our Yom Tov. Whether it's Lachtei Chacher B'Midbar Beretz Le'Zerua, or it's celebrating the fact that Hashem has trained us, taught us, given us the tools to succeed under all conditions. You know, there was a Yid from Chorban Europa that had no children. Somebody had a lot of nieces and nephews. Mendel. Everybody loved Uncle Mendel. They all wanted him for Yom Tov, and especially for Sukkot. And Mendel was wanted by his nieces and nephews, and it's pouring rain. And they say to him, Uncle Mendel, Star is Potem and Asuka. He says, you don't understand. After liberation of the concentration camps, I have incredible nightmares every night of my life. I can't sleep. I wake up in a sweat. I'm terrified. When I'm in the sukkah, I sleep like a baby. I'm not leaving the sukkah. Concentration camp Auschwitz is concentration camp Auschwitz. Aber besitzen a sukkah? Das ist Zele Menusa, Zele Kuchabrichu. It's a breath of fresh air. Emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, ruchnius, Zele Menusa, Zele Kuchabrichu, you walk into the mitzvah. The Shemi Shmuel says that how does mikveh work? So to Shemi Shmuel, there are two kinds of creatures, creations. Land creatures and sea creatures. Take a sea creature, put him on land, he dies. A land creature in the sea dies. When a human being who's a land creature immerses himself in the mikveh, completely submerged, with no chatzitza impediment, with no life support system, he comes out, it's tchias hamesim. He's a different person. Malam ekav choyvel ekav schus. Something about brachas, tezayim and beis. Tezvot and beis, tezayim and aleph, ayolam necholim, a blood gemara, you have to immerse yourself in the Torah. No distractions, you come out a different person, it's tchias hamesim. That's sukkah. You get into that sukkah, you turn your back on the gashmias, Selam Nusa Tzela Kuchabricho. It's the bounty festival. You're celebrating all your success. You turn your back on it, and you enter Selam Nusa Dira Saroi. Now it's your money. That's the Yisrael of Sukkah. Moshe Helfgat, Tyler, you did Neman as a shver. The kids in Nimrods, it was in concentration camp, Auschwitz. Believe it or not, they dug out a hollow in the ground and made a sukkah. And basically, the way it worked was like this. You had two people at each staging place, different areas of the concentration camp at midnight. And they tapped number one on the shoulder. He looked to the right and the left, and he'd run into the sukkah, jump in, pull off a schach, make the brachas, and run out. Well, Ramesh Alfgat Shver was the number two man. He taps this Ger Chusid, number one man, weighing barely 80 pounds, takes off like a bolt of lightning, jumps into the sukkah with his moldy bread, pulls over the schach, and he says like this. Buchato Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam hamitzi lechem min haaretz. Buchato Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam asher kitshon mitzvos tzivon leish basukkah. Buchato Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam shechiyonu v'kimonu v'higyon lazman hazeh. Then he eats the bread. And from the bowels of the earth, the lowest and the highest place on this planet, Shir HaMaleh is a song of ascents mimamakim. Man reaches highest when he's lowest. He cries out, "Rabbeinu Shalom is an Kasak Shonim from there. We're more stubborn than you are. You put us in a concentration camp. You burnt our families. We mekayim the mitzvah of Sukkah in Auschwitz. Niflin of Alt. Shechiyonu v'kimonu v'kiyonu lazman hazeh. A Talmud or Bekiva. That's Sukkah's mamash. Rabbi Yisrael. There's a young man, his name is Rabbi Levi Burnham. I remember as a little boy in Tulsa Yeshiva on Shemain Drive. I used to mention Kiruv. So he wrote about a national story, stockbroker who was sick and tired of paying $4 a slice of pizza. Retired, moved to Philadelphia, slice of pizza for $1. But it was an interesting thing because in Italy, there's a type of coffee shop where you pay forward, which means you buy a cup of coffee for yourself, and then you give up money for an indigent person to get coffee. He decided the same thing. He took a yellow slip, not a pink slip, a yellow slip, in his pizza shop. Free slice. Person paid $1 a head. And he had over 100,000 slices that he gave out in 1 year. $100,000 were contributed for indigent people, homeless people. They wrote beautiful notes of what it meant for them to get a slice of pizza to eat. And then the people who expressed, "We're proud of you, keep up the good work, keep your head high." You know what he said that is? He said that is a Shlomo Melech. Why do we read Koheles and Sukkos? Because Bikshu Lignois, it's full of steers and they obey. Simcha Mazawoisa, it's worthless. Simcha. Shibachti is a Simcha. Simcha Shal Mitzvah, regular Simcha. Sukkos is the greatest oxymoron. It's the Chag HaOsif, it's the bounty festival. Your accountant tells you have $800,000 in the bank, and then you walk out of your chandelier, your carpet, you go into a Diras Aroya and live there. It's a steer and obey. That's Koheles. Yiddishkeit is Koheles. But the aside of the stira is the word Koheles. Koheles is not just Ecclesiastes. Koheles means kehila, a group, a gathering. Shlomo HaMelech was the greatest Koheles because he gathered. He gathered knowledge and he did something with it. The greatest Koheles of our day is Moran Saraterab Chaim Sheper for Shleima Shlita. He gathers and he does something with the knowledge. Rabba used to say, all the doctors and the Askonim that are helping people that are ill with a disease. It's Koheles. Yidden davening, making Mishaberachs. A fellow Avi in Minneapolis, he just told me today, haven't been taking phone calls. I'm just getting out now. I haven't even got to shul yet. He said, Rabbi, during the break, I said, the whole Sefer Tehillim for you. That was his break. He was a novelist. His father just passed away. This is Klal Yisrael. They're all gatherers, the greatest gatherers. We are Koheles. This is the door of Koheles. The gatherers will inherit the earth. That's the estate of Koheles. You have something, do something with it. You amassed wealth, give tzedakah. You have a smile? Smile. You're kind, compassionate, give a good word. Cheer people up. Learn. Be a gatherer, be a Koheles. That's what Shlomo HaMelech. Chaim Zavava says that Moshe Rabbeinu says, Vashamayim imav v'loretz einoid. Loretz tachas einoid. Moshe Rabbeinu can say einoid milvadei because he knows Shamayim and he knows Oretz. Shlomo HaMelech can say Hevel avolam ha'makelos because he had everything. Some poor indigent person screams, money is worthless, it's a curse, doesn't mean anything. But Shlomo HaMelech, who had everything and knew everything, he says, Hevel avolam ha'makelos. The great gatherer says, if everything is said and done, it's all worthless. Rabbi say, the Yom Tif of Sukkot. Hoshana and Rabba and Shaykh in the Welt. The Gemara says, Sechte, Sukkot, the Mishnah, and Daf Memhei Yom Aleph. Mitzvahs Arova Keitza Mokom Yilamat B'Yushalayim, who's called Moitzin. They took out the Muraviyos, they collected the Arovis. Zoikfin. And then they'd walk around the Mizbeach, Toku Variu V'Tekiu, Toku. Choyoy Makividas Mizbeach Pamachas, V'Mimon Hashem Yishiana, Slichana. And Yishiana, says Rabbi Yehuda. What you say, Yoy Man Yishana Rabba, Makividas Mizbeach Sheva Pomim. Shas Piros in my name, Rem Yoyvidra Mizbeach, Yoyvidra Mizbeach. So Rabbi Lezer, Leilecha Mizbeach. Oy, Shaykh. How did they take leave of Sukkot with the Arava? That's like a bomb kasha. The Arava and Batam Berech. So to Maral, you know Arava? Because Arava has no Tam Berech. Arava means Hashem loves us just because we're Yidden. That's why he picked us. It's an Avashini Tului B'Dava. Bay, I think we're there. It's 5 o'clock, no Bay? Avituli B'Dolar. Rabbi Hoshana Rabba's Nitshayich. It reminds us of the fact that Hashem loves us just because he loves us. We have to love each other just because we're Yidden. Just because we're the Amanifchor, and that Tzchos will be Zoychet Take. To make it the Mizbeach again, to be Zoychet the Binyan Abayis, turn the Sukkah into the Beis HaMikdash, and be Zoychet to the greatest Simcha, Ach Sameach, with the coming of Mashiach Tzidkenu, B'mher of Yameinu. Amen. Vermachen the machine.
Shalom Avracha, good morning, and welcome to this unbelievable Vayichan program. I want to take a moment and thank my dear brother-in-law, Rav Ruvain Taragin Shlita, and the whole staff, Yeshiva Nakotel, those involved in putting this fantastic program together. Lahagdil Torah Ladira. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sends continued unbelievable siyata d'shmaya, the whole shlav u'shlav, v'mirtz Hashem. This will continue to be a tremendous riboy quote shamayim echoyel el choyel ad bi'askol tzedek and vayter. So here we are in the Yontiv of Sukkot, Hoshana Rabba time, right around the corner. And L'chvod Hoshana Rabba, this fantastic program put together. So what do we know about the Yontiv of Sukkot? Well, it comes Lamaisa in the schus, in the merit of none other than Yaakov Avinu. Let's start by turning to the Torah in Hilchos Rosh Chodesh and Archaim Simon Taf Yud Zayin. And the Torah, citing his brother, tells us that the three of us correspond to the three regalim. An idea that's bandied about many others from the Vilna Gaon talks about it today is his yahrzeit. The Shia right now is being recorded on Yutes Tishrei, the yahrzeit of the Heilige of Vilna Gaon, Zechat Tzadik v'Kodesh Levracha, and the Vilna Gaon writing. And there's a Deres Eliyah Ma'adur Tzli Parshas Balak, and it's an idea the father, the Shlah, talks about in the Sefer Emek Bracha of Tzedek HaKohen, Shem Shmuel, and so many others. The three overs correspond accordingly to the three regalim. Avram Avinu corresponds to the Yontiv of Pesach, and Yitzchak corresponds to the Yontiv of Shavuos. Avram Avinu served the guests, Lechem Ugas Matzos, gave the matzos according to many Rishonim, it was Pesach time. Avram Avinu corresponding to Pesach. Yitzchak, they blew from the shofar of Elosh Yitzchak. The left horn was blown b'shas Matan Torah Maimen Sinai. Yitzchak keneged Shavuos, and Yaakov Avinu is keneged Sukkos. Yaakov writes the pasuk in Vayishlach ulmekneu also Sukkos, fashioned the huts, the Sukkos, mamish for his behemoths, for his mikneh, his cattle, his livestock. Yaakov naso Sukkosa, traveled to a place called Sukkos. Yaakov interconnected to the Yontiv of Sukkot. So this Yontiv we might have Zayin Ushpiz, and we'll have the 7 special holy guests coming and gracing our Sukkah. But Barosh Rishona, the one in whose merit we have the Yontiv, the one corresponding to the Yontiv of Sukkot is none other than Yaakov Avinu, Yaakov Keneged Sukkot. And at the same time, what's the Hashlam of the 7 days of Sukkot? We know the Gemara tells us in Brachos Yud Beis and Aleph, HaKoholech Achar Achisun, Zil Bosu Chasima, and the Chasima of the Yontiv of Sukkot is Hoshana Rabba. And who is the guest that comes and graces our Sukkah on Hoshana Rabba? Who comes Hoshana Rabba time? That's none other than David HaMelech. So Yaakov Avinu is the Yontiv of Sukkot. V'Yaakov Nasa Sukkoso, L'Makaneu also Sukkos. Yaakov is the Yontiv of Sukkot, but who is Hoshana Rabba? The one who brings it to Lidei Hashlama, the one who brings it to closure, is David HaMelech. That's Hoshana Rabba. He is the Zion, the 7th, the number Zion of our Ushpizin that comes and graces us. And the truth is, David HaMelech Lamaisa is all about the number 7. He is David HaMelech. He's the one who manifests the Malchus of HaKadosh Baruch Hu down here in this world. David HaMelech is the one who writes the Ben Yehoyada, and Moikot and Tazayin corresponds to Shabbos. Shabbos Malchus on the 7th day of the week. Malchus is, after all, the 7th of the Zion Midas. Malchus is Bechina of David HaMelech. And all comes down to Melech. Melech backwards Kulam. The one who packages it all, brings it all together, brings all the people together. That's David HaMelech. That's the Midah Shvius. No coincidence that David, of course, was Nifter, as the Yerushalmi tells us twice, both in Bey and Chagiga, that David's yahrzeit is when is Shavuos time. Shavuos is after 7 times 7. And writes the Bechor Shor in the Binyan Ariel, the same way David HaMelech was Nifter in Shavuos. Mistama, based on Roshana Yad Aleph, Tzadik and Nismal Shanasim, who was also born in Shavuos. So David HaMelech is born in Shavuos and dies in Shavuos, which is 7 times 7. David HaMelech's death occurs also when? On Shabbos. All right, the Gemara, where in Shabbos? Daflam and Amud Beis, we talk about the death of David HaMelech. So he dies on Shabbos, he dies on Shavuos, he's born on Shavuos, 7 times 7. David HaMelech lives how long? 70 years, a number that he himself writes about in Tehillim, Kapitel Tzadik Posek Yud. Yemei Shenoseinu Boim Shivim Shona. An average lifespan is 70 years. That's how many David HaMelech gave him in the Zohar and Chelik Aleph, Tzadi Aleph Amud Beis. David, after the Chet, destined to live for 1,000 years, but he lives only to 930, dedicating, of course, allotting graciously 70 of those years to David HaMelech, who is destined to be a miscarried fetus. Anefo Ba'alman, he gives him 70 years. David lives a 70-year life. David HaMelech is all about the number 7, the king of sevens. He is born in Shavuos, 7 times 7 dies on Shavuos, dies on Shabbos. The Misa discussed him in Shechah Shabbos. He is the 7th son of Yishai, as the Psukim clearly indicate. David HaMelech married 18 wives, but who do you think was wife number 7? Writes the Chidah in Helam Davar Nosiyat Zayin. The 7th wife of David HaMelech was none other than Bat Sheva. Bat Sheva, he married the daughter of 7, a Shidduch. Writes the Gemara in Sanhedrin Kav Zayin, that was destined from Sheshis Mei Bereishis. David is the Hashlomo Tad the Marishin, and David, his 7th wife, is Bat Sheva, the daughter of 7. He himself was the 7th son. David is Gematria 14, which is 7 doubled over. David is connected to Shabbos, connected to Shavuos. David is number 7. That is Bechinas Malchus, that Shabbos Malchus. David is all about the number 7. Gematria 14, 7 doubled over. And David HaMelech, many other correlations to the number 7. David HaMelech clearly living a 70-year life, the king of sevens. He is the 7th day of Sukkot as well. He is Hoshana Rabba, and it makes a lot of sense. We learn from Zechariah Yadalin, the Haftarah, the first day of Sukkot. What's the Haftarah all about? It revolves around Mechemes Gog Magog. And what is that? The last war. It's going to be David, Mashiach ben David against Gog from Magog. David versus Gog. Chidush Yirim, Dallas Vidalis versus Gaiva V'Gaiva. It's David versus Gog. What do we learn about Mechemes Gog and Magog? Zechariah Perk Yadalin on the first day of Sukkot. And on Shabbos Chol HaMoed Sukkot, we'll learn Nacham all about one Mechemes Gog and Magog. And writes the Nimukei Yosef from Megillah, quoting Rav Haigon. The Torah cites it as well. Why do we talk about Gog and Magog on Sukkot? Because the Mechama Gog and Magog writes of Haigon what's not going to take place on Sukkot. That means what? Yes, the Yontif Mitzarechas Keneged Yaakovinu, Yaakov Keneged Sukkot, Yaakov Nasa Sukkosa, Ulama Keneo also Sukkot. But who's the Hashlama of the Yontif of Sukkot? The Hashlama is Ayadei David HaMelech, is Hoshana Rabba. That's number 7, day number 7 of Sukkot. That's the Hashlomo to the Yontiv of Yaakov Avinu about Gog and Magog, which is when Malchus Beis David will arise yet again. We're going to learn about that Sukkot time, and the Mechama will even take place Sukkot time. That's going to be a Yontiv that will bring about the Malchus Beis David. Amela, what do we say every single day of Sukkot? Harachamanu Yaakam Lanu Sukkos David Hanofoles. This Sukkah is Gematria 91, Gematria Heichal Havaya, Heichal Hashem. We go into the Sukkah. We're entering essentially Letzela de Meim Nusa, Letzela Vamuna. We're going into the Heichal Hashem. Harayt Shav Yitzchak Isa Chover. And Rosh Hashiach Yitzchak. Look at the word Sukkah. Samach Vav Chafei. Samach Hei. Gematria Heichal. Vav and Chaf in the middle. The Osias Panimius Gematria Havaya 26. The word Sukkah, it represents the bias, the Heichal of Hashem. Sukkah Heichal Hashem. Harachamanu Yakum Lanu Sukkos David Hanofoles. Machlokes in the Rishon. Many understand in the Posek and Amos it's a reference to the Beis Hamikdash. Others understand it's a reference to Malchus Beis David. When do we talk about Malchus Beis David coming back again? We talk about it on Sukkot. Sukkos David and Opheles, and that's the Ashlama to the Yontiv of Sukkot. And might be Beschus Keneged Yaakovinu. But who's going to be Mashlemet? It's going to come down to Hoshana Rabba, which is David HaMelech is the 7th guest that comes into our Sukkah on Hoshana Rabba. That's going to be the day of the Hoshana Rabba, the day of the Gavaldige Yeshua. Sukkah bebechinas achar sayomim. In the future, we're going to sit in the Sukkah and Avodah Zarah Daf Gimel Manav Hashem. As Mavdol the Goyim separates the Goyim from Klai Yisrael, Ayidei the Mitzvah Sukkah. And Sukkah is Wilaining Gog Magog. This is representative of achar sayomim. And who is going to arise to start him yet again in achar Yomim. Now, no other than David HaMelech. So the Yontiv is all about Yaakov through and through. Yaakov Nasa Sukkosa. And Yaakov Avinu makes the Sukkos, and Yaakov is Nasa Sukkosa. He's the Yontiv of Sukkos. He's the Hashlama of the Pesach Shavuos of Avram and Yitzchak. Brings it all full circle. That's Yaakov Ishtam. Yoshef Olim. That's Yaakov Avinu, the Yontiv of Sukkos. But it only reaches its climax. Ayadei David HaMelech, the 7th guest, the 7th of our Zion and Shpizin, who comes into the Sukkah of Hoshana Rabba. And why the name Hoshana Rabba? All right, so Hunur Zatzal and Pachad Yitzchak. Machaye Meisam Ata Rav LaHoshia. Rav lo Shia Hoshana Rabba. Machayim Isamata Rav lo Shia Hoshana Rabba. Gevaldige Remez, but Lamaisa, why the juxtaposition? What connection to Tchias Amesim? Well, the feet of Arenu, Machemis Gogomogo, Tchias Amesim. And this is all about Achris HaYomim. After we get to this point, then the Gra says, Shemini Atzeres HaTischak L'Yom Acharon. That's going to be after Yemos Mashiach. The Yom Tov Sukkos takes us there. And we're going to have the Sukkos Davar and Afelis. Then we're going to have a Tischak Yom Acharon. And the day of endless Schok throughout Yemos Mashiach. So the Yom Tov is about Yaakovinu, but it reaches its Hashlama Yidei David HaMelech. What do we see? Hoshana Rabba, Rav Lahoshia. Bachayim Eisamata, Rav Lahoshia. So what's the connection? Yaakov is Sukkos, the Hashlama of Sukkos Isaac David, the Sukkos David and Aphilas coming back up. Rav Lahoshia, Hoshana Rabba. His seventh guest, Midas Malchus, is going to rise once again. I want Shaychis to Tchias Amesim. Say yes, the miracle of Tchias Amesim will follow. When Malchus based David comes and we have the Tkufa of Yemos Mashiach, 10 different opinions in Chazal, how long exactly it's going to last, and then we'll have Tchias Amesim. There'll be a Bechin of Tchias Amesim for the Tzadikim, even Mishas, Abiyas Kol Tzedek Meheira V'Yameinu. So what's the connection to Tchias Amesim? So sit back and listen in. Perhaps we see out the Shmai, the Mahalach is as follows. We find about only two people that they never really died. Now we do have, truth be told, a Bryce at the end of the first parak of Derech Eretz Zuta that records how Tisha Zochu Shenechnesu B'Chein L'Gan Eden. And we had 9 people that were Zoicha, including Chanoch, Eliyahu Hanofi, Serach Bas Osher, and we have 9 people that were Zoicha Nichnes B'Chayim L'Gan Eden. Gavaldig Azah. But about 2 people only in L'chayru we see a bechina that they never really died. Now there is a machlekes in Sota Daf Yud Gimel. Alan Beis regarding Moshe Rabbeinu, machlekes Chilukei Deis, did he die? Did he not die? Sof Kosof, the Torah says Vayamas Moshe and Hashem. So there's clearly Misa connected to Moshe Rabbeinu. Shaking, we have a Gemara in Tainus Daf Hamid Beis. Yaakovinu Lo Meis, the famous member of Rabbi Yochanan. And Taisa says that it doesn't say the word Vayamos in conjunction with Yaakovinu Lo Meis. We also find Rosh Hashanah Chafayim and Aleph, David Melchisol Chai V'Kaya, and that David Melchisol also is shaykh to a Bechina, where besides this Indian of the 9 people who went in alive to Gan Eden, they left this world, Kilo, and went straight to Gan Eden. But we find Mitzarecha Yaakovinu Lo Meis, and Mitzad Sheni, we find David Melchisol Chai V'Kaya, he went on to live forever. So we have one person who died, who never died, Yaakovinu, and no person who Kilo never died, because he goes on to live forever. Fascinating. So the Gemara tells us in Brachas Daf and Zayin and Beis that Sheina is Echamishishim Amisa. Sleep is 1/60th of the death. That means what? Anyone who tastes a tam of Shena is already tasting a me'ain of what Misa is all about. We find 2 people in Tanakh who were able to go without sleeping. Keilu without sleeping. Yaakovinu, Rashi tells us, Vayishka v'mokav v'yolan sham, only there. But Malamed, we draw the inference for 14 years in the Yeshiva Shem and Eber, Yaakovinu was able to go without any sleep at all. 14 years he was able to go without sleep. Some say he dozed. I say Yaakov can go without getting into the Sugin Adorm and Shavuos. You can't go 3 days without sleep. Yaakov Avinu went 14 years without any real sleep. And who is the person throughout Tanakh whose whole life who took pride in Kilo never sleeping? Brachas Daf Gimel Amud Beis. David Melech says, I dozed off. I was misnanim kasus. I in Sukkah Chavav Amud Beis. He would doze off. Shisa Nishmei, like the dozing of a horse. And then what comes along? The Kinor. Ira Shachar Chatzos Alayla, David gets up the Hodos and Shvachanados. Yaakovinu goes 14 years without ever sleeping. David Melech is always dozing. He never really sleeps. Fascinating. 2 and only 2 people in all of Tanakh are able to go Kilo without sleeping. And about those very same 2 people, we find Tainus Tafei Yaakovinu Lo Meis and David Melchisor Chai V'Kayim Roshon Chafayim and Aleph. So what do we see? That the 2 people who Kilo never died, they went on to live forever. 2 people that were never toim even Shena. They never really slept. They were mamshaf the whole time. And which yontif lefi and do you find a musig? of not sleeping. And we find the Gemara the Sukkah and Gimel and Aleph that by the Simcha Space Shoeva, Mamish Laura Simcha, we were dancing, we were going Lebedik, we were rejoicing, and we were able to go without sleep. The Gemara says, how can it go? They were misnamning. They would doze off on each other's shoulders just like David and Melech, Givaldik. The one time a year, that Kilo, all of Klai was celebrating so much, but Kilo never slept. It's the Yontav of Sukkot. Why the Yontav of Sukkot? Why Yaakov Avinu is going to get Sukkot, and now Shlomo the Yontav Sukkos Ayadei David HaMelech. And what is that? This is Mechayim Eisamata Rav Loshia, Rav Loshia, Hoshana Rabba, Hoshana Rabba, the Hashloma, the end, the climax of the Yontav of Sukkos, which is already a Yontav that takes us main Achrus Hayomim. The Hasalava Kol Ezrach, we're all going to sit in the same Sukkah. And Avodah Zardaf Gimel Hashem is going to throw the Goyim out of the whole Yeshua de La'asid, Ayadei the mitzvah of Sukkah. Sukkos, Aracham Yal Kolonu, Sukkah's David on a floss, the rebirth of Malchus Beis David, and the reemergence of Baya Shlishi, Amela Yaakovinu, who is Bechir Shabbat, Yaakovinu, who doesn't sleep, also never dies. David HaMelech, who doesn't sleep, also never dies. And by the way, Api Kabbalah, what other night besides Shavuos do we have a minute to stay up all night? Hoshana Rabba, Agivaldik, what 2 nights of the year do we stay up all night? Do we not go to sleep? Number one, Shavuos. Yes, the Magen Avram, Alpi, the famous Merush Klai, went to sleep. But you can't ignore the coincidence. It's not a coincidence. Whose day is Shavuos? David HaMelech, who's the king of 7. Shavuos, 7 times 7. David, as we said, he died on Shavuos. He was born on Shavuos. On Shavuos, David is the one person who his whole life, Yaakovina, 14 years, he doesn't sleep. But David's whole life, he never slept. David's whole life, he was only dozing. Givaldik, David HaMelech never goes to sleep. His day, his birthday, his Yartzeit Shavuos, we stay up all night. And David, as the 7th guest who corresponds to Hoshana Rabba, the Fianias Taiti, David, who is our 7th guest on Hoshana Rabba, Hoshana Rabba be Kabbalah is the night also that many people are knowing to stay up. And what's with staying up? Because this is the night of David HaMelech, and David HaMelech also never went to sleep. He stayed up all night learning. He would stay up all night in Shiras and Tishbochas and Talmud Torah. And that's David HaMelech, that's the Hashlama of the Yontav of Sukkos. Amela Geshmak, it's all about Yaakovino, but it only reaches its Hashlama. Ayidei David HaMelech, the Yontav is all about Adelah Salavo. We're going to talk about Yaakovino, but we're also going to lay from Mechemes Gogomogo, which is going to foster the backdrop for the reemergence of Malchus Beis David on the world stage. Mechemes Gogomogo, the Yontav of Sukkos, Hoshana Rabba, and Hoshana Rabba linked with what? Rav Loshia on the heels of Machayim Meisim Ata Rav Loshia. Along with Mashiach ben David, Tzias HaMesim has an Indian of David HaMelech, those 2 people who never slept, never really died. Nachayim Eisam Ata Rav Loshia Hoshana Rabba. It's a Yontav about Yaakovino, but it reaches its Hashlama Ayadei David HaMelech. Now, why is that? It all works, it all fits, it's Kishmak. Amalamaisa, why is that? So the Chayra, Yaakovino, we know, introduced the concept of Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Yaakovino writes the Gemara Pesachim Daf Nun Vavam and Aleph, and the Medrash Rabba makes it very clear in Parashat Vayechi. Yaakov gave the world the gift of Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. That on his deathbed, what's the one sentence, the one statement he wants to hear coming from his children as testimony that they're kulam tzaddikim, they're fully righteous? Shema Yisrael Hashem Hashem Echad. And what does Yaakovino respond? The same Yaakov when he met up with Yosef HaTzadik, who says Shema Yisrael, who gives Klai Yisrael the gift of Shema Yisrael. Shema Yisrael itself a reference to Shema Yisrael Saba Yaakov Avinu. He gives the world the gift of Shema Yisrael after the sons tell him Shema Yisrael, Tati Abba, we got the message, we got the gift of Shema Yisrael, we're giving it back to you. How does Yaakovino respond? Baruch Shem Kavod Malchusa L'Olam Vayed. And yet, the Gemara Pesachim involved questions. So if Yaakov said Baruch Shem Kavod Malchusa L'Olam Vayed, why do we not say it? Moshe Rabbeinu didn't put it into the Torah. We don't say it. L'chayra, it's poshut why we can't have it in the Torah. Baruch Shem is not a posuk anywhere in Chumash. We can't have it in the Torah. Why not? Because as the Maral explains, B'Kamadukti in a number of places, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchusa is the Nesinas Godel to the covet of the Malchus HaBorei. Shema Yisrael is announcing to ourselves in the world, Hashem is Echad Yachad Miyuchad Hashem and Elokeinu. It's all Hashem Echad. And on the heels of Shema Yisrael, what do we then have? Baruch Shem Kavod Malchusa L'Olam Vayed. And that highlights, that enhances that sense. It's not just that God is the only one God, but He's omniscient, He's omnipotent, He is all-knowing and all-powerful, and He has all the cover in the world. Baruch Shem Kivon Malchus and the Olavod. Yaakov Avinu understood it, but he couldn't give it over to the world. Rabbi Yosef Chaim the Ben Yoda even writes in Ben Yoel Torah Parsha Vayechi, I count up the letters in Shema Yisrael and Baruch Shem, and what do you get? And you multiply that by 3, and that's 147, the amount of years of Yaakov Avinu. Yaakov Avinu's life was all about Shema Yisrael, Baruch Shem, and the letters of Shema combined with the letters of Baruch Shem, which we recite 3 times a day, yields 147 gematria, the days of Yaakov Avinu. So Yaakov understood and he lived the covenant of the Malchus. But Yaakov needs David HaMelech. Why? Because only when you have a sense of Malchusa de Ara can you have that resounding echo of Malchusa de Rakia. As the Gemara explains in Brochus and many other places in Chazal. What is this semblance of Malchus of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the sense of Malchus based over down here? Until you witness and you privy and you glimpse a Bechina, a sense of Malchus, where true kingship and sovereignty is down here in this world, you can't ever fully appreciate and comprehend the depth, the profundity of what the Malchus of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is all about. Same way the Arizal, the Shlah, and so many others tell us that the Avos, we know the Medrash Rabba relates in Bereshis, Ha'avos, Hein Hein Amarkava, they're the chariot. They're 3 legs, 3 wheels of the figurative chariot. As Ravuna explains, that carries the glory of the Eibusher to the world. They're Kilu, the Merkava of the Shechina. But the Merkava can't travel anywhere. The king can't go anywhere in his glorious chariot without what? Without a 4th wheel. Who's the 4th wheel of the Merkava? None other than David HaMelech. David HaMelech is the Regel Revi Merkava. He's the one who gets that glorious golden chariot of the Eibusher going. He gets it to disseminate that sovereignty, the kingship of God all over the world. Why? Because only once you bring the Malchus concept down to this world, to Olam Hazeh, and you've tasted what Malchus-based David is all about, you see David HaMelech on his throne, planting the seeds of a future Beis HaMikdash. When you appreciate the Malchus down here, then and only then can you fully understand, appreciate, and be cognizant of what the Malchus of the Borei Olam is all about. Mamela, Yaakov Avinu gave us a gift of Shema, and he himself fully chapped and inculcated within his children. But it's not here. It's not here in this world. Why? Because we need David HaMelech to introduce Malchus as the 7th guest on Sukkot, as the one who's connected Minas HaMalchus down here in this world. Once we tasted Malchus, then and only then can we appreciate Yaakov gave us Shema Baruch Shem, and he lived it through and through Yom V'Layla. But Yaakov needs David. He needs that 4th wheel of the Merkava to get the Merkava of the Shechina promulgated and disseminated worldwide. Yaakov Avinu is the Yantav Sukkot, the Lasid. But we can't have the Malchus of the Borei Olam, Mashiach Tzidkenu, unless what? Who's going to bring up the rear Kilu? Whom does Yaakov need? Yaakov has, I'm giving you the Yantav of Sukkot, but I need David HaMelech as my 7th guest. 7 is all about Hashlama, the 7 days of the week, the 7 years of the Shemitah cycle, 7 colors in the spectrum, 7 colors in the rainbow, 7 notes on the musical scale. It takes an average person 7 minutes to fall asleep at night. The average person has 7 passwords. The average person's favorite number is the number 7. It's all about the magical number 7. George A. Miller, it's all about we remember things 7. The average phone number is 7 digits. And the list goes on and on. David HaMelech is the king of 7s. He brings an holy day of Shloma. The Yantav of Sukkot is what is Frosalena Sukkah Shlomecha. What's going to get us to a Frosalena Sukkah Shlomecha? How are we going to get to a Sukkah of Sholem? It's a Yantav of Yaakov, but Yaakov needs the Malchus of David as our 7th guest on Hoshana Rabba. That's the Yantav of Sukkot that's going to carry us to Achrus HaYomim. Amela, we understand after this. Why do we lay Mechemes Gog Magog? Because Malchus-based David can only rise to its rightful place, and David can ascend his justified place on the throne. And the Beis HaMikdash, only Ayaday defeating first Mechemes Gog Magog, and then Havdalah between David on the one side and Gog Magog on the other. That's what? That's related to Sukkot. Just as Lefi Taiti, Hashem uses B'dafka, the mitzvah of Sukkah, to be Mavdol the Goyim, who have no Shaychus Tachros HaYomim, and Avodah Zer Daf Gimel, kicks the Goyim out, everybody left, we can enjoy Malchus-based David. How do we enjoy Malchus-based David? Only with the synthesis of the Koch of Yaakov who gave us Shema Yisrael. and the Koch of David who gives us Baruch Shei. It's the Beis Hamikdash that David plants the seeds to Mizrah Shir Chanukas Habayis LeDavid. And that's the only place in the world where Klal Yisrael recites, guess what? Baruch Shei Kavod. Malchus L'Olam Va'ed. And don't forget the Medrash at the end of Sefer Tehillim with the Alkid writes, David, when he finished all Tehillim, he says, who sings your praises more than I do? And God says, I'll send you the Tzfardeya. And what do you think the Pasuk in Perek Shira of the Tzfardeya is? Baruch Shein Kavod Malchus L'Olam Va'ed. David is mentioned as Melech David or David Melech 52 times in Tanakh. But he needs Tzfardeya, Gematria 444, to bring out the Malchus of the Boriolim, because the Gematria of Tzfardeya, together with David's mention of David Melech 52 times, is 496 Gematria Malchus. Then we have the Malchus Abori, the Perek Shira, the song of the frog, Baruch Shein Kavod Malchus L'Olam Va'ed. How are we going to bring about the Malchus Abori? It starts with Yaakov, the beginning of Sukkot, Shema Yisrael. After Yom Kippur, that concluded with Shema Yisrael and Baruch Shei. We go into the Sukkah, Shema Yisrael, but Yaakov needs David. The two people who never slept are the two people who never died. Stay up all night, Hoshana Rabba. Keep learning, keep steiging. Tap into the Koach of David. Mechai Mesamat the Rav Lo Shi Hoshana Rabba. That's David. That's day number 7. Hashlama Yadav Sukkos. That's Vizaychet agreed to Mashiach Tzidkenu Meheru. They may know. Thanks for listening. Have a Lebedik rest of Yom Tov.
Rabbi Aaron, Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom, how are you?
Wonderful to see you.
Thanks for inviting me. Kol hakavod for the amazing work you guys are doing.
I'm not sure what credit I get, but whatever small part I played, thank you. We'll get started in another minute or two.
How does this work? I just come on, you introduce me, what?
Yeah, I'll give you an introduction. I'm going to wait till 30 this way. If anyone shows up on time, they shouldn't be late. And I'll give a quick introduction. Then you got a half hour to teach Torah.
Okay. Say it again. Chag Sameach.
Okay. So it's a tremendous schos for our program to have such a diverse and expansive list and participants of speakers. Rabbi David Aaron, who's a Talmid Chacham, but beyond that, a creative, independent, deep and profound thinker. It's always a pleasure to hear his thoughts, his ideas, his Torah. World famous, world renounced speaker and Rosh Yeshiva, and a tremendous opportunity, special opportunity for us to have him as part of this Vayichan program. And we are eager to hear his words of Torah. With no further ado, Rabbi David Aaron.
Thank you very much, and Chag Sameach. I heard this cute line from a comedian. He said, after reading much about the dangers of smoking and drinking liquor, it became clear to me that I immediately must stop reading. And I use that as introduction because when a person learns Torah and they begin to see the rules and the regulations and the restrictions it would seem that many people would just simply stop reading. We not only continue to read and learn, but we celebrate. Is there a people? Is there a religion that dances with their book? Are the Muslims dancing with the Quran? Are the Christians dancing with the Old Testament, with the New Testament? And yet we dance with Torah. What is it about Torah that gives us so much simcha? What is the simcha of Torah? And I think to understand the simcha of Torah, we have to understand what is simcha b'chlal. What are the dynamics of simcha? A friend of mine who is very involved in outreach was invited to a campus to speak. Well, he forgot to ask what the topic was, or I think maybe he forgot what the topic was. When he got to the campus, he said, okay, well, what would you like me to speak about? We said, well, actually, we're waiting for the other panelists for the debate. Debate? He didn't remember agreeing to a debate. He said, a debate on what, with who? They said, well, this is a big debate on whether Torah is mina shemayim, whether Torah is the word of Hashem, the authoritative word of Hashem. And the debate is with a conservative rabbi and a reform rabbi, and you, of course, are the Orthodox rabbi. Now, my colleague, my friend was really quite shocked by that. It was just not his way. He was not interested in such a debate. This was not the kind of topic that he really would want to do and debate about, but he was trapped. Well, he was asked to speak first, and Hashem blessed him, and this is what came to him. He turned to the college students and he said, before I could explore whether Torah is mina shemayim, I think we need to first explore whether we believe we need a Torah mina shemayim. Because if we don't think we need a Torah mina shemayim, what difference will it make to us? Will we embrace it even if I show you it is from Shemayim? I think we first have to start off with, do we really believe that we need a Torah Mishemayim? He said, my friends, I want you to understand that we are the only creatures in this world that are able to be fakes. We are able to betray ourselves. We are able to become someone that we're not. Animals are animals. A dog is a dog. Dogs never think they're cats. Cats never think they're dogs. And beavers, they build these beautiful huts, never went to college, didn't get a degree in engineering. Bees, they have beehives with a very complicated political structure. Nobody got their degree in political science. They know who they are. They know what they need to do. We're the only creatures in the world that are able to not know who we are and not know what we've come to do. Do we believe, are we ready to look for Torah mina shemayim? The joy of having Torah in our lives is that we have a path to ourselves to enable us to be who we're meant to be. I think most of us have heard the midrash that says that Avraham Avinu kept all the mitzvot. How did Avraham Avinu keep all the mitzvot? The midrash says that his kidneys, they flowed like a fountain of Torah. In other words, in midrashic literature, kidneys is what today people would maybe call guts. My gut tells me. In other words, on a very gut level or a midrashic, a kidney level, Avraham Avinu knew who he is and knew what he came to this world to do. Because mitzvahs is the path of how to live our true selves, how to be holy. Holy, W-H-O-L-L-Y, to be completely and totally who we are and what we're here for. Rav Kook, in a beautiful teaching from an article called Bakashata Ani Atzmi, Rav Kook explains that there is really only one choice in life, and that choice is to portray or to betray our true selves. That is what we're here to do. Are we portraying or are we betraying our true self? And that is one of the understandings of the idea of emunah. The pasuk says, "Kol mitzvotecha emunah." All mitzvot are in some way an act of emunah. Emunah is associated with the word amen, which means emet, true. Emunah is associated with ne'emanut, which is to be focused and dedicated and faithful. Emunah is associated with omanut, which is art. What essentially is emunah, and how is kol mitzvotecha emunah? Every act of mitzvah is an act where we are faithfully portraying our truth. That's an ish or isha emunah. We are here to be our true selves, our real selves. And that is what it's all really all about. We are celebrating Sukkot and Simchas Torah. One understanding of that is that we are celebrating the completion of the tshuva process. The tshuva process that started in the beginning of Elul, crescendos and builds up to Rosh Hoshana, then Yom Kippur. And we celebrate through Sukkot and Simchas Torah, we celebrate the completion of this process of tshuva. What is this process of tshuva? It's coming back to ourselves, coming back to our real selves. Who really, really are we? What are we really, really all about? And that is what the tshuva is. So going back to Simcha, what is the dynamics of Simcha? Simcha is when we're being ourselves, but our real selves, our true selves. If I were to ask a light bulb, when are you happy? A light bulb would say, when I'm turned on and lighting up the room. And if a light bulb deluded itself and thought it was meant to heat up the room, that's true. Light bulbs do emit heat. But a light bulb thinking that his purpose in life is to heat up a room, it's deluded. And he won't find simcha in his life because he's not being who he's being created to be. He's not living his purpose. He's not fulfilling his mission. A light bulb that is lighting up the room is happy. A light bulb that's trying to heat up the room will not be happy. We are here to do our mission, to live our purpose. What is our purpose? Rav Kook explains, Tov Hashem l'kol, v'rachamav al kol ma'asav. Hashem is good to all, and his unconditional love is towards everyone. That is our mission statement in life. To be like a Kodesh Baruch Hu, giving out and doing and sharing good and demonstrating unconditional love to all people. That is our mission. That is our purpose. When we are doing tshuva, what happens when a Jew violates Torah? What we're essentially doing is we're violating ourselves as individuals. We're violating ourselves as members of Klal Yisrael. We're violating our purpose in serving mankind because Klal Yisrael is meant to be an or l'goyim, a conduit of bracha to the goyim. We are violating our purpose in serving Hashem's purpose. And nature will not support us because we have come to this world to live our purpose. And nature says, if you're not living your purpose, I'm not going to support you. Just like after Adam and Chava sinned, nature doesn't want to support us. And so the tshuva process is a process of coming back to ourselves. And when we come back to ourselves and we're successfully portraying ourselves as individuals, members of Klal Yisrael, servants of mankind, working on behalf of a Kodesh Baruch Hu, nature will support us. This is what Sukkot is celebrating. The lulav is the various facets of ourselves coming together, our eyes, our mouths, our spine, our heart. We're coming together in service of Hashem. The lulav also represents the various aspects of different kinds of Jews. We're coming together, bringing Jews together, and we're one with our people. We go into the sukkah. The sukkah has no maximum size in terms of length and, in terms of width and breadth. But in terms of height, yes, it does. So the Gemara says that we have an opportunity that the sukkah could be big enough to include all of Klal Yisrael. All of Klal Yisrael could be fit into the sukkah. So we're celebrating coming back to Klal Yisrael. And who visits us in the sukkah? Who visits the sukkah is the founding fathers of Klal Yisrael, the visionaries, those who are the role models of the values. We've come back to being a Yid, and the founders of Yiddishkeit come back to us. And during Sukkot, we bring up the 70 sacrifices in order to demonstrate our universal care for mankind. And nature surrounds us and supports us in the Sukkah. So Sukkot is a celebration of coming back to ourselves. our real selves. But it's also a celebration of coming back to ourselves as a chelik elokam im al. The Arizal teaches a very, very deep secret. He explains that the process from Rosh Hashanah to Simchas Torah is the secret of what's called Nasira. What is the secret of the Nasira? The Nasira is all about how we are like Adam Arishon. Adam Arishon, Adam and Chava were one, but they were back to back. And then Hashem, so to speak, performed Nasira, this splitting, and brought them face to face. The Arizal says that that is the same, that is a metaphor that what happens between us and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That on Rosh Hashanah, every new year, we are relative to the potential of the upcoming year, we are to Hashem back to back. And when we blow the shofar, it performs or it actualizes or it signals the Nasira, the separating and the turning around, and we are now face to face. The Arizal explains that at that moment, we dwarf in front of Hashem. We are embarrassed by who we've been behaving to be. And every single day of the 10 days of tshuva is we're slowly building our stature until we're able to face Hashem. What is this back-to-back, face-to-face? Back-to-back connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu means that existentially we are one with Hashem. We are always one with Hashem. We cannot but be one with Hashem. But are we thinking, speaking, and acting in a way that portrays that truth, that demonstrates that we are aware of that truth? We are not aware. We're connected, but we're unconscious. That is what back-to-back is. Adam and Chava were one, but they didn't know they were one, but they were one. Adam felt alone, but he really wasn't alone because he was connected to his soulmate. She was connected to him. They were one, but they didn't know they were one. The Nasira is Hashem separates them and brings them face to face. And now that is a process of becoming conscious that we are one and having the possibility of choosing to be one. When we're back to back, we're one. It's a fact. It's not a choice. After the Nasira, we are face to face, and now it's a choice to consciously choose, to recognize, to think, speak, and act in ways that demonstrates our oneness. So in Rosh Hashanah, we are back to back with Hashem. Every year is a new back-to-back relative to the potential of the next year. You know, it's like a person who's married. I think hopefully every year a person will have a renewed appreciation. I thought I was connected to my wife. I thought we were one. Now looking back at this year and looking forward to next year, that's oneness. We could be so much more one. Every year at the beginning of the year, the potential of knowing and experiencing and becoming conscious of our oneness with Hashem is a new level. And therefore, relative to last year, which we hopefully ended face to face through our choices, this new year starts off with back to back. There's a new level of connectivity that is available for us. And through our choices, we are able to come and realize that truth and get to that, the yediyah, that einod milvado, that incredible sense of there's nothing but Hashem, or we are one with Hashem, or we were always one with Hashem. And so on Rosh Hashanah, when we blow the shofar, the Arizal says, we become face to face. And when we face Hashem, we realize, oy, how could I have behaved this way? If I knew I was connected to Hashem, if I knew that as a member of Klal Yisrael, Kichelak Hashem Amo, a part of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is his people, how could I have behaved this way if I would have been conscious of how connected I am to Hashem? When I become aware of the fact that I am one with Hashem, but I betrayed that oneness, I dwarf, I shrink in his presence on that day. But then on the 10 days of tshuva, as I'm working on my tshuva, when I get to Yom Kippur, I can face HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I face HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There's this face, this panim el panim. When then we climax with Yom Kippur, We climax in Ne'ilah. So Ne'ilah is suggested to be understood as the Cheder Yichud. Hashem is not locking us out, he's locking us in with him. And at the climax of Yom Kippur, at Nila, we're in the Cheder Yichud. Then we transition into Sukkot, which is Sheva Brachos. We're celebrating our renewed connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And who are the Panim Chadashos? Who are visiting us? The Ushpizin. The forefathers are coming to our Sheva Brachos. And then what happens after Sheva Brachos? The Ramchal explains that the Sukkah can be, we know halachically that it can be a wall, and a tefach. And the Ramchal says that is signaling that Hashem is hugging us. That's why it's probably called Hag Sameach. He's hugging us and connecting with us on such a deep level. The Arizal says that we move from face to face, from Cheder Yichud to being hugged by Kadosh Baruch Hu, and then we get to Simchas Torah, and Simchas Torah, the Arizal says, is the peak of connectivity back to Kadosh Baruch Hu. That's the Simcha of Simchas Torah. Simchas Torah is a time where we're celebrating having that path. What is that path? I've asked often, Mechanchim, what is the mission statement of the Jewish people? And it's surprising sometimes what people say. But I believe that we say our mission statement every day before we perform a mitzvah. Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam, asher kidishanu b'mitzvotav. You made us holy through your mitzvahs. Mitzvahs are there to help us become holy. And yet, in general, when things are translated into English, they lose their meaning. This is one of the few cases that I think actually the English translation of Kadosh to holy is pretty good, but I think that holy was spelled wrong. I think it should have been spelled Wholly. Because what basically happens through Kedusha, the Zohar says that Kedusha is shleimut. When Rav Kook talks about shleimut, it's synonymous with talking about kadosh. When Rav Kook talks about shleimut and hishtalmut, being and becoming, it is correlating to kadoshim tiyu ki ani kadosh. I'm already kadosh. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I want you to manifest the becoming kadosh. I want you to manifest a hishtalmut. I want you to manifest an ever-evolving becoming holy, becoming complete, becoming totally who you are. And who are you? You're a chelik elokam imal. You're a chelik of Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael is ki chelik Hashem amo. And so with every mitzvah, we're becoming more completely ourselves. Every time we learn Torah, we daven, every word of tefillah, every act of mitzvah is another way to bring ourselves to experience that sense of that wholeness, that connectivity of all. But this is what we crave for, that feeling of closeness to Hashem. Very often people think that the idea of dveikut is that somehow I have to come close to Hashem. But the truth is, al pisod, you cannot not be close to Hashem. You are always close to Hashem. The question is your connection to Hashem back to back? You are connected. It's a fact. It's just the nature of reality as Hashem created it. We are one with him. We were always and will always be one with him. But we don't know we're one with him. And so therefore we have to do the nisirah where we kind of take a step back from the back to back, turn, face the Kadosh Baruch Hu. And now through choice, we choose to be who we cannot but be. Because who are we? We're connected to Kadosh Baruch Hu. We're always connected. We just don't know it. And so these times of simcha is really about the simcha of being ourselves. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things when you think about Sukkot. What are we actually doing in the Sukkah? What we're actually doing in the Sukkah is we're just living our natural lives. We're eating, we're sleeping, we're talking, we're learning. And that's the mitzvah. And so basically the highest mitzvah is to live your life, but live your life in the context of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is what we're here to do, to become holy, to be completely who we are. And through the process of the Nesira, from back to back, facing HaKadosh Baruch Hu, mamish face to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, feeling embraced by HaKadosh Baruch Hu, feeling the deepest sense of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What is that we want? When do we feel whole? We feel whole when we are ourselves. And who are we? A chelek Elokah. A whole part is a part of a whole. HaKadosh Baruch Hu should bless us that we should take the simcha of Sukkot, Simchas Torah. We're holding the Torah. We've been circling the Torah throughout Sukkot. That is our directions. That's what we circle around. That is our center. But now we take HaKadosh Baruch Hu with us, so to speak. We grab the Torah. We embrace the Torah. Hashem dances with us. We are one with Hashem. And we feel the greatest kind of simcha possible. We've come back to ourselves. And who are we? Chelek Elokah, connected to Hashem. Hashem should bless you all to have a Simchas Torah on the highest level. These are very challenging times for Simchas Torah. But I believe in what I call the Solympics, not the Olympics. I believe that Hashem gives us obstacles because he's training us to become winners, gold medalist winners. And so all these challenges and all these obstacles are always and only meant to be opportunities so that we can actualize our potential, come to realize who we are and who we're connected to, why we're here, and what is the point of it all. Kedusha. We are here to live a life of Kedusha, to be whole, holy. Chag Sameach.
I'm here. It's here. I just don't need.
Chag Sameach to everyone. It's wonderful to be able to be part of this Vayichan Hoshana Rabba Mishmar night. And I want to thank everyone who was part of this. Rav Jesse Horn for helping put it together, Rav Michael Green, Leah Rubin, Benjamin Klein, Elio Klein, Jonathan Wenger, Avery Amster, and everyone else who was part of the process. And I'd like to speak with you tonight about a theme that really encapsulates what this Mishmar is about. And that, of course, is Achdus. The Vayichan program is about Achdus within the Torah world. And each of the programs highlights the Achdus at a different time during the year. Of course, the pre-Shavua program, Vayichan Shem Yisrael Neged Ahar, highlights the Achdus needed for Kabbalas HaTorah. And the pre-Tisha B'Av program highlights the Ahavas Chinam needed to rebuild the Beis HaMikdash. And Sukkot highlights Aguda Achas, the Achdus represented by the mitzvot and the Yom Tov of Sukkot. And as we'll see, this Achdut is unique. It's different than the general notion of Achdut that we have by other Yom Tovim and throughout the year. But just to get into it, let's begin speaking about the regalim in general. The Shalosh regalim are meant to be a time of Achdus. And you see this in the way the Torah describes the Yom Tovim. If you look, for example, in Devarim Perek Tes Zayin, V'samachta lefnei Hashem Elokecha ata uvincha uvitecha v'avdecha v'amatecha v'halevi asher b'sharecha v'hager v'hayatom v'almana asher b'kirbecha. It talks about how we're meant to celebrate with others. In fact, the Yalkut Shimoni has a very interesting pshat on the famous words V'lo yirah es panei Hashem reikam. We shouldn't come empty-handed. It says minat tzedakah. The tzedakah, not just the korbanos that we bring to Hashem, but the tzedakah that we share with each other. The Rambam in the Me'or Nevuchim, when he speaks about the goals of Yom Tovim in general, he says, first of all, it's l'simcha v'lekibutzim she'esh b'hem hana. People enjoy being together. We know how much we miss that now. And then he adds, v'yesh mem to'eles gam ken b'inyan ha'ava shetzarech shetiyeh bein bnei adam kibutzim hamediniyim. It's not just the simcha that people have, it's the love, the camaraderie that's supposed to exist at these kind of things. This is part of the essence, the goal of the Moadim. The Brisker Rav, the Griz, had a beautiful idea connected to the Misha Berach we say for someone who gets an Aliyah on Yom Tov. If you look carefully, and it appears here in the fourth source, we say, HaKadosh Baruch Hu should watch over the person, V'yatzileu, V'yishlach bracha v'hatzlacha b'chol ma'aseh yadav, v'yizke la'alot l'regel, im kol Yisrael echav v'nomar amen. The Brisker Rav said that if you forget to say im kol Yisrael echav, you have to repeat the Mishaberach. Because the essence of Yom Tov is not just the Aliyah L'Regel, but the Aliyah L'Regel together with everyone else. There's even a halacha which seems to be connected to this theme. The Mishnah in Chagiga Perakimel Mishnah Vav speaks about how in Yerushalayim at the time of Aliyah L'Regel, they were makel in Inyone Taharis, having to be choshesh that other people who touched the Taharis may have been tamei. B'shas HaRegel, they were makel af ala truma. The question is why? Why weren't they choshesh for Tumas Am Haaretz and the Regel in Yerushalayim? So the Rambam in Hilchas Metami Mishkav Moshev says, "B'pnei shehakol mitara in atzman v'olun l'regel," because people are mitara themselves before they went up to Yerushalayim. But if you look at the Gemara seems to give a different explanation, because the Gemara in Chagiga on that Mishnah quotes the pasuk from Sefer Shoftim, "Vayasef kol ish Yisrael al ir ki ish echad chaverim hakasav asa kulan chaverim." Now, this pasuk isn't speaking specifically about the Regel, but about Yerushalayim and the Regel, but the Yerushalmi quotes a pasuk from Tehillim, a very famous pasuk we're familiar with. Yerushalayim habnuya ki ir shechubra layachtav, ir shehi oseh kol Yisrael chaverim. It's the city that brings the Jewish people together. The Yerushalmi, both in Chagiga and Baba Kama, quote this pasuk as a source for the halacha, which makes it sound like the Kula was motivated by the intention of ensuring that the Jewish people could come together at the time of the Regel. And this is indeed the pshat that the Maritz Chayes gives, where he says that this is part of the Regel. Part of the Regel is that Jews should be able to eat together and celebrate, not just celebrate, but celebrate together. And if everyone's going to be choshed each other on Tumah and Tara, then it's not going to be possible for them to come together on the Regel. And you see Ad Kedei Kach how important this is, that they were mekel b'inyanei taharos. This can explain a little bit the Mishnah in Avos and how it formulates some of the nisim that happened in the Beis HaMikdash, how they were omdim tzvufim but mishtachavim revachim. They stood very tight. There were so many people, but they were able to bow down with space next to each other. V'lo amar adam l'chavero. Look at the formulation. Sarli hamakom shalom b'Yerushalayim. No one ever said to his friend that it's too tight for me to sleep here. People felt a level of camaraderie when they were ola l'regel in the relationships with each other. So this is something we see by all of the regalim, not specifically Sukkot. What we want to speak about tonight is the unique way that this relates to Sukkot. The Sfas Emes, just to begin, when he's speaking about the mitzvos and the essence of Sukkot, he says, "V'achar Yom Kippurim nasin b'nei Yisrael aguda achas." After Yom Kippur, the Jewish people are meant to come together as one group, and that's what we're trying to do here tonight. What's the source for this in the halachos of Sukkah? Well, first of all, we find it by the Sukkah itself. When the Torah presents the din of sitting in the Sukkah, it says, "V'sukkah teis u'shivas yamim, kol ha'ezrach b'Yisrael." Kol ha'ezrach b'Yisrael. The Ramban says, "Shelo ye'adai be'echad mibnei habayis ladur b'sukkah v'ashar yeshvu v'batim." It shouldn't just be a representative. It should be everyone. It should be everyone together. Kind of like Hakel, that of course we know takes place after Sukkot. The Gemara in Sukkot Daf Chav Zayin Amud Beis presents this in a broader idea, in a broader halachic idea. The Gemara there says, Kol Ezrach b'Yisrael yeshvu b'Sukkot, melamed shekol Yisrael re'uyim leishev b'Sukkah achas. The whole Jewish people are worthy to sit in one sukkah. What a powerful idea. Many Rishonim say this is learned from the fact that Sukkot is written with chaser, without a vav. Tosas Rid said it's because it says kol ha'ezrach, that all of us should be able to be there together. Rashi understands on that Gemara that this says something about the sukkah, as far as the fact that you could use a sukkah she'ula, because you don't need each one to have bailus. Could also be that this is saying something about Klal Yisrael, Kol Yisrael Re'uyim, that the Jewish people should be at a state where we can be together. The potential for achdus, particularly on Sukkot. And we see this, of course, in the lashon of our tefillah on every Shabbos and Yom Tov. Ufros aleinu sukat shlomecha. Baruch atah Hashem, and we even describe Hashem as hapores sukat shalom aleinu ve'al kol amo Yisrael ve'al Yerushalayim. The sukkah becomes the model of the imagery of shalom, of us being able to be unified with each other. Now, the truth is, we find something very similar by the Korban Pesach as well. The Gemara in Pesachim Daf Ayin Ches Amud Beis says, Kol Yisrael Yotzim BePesach Echad. The Chiddush by Sukkot is that we find this idea not only by the Sukkah, but by the other mitzvot of Sukkot as well, and maybe most predominantly by the Daled Minim. Now, the Daled Minim may remind us of the three Minim on Pesach. You have Pesach, Matzah, and Maror, and they're also meant to be brought together. So too here, the Daled Minim are meant to be brought together. The difference is on many levels. By Pesach, though it says Matzos Umrom Yochluhu, it also says Be'erev Tochlu Matzos. It also mentions matzah separately, as opposed to the Daled Minim that are only mentioned together under one verb. Ulakachtem lechem b'yom harishon, pri eitz hadar, etc. The Daled Minim are always and only brought together. And this is why the minyan ha-mitzvos by Pesach, Korban Pesach is a mitzvah, matzah is a mitzvah, but by Sukkot, they're only one mitzvah. And all of them are ma'akev each other. The Mechilta discusses, the Gemara discusses the ikuv by Pesach, Matzah, and Maror. And of course, there's a machlokus whether Pesach is ma'akev the Maror, and we paskin that it is. But no one holds that the Pesach is ma'akev the Matzah. The Matzah is a mitzvah d'oraisa gam b'zman hazeh, where we don't have the Pesach. As opposed to that, the Gemara in Sukkot Daf Lamed Daled says, "Uminayin shema'akfin zeh et zeh," by the Daled Minim, Tamad Lomer ulakachtem shetehelekicha tama. The complete way of taking any of them is by taking all of them. And this expresses itself, of course, in the famous halacha that exists b'di'evet according to Rabbi Yehuda, and even l'chatchila, at least l'chatchila, even according to the Rabbanon, that lulav tzarech eged, that the minim are meant not only to be taken together, but to be tied together. And if we look back at the Sefer HaMitzvos of the Rambam points to the fact that they're taken b'kibbutz as the basis for counting them as one mitzvah here. The Rambam, Shoresh Yud Aleph says, "Shilu kulam heim chelke ha-mitzvah ki yitzuva lekavtzam v'achar kibutzim ti ha-mitzvah lekichas hakol biyad b'yom hayadua." The fact that we take them together is the way we know that they're one essential mitzvah that comes together. And we know the lashon of the Gemara in Menachos Taf Chav Zayin Amud Aleph, which says, "Ein adam yotzi yedei chavaso behen," with these Daled Minim, Ad sheyu kulam be'aguda achas, and that's the name of tonight's program, until they're all taken together as one, be'aguda achas. Not just the sukkah, but here as well. The Beis Yosef very famously, powerfully tells us that the esrog also has to be linked to the others, even though, as we know, and as we'll soon speak a little bit later, the esrog represents people who maybe are on a higher level. It too has to be connected to the others. So we see this idea of achdus, of coming together, not only by sukkah, but also by the Daled Minim. And we'd like to take it a step further. We saw how halachically there's a requirement for the Daled Minim to be linked to each other. In Chassidus, they focus on how there's an element, a remez of achdus by each one of the Daled Minim themselves as well. For example, the Mishnah in Sukkot Daf Chavtes quotes Rabbi Yehuda, who says that in addition to the need to tie together the Minim, the lulav is meant to be tied at the top. The drasha, the source for this, Sukkot Daf Lamed Aleph, is that it says kapat, not kapot, but without a vav, kapat, singular. The hadasim are meant to have three leaves on the same line, again, together. And the arava is called, in the Gemara, in Aramaic, achvina, achvina, which means, of course, achva, brotherhood, because they grow together in bunches of aravos. And finally, the esrog, the Gemara in Sukkot Daf Lamed Hey and Aleph, is speaking about how we know that creates hadar, means the esrog. And one of the pshatim there given by Rabbi Yehuda is that it's dar together. Different types of etrogim reside on the tree together. Gdolim, ktanim, tminim, balei mumim. All of them are there together as one. This idea of Sukkot being a time of achdus, of coming together, makes a lot of sense in light of it falling after Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur is the time where the walls between us fall away, and after we're nitar, this way, this Vasemis explains, the Jewish people are able truly to come together, to be roi, the sukkah achas, and he says, that's why Nikra Chag Ha'asif, not just because of the harvest of the fruit, but the harvest of all of us together. One can also add that this Achdus also expresses the fact that on some level we are emulating HaKadosh Baruch Hu more after Yom Kippur. There's a very beautiful medrash here, Vayikra Parsha Lamed, which talks about how each of the Daled Minim are like HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Priyat Hadar Zeh HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Kapot Tamar Zeh HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Each of the Minim represent Hashem on some level, and after Yom Kippur we are closer to what Hashem is and able to truly connect with Him by connecting with each other. I'd just like to emphasize a bit more before moving to Simchas Torah, how this Achdus is unique. There's a difference between the broader concept of Achdus, which is everyone should be unified, which is a beautiful idea. The reason it doesn't always happen, or at least doesn't always happen so easily, is because we're so different than one another. On Sukkot, we're talking about different minim that are different than one another. We're not just talking about all the Jewish people. We're emphasizing that there are some who smell different, some smell better, some smell worse, some have Torah, some have Maasim Tovim, and some have nothing. If we skip over for a second to page 6 here, we're all familiar with the Medrash Rabba, which talks about how the Hadassim symbolize the Jew who has Reach and not Tam, Maasim Tovim and not Torah. The Aravos are the Jews who have neither. So too the Jewish people, there are some with Torah, some with Maasim Tovim, some with neither. And then the Medrash continues, Uma HaKadosh Baruch Hu Oseh Lahem, La'abdon Efshar. There's a Havamina that the HaKadosh Baruch Hu would have to destroy the Jewish people. We're incomplete. Why do we justify continuing to live? But La'abdon Efshar, Hashem can't destroy the Jewish people. Each Jew is eternal, each Jew is precious. Ella, instead, Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Yukshuru kulam aguda achas. They should all come together as one. Vehe mechaprim elu al elu, and they mechaper one for the other. V'imasitim kach osa shoah ani misala. And if you've done this, God says, Kaviyachal, I get higher. I get higher when you're mechaper one on the other. Sometimes we think that the better Jews are mechaper for the weaker Jews. We're mechaper for each other. We all need each other. The Mesilas Yesharim builds off this idea, and he says, this is the Tovas Hador, that each chassid should be miskaven in his maasim for the good of the whole generation, to protect them, to help them. And he says again, this is what the Daled Minim symbolize. And he says, this is the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that a chassid should be helping the others grow, improving, that a chassid should care about everybody else. And maybe this is the deeper idea of the fact that Chazal tell us that the minhag of Anshe Yerushalayim, the people of Yerushalayim, where everyone would be achdus on the regel, they would take their lulav and esrog and go to visit the sick and to be menachem the avelim with their lulav biyado, the Gemara in Sukkah, daf mem aleph. And of course, this explains very well why the hakel ceremony took place, b'chag Sukkot, right after Sukkot, as part of Sukkot when the Jews were gathering, and why we read Koheles, Shahu Dvarav Ne'amorim B'hakel at that event. And of course, we're familiar with Malachim Aleph Perek Chet, where it describes Shlomo being makil the people together b'yerech ha'isanim b'chag. I'd like to conclude by talking about how this spills over into Simchas Torah. As we know, we read on Simchas Torah, Parshas V'zos HaBracha, Vayehi V'shurin Melech B'hisasef Rosh Hayam Yachad Shiftei Yisrael. What's the relationship between Vayehi B'shurin Melech and B'hisasef Rosh Hayam? So Rashi begins by saying, Vayehi HaKadosh Baruch Hu B'shurin Melech Tamid El Malchuso Aleim. Hashem is always there on top of us. Hashem is always in charge. Doesn't matter what. Rashi then continues to the next part of the pasuk of Rosh Am. He says, "Kemo ki tisad Rosh Bnei Yisrael ru'ihim shavarchem." The Jewish people, Rosh Am, they're right to be blessed. But then Rashi has a davar acher, and he says, "Be'etatef Rosh Am, behit asvam yachad ba'aguda achas v'shalom b'neihem." When the Jewish people gather together as one, ba'aguda achas, with peace between them, then hu malkam, but lo kishiyesh machlokas b'neihem. Kaviyachol, when we are separate, when we disagree with each other, when we fight with each other, Hashem is not our melech. Now, obviously, Hashem is always the melech, but the question is whether he wants the relationship with us, whether we are those worthy of such a relationship. The Rosh Pirush al Torah sharpens it even more and says, "B'shas hamachlokas kaviyachol, heim osim k'mi she'ena kadosh baruch hu melech hamayim." When we disagree with each other, we are acting as if Hashem is not our king. Kabbalas HaTorah, Simchas Torah, Vizos HaBracha, the real relationship with Hashem is when we're unified. And Sukkot is meant to prepare us for this moment, this climax of coming into Simchas Torah. So to summarize, all of the Yom Tovim are a time we're meant to emphasize Achdus. Sukkot is a time where we're meant to take it to the next level by recognizing the differences, that there are some with Torah, some with Ma'asim Tovim, and some with neither, and realizing that we all need each other to be mechaper in Hashem's eyes. We have to become people who are roy to be in one sukkah with each other. That's meant to be the spirit of Sukkot, the spirit of Hakel, the spirit of Koheles. This year, more than any year in our lifetime, the Jewish people are unable to gather in general and unable to gather in Yerushalayim. And it's critical that we reflect on how important this is, the concept, if not the ability to do it in person, to make sure that we can internalize what we need to internalize before the special moment of Simchat Torah. And I'm very happy that the Vayichan program is continuing and that hopefully this can contribute at least within the world of Torah Jews. We want Achdus of all Jews. We want Achdus of all Jews. But the easiest one to accomplish should be the relationship between Torah Jews. And sometimes that's harder because the closer you are to other people, sometimes the further apart you feel. Let's take advantage of tonight's program and in general look for opportunities to appreciate each other and feel connected to each other as Torah Jews. And may that make us worthy in Hashem's eyes for Kabbalas Torah, for the blessings of a good upcoming year, of good health, for a Pitka Tava, a Guten Kvittel, that all of us, all of Klal Yisrael and the whole world should be inscribed for good health, Simcha and Nachat. And may this Simchat Torah be one where we can celebrate, even if separately, with a feeling of celebrating together, in Kol Yisrael Achenu. And may this be Zocha us, that we should be Zocha La'alos L'Regel, in Kol Yisrael Achenu, very soon, in Yirtz Hashem, to the Ir Shechubra Layachtav. Chag Sameach.
Okay, good evening, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you very much to Yeshivat HaKotel for organizing this very special event, and it's really a tremendous chus to be able to share some Torah with you and to be part of this really momentous occasion here, learning with all of Klal Yisrael together here on Leil Hoshana Rabba. We know that Hoshana Rabba is a day, as its name suggests, it's a day of great salvation. It's Hoshana Rabba, the great salvation. What is this Yesod? What is it about Hoshana Rabba that makes it a great salvation? The Zohar famously explains that it's the day that the Piskin, it's the day that the final written record of the Gzar Din is sent out into the world. The truth is that in other sources, we find a different symbolism or meaning to the day of Hoshana Rabba. There's an amazing girsa of the Nisana Tokef Tefillah in the Machzor Vitri. He writes there a different lashon. B'Rosh Hashanah yishafetun, b'Yom Kippurim yikasevun, u'b'Hoshana Rabba yechasemun. Connecting Hoshana Rabba with the Yom Noraim of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Even in the Nusach HaTfilah in Greece, in the Balkan area, in the Balkan regions, so the Nusach HaTfilah has the Zachrenu L'chaim insert in Shemona Esrei is part of the davening on Hoshana Rabba, part of the Shemona Esrei. We add in Zachrenu L'chaim. So no matter how we learn, whether we learn that Hoshana Rabba is this separate day of the Piskin going out, it's the final sealing of the Gzar Din, or if it's, as this Girsa and the Machzor Vitri suggests, it's the Chasima. It really is, it's much more closely linked to Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. No matter how we learn, it's very clear that this is a very significant day, Hoshana Rabba. The Bnei Yissaschar writes that Hoshana, Nun Aleph, 51, that it's 51 days if you count on the calendar, from Rosh Chodesh Elul until Hoshana Rabba is 51 days. And he says, Hoshana, that it will be the great salvation, the Hosha of Na, on the 51st day, on the 51st day, that will be this great salvation. We all know that we also are going to be ending with Hoshana Rabba at the conclusion of Hoshana Rabba. So we will be ending at this period of saying LeDavid, Hashem Ori V'Yishi. And in that tefillah, we say, Bezo Sani Boteach. What is this Bezo Sani Boteach? What do we have great faith in? I'm Boteach in the fact that Hashem is Ori V'Yishi, the fact that Hashem will provide me salvation. So there's a tremendous amount riding on this day. And from a certain sense, there's a certain perspective here that we're seeing of Hoshana Rabba being of almost, if we can even say such a thing, greater significance than Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur. It's, according to the Machzor Vitri, it's the day of the Chasima. So I think it behooves us to try to take a little bit of get a little bit of a better understanding of the avoda of Hoshana Rabba. And I'd like to focus this evening on the Aravos, because the Aravos are really front and center of the experience of Hoshana Rabba. We don't just, many of us are familiar with the Hoshanas, with the Aravos, that at the end of the day, the end of the long tefillah tomorrow morning, we will beat the Aravos. But there's much more to it than just beating the Aravos. The Rama, first of all, brings down that a person should do na'anuim. He should shake them like we've shaken the lulav and the esrog. But it's much more than that, because the truth is that the ne'ilah of Hoshana Rabba, as we reach the climax at the end of davening, when we say the kol mivaser ve'omer, when we yell out the final Hoshanas, we put down the lulav. We do it with the aravos in our hand. And I think this is something that we really need to explain, because if you take a step back, it's really a very strange thing to be doing. What are the aravos? So first of all, if we just look at the name of the Aravos, Arava, means it's a dry wilderness plain. Arvos Moav, Arvos Yericho, Baharu Ba'arava. The Arava is the dry land. It's barren. It's a wilderness. And we're also all familiar with the famous medrash, the medrash that speaks about the esrog, how the esrog has tam and reach, and the lulav has tam but no reach, it has taste but no fragrance, and the hadassim have a fragrance but they don't have a taste. And the lonely arava is left the end of the list, the arava, the poor, pathetic arava, no taste, no fragrance. It's the least precious of all of the minim. So why, at this apex, if we learn that everything is riding on Hoshana Rabbah, and the Hoshana Rabbah tefillah, the climax of that tefillah at the end of davening, the ne'ilah, the sealing of the tefillah, why do we hold the aravos, symbolic of dryness, of wilderness, no tam, no reach? The truth is that it's a much bigger kasha, because it's not just that we are holding the aravos, but we put down the lulav and the esrog. The lulav and the esrog, which represent all that's great about the daled minim. The esrog, especially with its fragrance and with its tam. It's one thing to pick up the aravos out of nowhere, but to put down the esrog, the lulav, is there no greater schus than the esrog and the lulav, that we're choosing the arava? But the whole discussion here is actually even another step more complex. The Gemara in Chagiga tells us that the celestial spheres are broken up into different, there are different rakios, and the seventh, the highest rakia in Shamayim, is called, believe it or not, aravos. We even refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as the Rochev Aravos. That's the pasuk in Tehillim in Samaches. We say Shiru Lelokim, Zarmu Shmo, Solu LeRochev Ba'aravos. Or for many of us, we're more familiar with it from the Zmiros, Baruch Kel Elyon. One of the stanzas begins Rochev Ba'aravos, Melech Olamim. The Rochev Ba'aravos. So, and the Gemara there in Chagiga, when it's describing this seventh rakia, this highest sphere, so the Gemara there says, Aravos, that is the source of tzedek and mishpat and staka. I'm reading from the Gemara in Yud Beis and Chagiga. Ginzei chayim, ginzei shalom, ginzei bracha, nishmasan shel tzadikim, ruchos unishamo she'asad lihibaros, tal she'asad HaKadosh Baruch Hu l'hachayos be'emesim. The souls of the tzaddikim, the storehouses of life, of peace, of blessing, the dew that will one day resurrect the dead. All of these things find their source in this upper sphere called Aravos. Now we might say, okay, it's a coincidence. It happens to be there's something called the Arava. It's a very lowly species. It's the fourth out of the species. It's the least precious. And in addition to that, we might say we also have a celestial sphere that happens to be called Aravos. Nice coincidence. But Rabbeinu Bechai tells us that it's not a coincidence at all. Rabbeinu Bechai writes that in this Kad HaKemach, the Rabbeinu Bechai writes that the reason that because the seventh sphere, because the highest sphere in Shamayim is called Aravos, that's the reason why Hoshana Rabbah is the seventh day of Sukkot. So you see that according to Rabbeinu Bechai, there is a very strong connection between the fact that the Arava, Hoshana Rabbah, we use the Arav on Hoshana Rabbah, and the fact that Aravos is this very high place in Shamayim. So that's the question. The question is, what is the story with the Arava? Is the Arava the lowest of all of the species? Does it reflect dry wilderness? Is it no tam, no reach? And if so, why do we use it as the ikar avoda of Hoshana Rabbah? Especially when we realize that Aravos is a place very, very high in Shamayim. So I'd like to share with you for a few minutes what I think personally is a very deep philosophic idea. It's obviously not my own idea, but something that at least strikes a very deep chord within myself. It's something that resonates with me. And I think that it's something that will give us a perspective on this lowly Arava. The Torah describes in Bereshis, in the very beginning of Bereshis, a very, very strange event that occurred. HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells the Bria, Vayomer Elokim, Tadshe ha'aretz deshe esav mazriya zera, eitz pri osepri. An eitz pri should be osepri. Rashi explains, what does that mean? It means that the taste of the fruit will be perceptible in the bark of the tree itself, that the tree will have the taste of the fruit. We're used to, the tree obviously doesn't have any taste, and the fruit is where all the taste is. But apparently the original plan, HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded that the tree itself should have the taste of the fruit. And yet, in the next pasuk we read, "Vatotze haaretz desha esav mazriya zera leminehu eitz osepri." Hashem was mitzava eitz pri osepri. And what ended up happening? Eitz, not eitz pri, eitz osepri. And Rashi famously comments that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was mitzava that the tree should have the taste of the fruits, but the tree didn't listen. And the tree, instead of doing that, v'hi lo asta came. Rather, vatotze haaretz eitz osepri, that only the fruit had the taste. The tree did not have the taste. Now, this whole event requires a lot of explanation. Trees don't have bechira. They can't not listen to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's going on here? One explanation might be that it wasn't that Hashem commanded and the tree didn't listen. Sometimes we have this line that it was ol b'machshava. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was ol b'machshava to create the world in one way, and instead he did it in another way. That doesn't mean that Hashem changed his mind. It's teaching us an ideal as opposed to what practically happened. There's an ideal that the taste of the fruit should also be perceptible in the tree itself. But that's not what happened. The reality is that the taste is only in the fruit. And I think there's a very important philosophic idea behind this. And that is, one of the greatest challenges for mankind, and certainly in Avodas Hashem, is the feeling of of a lack of dependency on anything else. The feeling that we are able to sustain ourselves. When the tree tastes like the fruit, so there's a direct connection between the source of sustenance, the ground, and the tree, the recipient of the sustenance. The ground goes it's directly connected to the tree. So the tree has all of its taste, but it's linked. It understands where it got its sustenance from. However, in the reality, where the taste is only perceptible, the success, the result, the product, the taste of the fruit is only perceptible in the fruits. So there's a disconnect between the fruit and the source of sustenance, the ground. The tree could live with the mirage, with the mistaken perspective that the taste of the fruit is a result of the tree, not a result of the ground. Why? Because the tree doesn't have that direct connection between the fruit and the ground. Man, too, struggles with this reality that when we accomplish, when we succeed, many times we see it as the fruits of our own labor. We don't see the source of our success because of this reality where there isn't that direct connection between the fruit and the earth and the soil that provided the sustenance. And this is true in human existence as well. We know that water is the most basic need for all living beings. And water is something that symbolizes Hashem's influence in the world. We see that rain literally falls from Shamayim. Everything needs water. Some things, it's obvious that it needs water. And some things like flowers, it's obvious that they need water. Other things like a cactus, it's not as obvious. It doesn't need water as regularly. And that's a tremendous challenge because it creates a perspective of self-sufficiency. We know that this is the mile of Eretz Yisrael. We say, Eretz asher Hashem Elokecha doresh osa tamid, einei Hashem Elokecha ba mereishis Hoshana. When you live in Eretz Yisrael, it's obvious that you need your sustenance from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Unlike Eretz Mitzrayim, where the Nile is there. The Nile provides. So because the Nile provides, where does the water in the Nile come from? From HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But because there's that disconnect, you're getting your water from the Nile. You're not getting it directly from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So it creates this mirage that I don't need HaKadosh Baruch Hu. like the tree, that the fruit has the taste, and it's not directly connected to the ground. So in Eretz Yisrael, though, we don't have a Nile. We only have the rain. So we, in a much more acute way, we recognize our dependency on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And man's greatest challenge is that from the outside, we appear to be so self-sufficient. And for a person to recognize his dependency on HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that is our ultimate challenge. And that's true humility. To recognize that I'm not achieving things on my own. I need HaKadosh Baruch Hu for my success, and I even need HaKadosh Baruch Hu for my etzem existence. With this, let's return to the Arava. The Arava, of all of the Daled Minim, the Arava's dependency on water, the Arava's dependency on its source of life, is the most pronounced out of all the Daled Minim. We all know, especially here in Eretz Yisrael, you need to replace your Aravos every other day, because as soon as it's taken out of water, it immediately begins to dry up. And Sukkot, as we know, is the holiday of the water. The Mishnah tells us there's a din on water. And it's a holiday, it's a chag, it's a moed where we need to internalize our need for water, and ultimately the giver of water, the provider of water, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the Arava is really the species, the min, out of all the Daled Minim, that best captures the Yesod of Sukkot. It's the plant that in the most acute way recognizes its dependency on water. Without water, it's an Arava. It's just a dried, it's a wilderness, it's dried up. But the Torah doesn't call it an Arava. The Torah calls it Arvei Nachal, because the Arava lives with a recognition of its need for water. The truth is, even the word, the source of the word, Orev, an Orev in Hebrew is a guarantor, or the corollary, the extension of that word, Arvus, Kol Yisrael Arevim Zev Bozeh. The root of the Arava is the idea that we're not self-sufficient, that we need another. And Arev is something, I need an Arev. Arvus, we need each other. So perhaps we can suggest that the Yesod of Hoshana Rabbah, the Yesod to really be Zoche, Bedin on Sukkos, when we're Nidon on Mayim, we're Nidon on our relationship to the provider of sustenance, the provider of life. We put down the lulav, we put down the esrog, and we exchange it for the Arava. Because the Arava is who we are, or at least it's who we want to be. It's that recognition that we're completely dependent on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You know, the esrog maybe has perceptions of grandeur. The esrog is tam, it has reach. The truth is, when you cut open the esrog, there isn't really so much fruit there. Sometimes when we live with a self-perception of grandeur, of greatness, sometimes when we open up inside, there isn't really as much there as we thought. But with the Arava, the humble Arava stands there. He has no tam, he has no reach. All he has is his clear awareness of his relationship to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I think this explains something else about the Arava. Now, we all know the Medrash that compares the different Daled Minim to different parts of the body, different organs in the body. The esrog is the heart, the lulav is the spine of a person, the hadassim are the eyes, and the aravos the lips, the koach of tefillah. And the truth is that the yesod of real tefillah, true tefillah, comes from a place of feeling dependency, of recognizing our need for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, of realizing that alone we're powerless. When a person feels that everything is great, I'm in control, I can take care of myself, so tefillah becomes stale. It becomes a ritual. But when a person realizes their dependency, when they recognize their need, like the Arava, that shrivels up as soon as you disconnect it from its source. We're not like that. We're like the fruits of the tree. We have that buffer. We know that we need Hashem for our heart to beat and for our mind to function. But there isn't that acute awareness because the heart works, the mind works. It's another step removed to connect to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But the Arava senses it. We see from our matriarch of Tefillah, Chana, when Chana first is not able to have a child, she doesn't daven at first. It's only when her husband, Elkanah, comes and tells her, you know what, it's time to live with the reality. You have a lot going for you in life, so you won't have children. It's only then that Chana starts to daven. And the Malbim points out, why does she daven then? The Malbim says, because that's when she realized that she has nothing. She thought her husband, the big tzaddik who he was, a great Navi, she thought he would daven for her. She thought Eli the Kohen would daven for her. It's only when she realized that she has nothing but HaKadosh Baruch Hu that she really was able to daven. And that is the purest expression of tefillah. The arava, with its utter and obvious dependency on its source of sustenance, symbolizes true prayer, true tefillah. Misfas Emes in 1879, he wrote this. He says that the arava is the bechina of tefillah la'ani. What does that mean, tefillah la'ani? Tefillah la'ani kiyatov. He says the poor man who can only wrap himself in his tefillah, that's all he has. That's the ultimate expression of tefillah. And I think if I can say, I think this is a unique challenge for committed Jews, especially after the Yom Noraim. For a religious Jew who really put their all into Rosh Hashanah, put their all into Yom Kippur, so a person can at this point of the year feel a tremendous sense of accomplishment on a religious level. We've done so many mitzvos, we fasted, we spent the past 6 days with our lulav and our esrog and in the sukkah. And a person can feel put together, he can feel successful. And to still be able to hold by the level of the arava, to still be able to scream out, Hoshana, save me. What do you mean save you? You machios and zichronos and shofros, you blew the shofar, you went through Yom Kippur. Well, what do you mean save you? You're fine. In 11 months from now, you'll start screaming, save me again. No, the arava never loses its recognition of its dependency on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And this is really a very profound idea that I heard once in the name of Rav Soloveitchik regarding Hallel. And I'm going to say it with a slight nuance and try to connect it to Sukkot. On Sukkot, we do the Na'anuim. I didn't see, Rav Soloveitchik didn't say this, but I think it works with what he said. We do the Na'anuim at 2 points in Hallel. 2 points. Point number 1, when we say Hodu Lashem Kitov. Point number 2, when we say Ana Hashem Hoshana. Now those are opposites of each other. Hodu Lashem Kitov means, God, everything is amazing. Thank you. Keep it up. This is great. Praise the Lord. Everything's amazing. And Ana Hashem Hoshana is, dear God, please save me. It's the exact opposite expression. But it's not a stira at all. We recognize that when things are great, when things are amazing, that doesn't breed, or that shouldn't breed, a feeling of kochi v'yotzem yadi. The opposite. I still cry out, Ana Hashem Hoshana. That is the bechina, that is the maila of taking the arava at the end of Sukkot. It's to put down the lulav and the esrog, and it's to say, you know what, things are great. I had a great davening, great shofar, great fast. I'm on a tremendous level religiously. I'm an esrog, and to put it down and to say, but I haven't lost the arava in me. I recognize my utter dependency on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If we do that, that's true tefillah. That's the pasuk in Shir Hashirim. Ki kolech orev. Your voice is pleasant. That's the other side of the arava. Yes, it's dry. Yes, it has no tam and reach, but it's also orev. It's also sweet. It's also pleasant. On Hoshana Rabba, we stand before HaKadosh Baruch Hu with our aravos, and we say to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, this is our essence. We recognize that everything we have is from you, our success, our existence. We might produce beautiful fruit, like the trees, but we still realize our dependency on you. And moreover, for those of us who are committed and had very uplifting Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, we're not drunk or fooled by our religiosity. We still realize that we need HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To reach this tremendous maila, this is what gives us access to that tremendous hashpah of that upper sphere of aravos that the Rabbeinu Bechai speaks about. That place in Shemayim was reserved for people who allow room for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to manifest his or within them. They're not so full of themselves that there's no room for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is perhaps part of the secret of the dry, parched, and humble Arava. And when a person properly understands the secret of the Arava, so then the day becomes Hoshana, and the Arava is referred to as a Hoshana. It becomes a source of great salvation. It opens up the rakia of Aravos, that it can be a hashpa unto all of us. We can turn to the rochev ba'aravos, with a heartfelt prayer, which the Arava, the lips, which the Arava symbolizes. And it prepares us for the upcoming year that should be for all of us a year of health, of tremendous hatzlacha, and for all of Klal Yisrael. We should all be able to experience this year together as a tremendous year, as I said, of health for everyone and hatzlacha. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and wishing all of you a guten moed and a good yantif.
Okay, Shalom Aleichem, Moadim Simcha, Good Moed, Pit Katava. Here we are, Baruch Hashem, at Hoshana Rabba, the peak of Sukkot, Chag Sukkot. Most certainly a Hasidish Chag, Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur is all about davening and Aliyah Ruchanit, etc., moving up spiritually. So Sukkot, here we are. In the Sukkah, we're able to Makai Mitzvah Doraisa just by living and Gashmias and eating, drinking, sleeping. And if Sukkot is connected to Hasidus, all the more so, the Chag of Hoshana Rabba, the peak of Sukkot, which is totally an Indian of Nistar, and it's totally rooted in the world of Sod. There's no mention of Hoshana Rabbah in the Torah. It's a special type of Chag. And even in Torah Shabbat Peh, it's not really connected to the Indian that we know, but Hoshana Rabbah is. If we take a look, if you have Makar sheet in front of you, we see a couple of Mishnayos that mention the Indian of Hoshana Rabbah. You have in Parak Daled of Masechet Sukkah, in the Makar Aleph Mitzvah Harav Ketzad, מקום היה למטה מירושלים, לקראת מוצא, יורדים לשם, קלתם משם מרוביעות של הערבה, והיינו בסוף נותן מצד המזבח, השם קופים על המזבח, וכל יום מקימים למזבח פעם אחת, right? Every day they'd go around the mizbeach one time, and they would yell out, "Ana Hashem Moshiach, Ana Hashem Matzlichana." Oto yom makifim mizbeach sheva pa'amim. And Oto yom, so what's Oto yom? Oto yom is a Hoshana Rabbah. They'd go 7 times around. Shab tirtan ma'imrum yofi lechem mizbeach, yofi lechem mizbeach. The next Mishnah, we actually have a name to this day. Chariot shel deka leumivin talks about the Rabba, the derech choftim lotam bekarka, the minhag neviim, as the Gemara says, and Daf Mem Dalet Amud Bet. So neviim, minhag neviim. In any case, that's B'ezrat Hashem we're doing in the morning, Chavasa the Ravos, and V'oto Yom Nikra Yom Chibut Charayot. Right, it's the day of the hitting of the Ravos, which is the source of Hoshana Rabbah. But nonetheless, even though we have a mention of the special minhag of the Ravos, connecting to the idea of Hoshana Rabbah, of dinim, of our last chance, mamish last chance to get a gemar tov and to do tshuva, the whole process that began in Rosh Chodesh Elul, there, l'chora, there's no mention, not in Torah B'chtav and not in Torah B'peh. And the source is actually found in Kabbalah and the Zohar. You take a look in the Makar Sheet in source Gimel, the Zohar writes, B'yom ha'shviyah dechag hu siyuma dedina de'alma. On the 7th day of the Chag is the siyum, right? It's the completion of the dinim of the world. Pitkin nafkin mibei malka. It says that they're ptakim, right? They're little peteks, little slips of paper that come out from the house of the king, the palace, the guvim mitare, right? The gurus in the world, mistaimim b'hayoma, and the dinim, the gurus come to an end on that day, v'arvei nachabu, v'inin l'atre gavrin l'maya, etc., etc. So here we have the idea of the petek, which is the reason why we say pitkatava, the gun kvitel, right, on Hoshana Rabbah. And this is the idea of dinim that's rooted in the Zohar. And the truth is, even the name of Hoshana Rabbah itself is connected to Torah and Nistar. What's Hoshana Rabbah? So those say that Hoshana Rabbah, so we do a lot of Hoshanas. And on Hoshana Rabbah, we go around in each one of the Hoshanas, we have an extra ones that we add in as well. But it's more than that. The Ben Ish Chai points out that Hoshana, that we say to Hashem, Hashem should save us na, nun aleph, na, please, is also the 51 days that begin in Rosh Chodesh Elul and completed today on Hoshana Rabbah. And Rabba, why Rabba? Says the Ben Ish Chai, because it's the peak, it's the end, it's the seal. Rabbeinu Bachai in Zot HaBracha in our parsha writes Rabba is, why is it called Rabba? Because today, Hoshana Rabbah is 26 days from the day in which the world was created. And Chafei Elul, and 26 obviously is Yud Kei Vav Kei, which is Hashem's great name, says the Rabbeinu Bachai, Shem Rabba Hashem, just like we say in Kaddish, Yehei Shmei Rabba. So at Hashem tonight, I'd like to address several questions. First of all, why is it there's an inyan of Dafka di Rava? Meaning going back to the minhag in the Beis Hamikdash and the minhag that we have the minhag in the Nevi'im of hitting the Ravas, why Dafka of all the meaning Dafka di Rava? Number two, the chashivas of this minhag. Right now, we know that the minhag of Chavatat Ravot is so important that it's one of the 3 factors, one of the only 3 factors in determining the Jewish calendar, right, and determining which days Rosh Hashanah could fall Lo Adu Rosh. Right, the reason that Rosh Hashanah may not fall on a Yom Rishon is because if Yom Rishon would be Rosh Hashanah, it would turn out that Hoshana Rabbah would be on Shabbos, and if Hoshana Rabbah is on Shabbos, then you can't do the minhag of Chavatat Ravot, and that can't be. How can we give up on such a thing? Now, interesting enough, we don't say such a thing by shofar. It doesn't say that Rosh Hashanah can't fall on a Shabbos, because if Rosh Hashanah would fall on a Shabbos, you can't do mitzvah shofar, it's mitzvah doraita. But for this minhag of the Nevi'im, of Chitat HaRavos, of hitting the Ravos, there we say it's so important that we're not giving up to it, which asks the question of why is that? What's the chashivus? And we could also ask the reverse question. If it's so important, it's a minhag of Nevi'im, why do we not make a bracha? Kal v'chomer, Chanukah, Purim, there's a bracha, right? And we showed them deal with etc. But here, a minhag and Nevi'im, there's no bracha bechlal. And a fourth question is what we're doing right now, the minhag of being up all night long. What does that have to do with anything? How does that connect into the entire story? Now, the minhag l'chora is brought down in some of the Sfarim is connected to the Ushpiz, right? David HaMelech, the 7th night of the Ushpizin is David HaMelech, and David HaMelech was Machaber of Sefer Tehillim, and therefore the original Tikkun Leil of Hoshana Rabbah was Daf B'Set Tehillim, and obviously expanded to other things. The question is, what is the depth of these issues of learning all night long? And fifth, and not least, is the question that we saw before in the Zohar. What is this idea of the ptakim, right? These notes that are being sent out. And the Zohar actually talks about this in a little bit more detail in another place. If you look in your Makar sheets and source Daled, the Zohar writes as follows: it says, come see what it looks like to have din in the world. Baruch was sitting on the throne to judge the world. So on the day of Rosh Hashanah, they come in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and that's a day, right? But Rosh Hashanah tikatevu, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu writes the ptakim. So after HaKadosh Baruch Hu writes the ptakim, he leaves them inside. He holds them close in his wallet. If a person is zocher to do proper tshuva, HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes the petek and he rips it up. Then he has another chance. When's the next chance? Is Yom Kippur. Yom the tshuva. They do tshuva. So if he does tshuva from his sins, good. Below pakin makan lemichten pitkin. Right? If no, HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes and he seals the petek of the din. Vay da tshuva bay listakim in izachi b'tshuva v'lav shlimta kedekayot. He says, oy voy voy, this is a tshuva. It's the opportunity to get rid of all of the dinim. But if a person doesn't take advantage of it properly, so if not, HaKadosh Baruch Hu waits until the 8th day. The Atzeret is the 8th day of Chag. So by the time we get to Shmini Atzeret, if a person does proper tshuva, so HaKadosh Baruch Hu again rip up the ptakim. He's not zocher to do proper tshuva at this point. Then the ptakim are sent out. Then the Kadosh Baruch Hu already sends out the shlichim with the malachim to carry out chas v'shalom what's written on the petek, and at that point there's no more chance of the ptakim coming back. And that's what we talk about of Hoshana Rabba being the Yom Chatima. It's the final seal, the Gemara Tov. Okay, the question is to try to understand all these things. And let's start with the first question. Why dafka the Rava? And here, in order to understand the connection of this, what's special about the Rava and Hoshana Rabba, we'll learn in a moment this Sfas Emes together. I want to take a step back and look at a medrash that we're all familiar with about the different meaning. You look in Makaros and source Hey, the Yalkut Shimoni pre-Eitz Hadarli Yisrael Matrog Zeh Yishborech V'Yishboocha. Right, the etrog has also a good smell, is also food. So that's representative of a Jew. Kach Yisrael Yishmem Bnei Adam Shem Balei Torah Balei Masim Tovim. That also Balei Torah and also Masim Tovim, also mitzvah. On the other hand, the lulav kapot marim is also a representative of a certain type of Jew. Ma'at Tamra Zu Sheish Ba'ochel Ve'ein Barech. It only is fruit, but it doesn't have a good smell. Doesn't have a smell at all. Kach Yisrael Yishmem Balei Torah Masim Tovim. Right, and the exact opposite to Yadas Reach and Ba'ochel. So those are people that have Masim Tovim, but they don't have Torah. And then we get to the Arvei Nachal. Arvei Nachal, the Rava Oselu Yisrael Ma Rava Zu Ein Balo Tam Balo Reach. There's no smell. There's no fruit. Kach Yisrael Yishbem Bnei Adam She'enim Lo Balei Torah V'Lo Balei Maisim. They have nothing going for them. They have no Torah. They have no mitzvos, no Maisim Tovim. So what's going to be with them? Amar Kadosh Baruch Hu LaAvdam Yefshar. To destroy all the people that have no Maisim Tovim and no Torah. How could it be? Eliyasa Kulam Aguda Chat. We bring all the Arbaim together. Hey Mechaprim Elu Al Elu. Right, it's a package deal. The Fichach Moshe Masir Yosef Omer Lahem Lokachtem Lechem, to take them all together. So obviously this is a beautiful message of Achdus. But on Hoshana Rabbah, the mitzvah of the Ravos, we don't take them all together, just the Ravos, and therefore we have to understand why. So we take a look at the next Makor, Makor Vav. There's a tremendous yesod here in the Sfas Emes. The Sfat Emet says that the mitzvah on Sukkot is to go ahead and to surround the Mizbeach and to put next to the Mizbeach Dafka the Rava. Why? Because the Rava emphasizes the skula of what it means to be a Yid, what it means to be a Jew, which is representative dafka by a Jew that doesn't have anything going for him, doesn't have Torah, and doesn't have mitzvahs. If you look in the Sfat Emes and source Vav, mitzvah Rava b'Hoshana Rabba shebachru chachmenu zal b'Rava yoter mi b'chol aminim. Dafka this one. Afki hu neged otam she'ein bam tam v'reach. Even though dafka Rava corresponds to a Jew that doesn't have taste and doesn't have reach. Dafka here, we are able to recognize the dvekus of Bnei Yisrael to Kadosh Baruch Hu. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're doing mitzvahs. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're learning Torah. It's just the fact that they're considered children by definition, that they're children of Kadosh Baruch Hu. We mentioned before, on Yom Kippur, we connect to Kadosh Baruch Hu through tefillah, through moving up and ruchnius and growing. But Sukkot, the connection is in a totally different manner. By sitting in a sukkah, eating and sleeping. On a deeper level, we could say that in Yom Kippur, we're able to connect to Kadosh Baruch Hu on a conscious level. Shavisi Hashem l'negdi tamid, to the extent that we're able to recognize Hashem. But in Sukkot, we connect to Hashem even in the subconscious state. A person could be a shluffing in the sukkah. He's asleep in the sukkah, and by doing so, he's being mekayim and mitzvah d'oraita on a subconscious level. But Tzvi Yehuda Kohen Kook points out that in Yom Kippur, the connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu is dafka a person that on his conscious level, he understands, he identifies what it means to be Jewish and what it's like to live a life according to Torah mitzvahs. But in Sukkot, a person's able to connect someone that has no connection at all. Sukkot is a chag of all Jews, even if a person doesn't have the proper mindset. Why? Because on a subconscious level, and the root, the Jews neshama is a piece of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, ani yishanim v'libi er, even a Jew that's asleep in ruchnius, his heart, deep down inside, is still awake to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. B'ezrat Hashem, I want to learn a little bit together about this idea of the subconscious connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu on Sukkot, and specifically on Hoshana Rabba. We'll learn together, B'ezrat Hashem, an amazing, amazing piece in the Bnei Yisachar. Try to get through B'ezrat Hashem as much as we can, and the Idach Zilgmor. So if you open up the other file that was sent out, okay, the Bnei Yisachar, Chotem Malay, it's the 12th Maimer on Chodesh Tishrei. Begins, let's see, Melech Midirov, the Bnei Yisachar, Kaimalam B'dbarach Chashu B'inyan Chotem B'toch Chotem. He quotes the Gemara, first of all, halachic concept in the Avodah Zarah and Daf Lamed Aleph. Ein lecha devar chashuv b'olam k'Yisrael. That when something's important and you want to send it, it's a din isser v'heter. It has to be sent right in kashrus, a seal within a seal. Ein lecha devar chashuv b'olam k'Yisrael. There's nothing important in the world. There's nothing more important than Yisrael. Al ken hagam shenichtemu lechayim v'yishua l'rachamim b'yom haslicha. Im kol zeh tzrichim adayin chotem to chotem v'yom Hoshana Rabba. So even though B'ezrat Hashem we have Amunah that HaKadosh Baruch Hu sealed us for life on Yom Kippur, right? And B'ezrat Hashem we believe we were sealed, but one seal is not enough. We have to have a seal within a seal. That happens on Hoshana Rabba. V'amru Chazal b'dvar chashuv hanishlach b'yad goy de'b'ilin chotem to chotem de'kulei am lo tirchim mezayfek. That it's something that's a kosher meat that's sent with a goy that's been placed from one place to another as a shaliach. So in order for the meat to be kosher, it has to have kashrus that has one seal on top of another seal. It's halacha l'maisa till this day. He says if that's the case in terms of gashmius, so certainly says Bnei Yisachar, it's a din in terms of ruchnius. Hu adin b'nidon hamishpat hakadosh elyon keman shenigmar letovach chotam letoch chotam shuv lo tarchi aklipo v'makatrik v'lekatrik v'lomar chas b'shalom sheyagrom maket havin davar. So he says when HaKadosh Baruch Hu judges us, as soon as we're sealed for life, it has to be a chotem within a chotem. And once it's a double seal, so then they're not going to be matriach, just like a goy that's bringing meat's not going to trouble himself to open up 2 packages of meat. So too, the shaliach, the malachim that are sent in the shlichus of Hashem, once it's sealed for life, a seal within a seal, they're not going to trouble themselves to go ahead and to open up. Obviously, this idea that the Bnei Yisachar is mentioning here very much connects to what the Zohar that we saw a moment ago, with the pit katava, the petek that HaKadosh Baruch Hu sends out on Hoshana Rabbah. It's also interesting that it begins here talking about the Kedusha of Yisrael. We'll also continue, we'll see at the very, very end of the piece, the Kedusha of Yisrael. Okay, the second piece. Let's skip over to where it says Bet, Divrei Machal Psikta. Okay, here, the Bnei Yisachar quotes a fascinating measures. Rav Acha b'shem Rav Yossi bar Chanina, B'shah shala Moshe l'maram shema kolosh HaKadosh Baruch Hu she'oshev v'osek b'parsha para. V'omer Eliezer b'ni, Omer para bat shtayim. So he says, Rav Acha, in the name of Rav Yossi, says as follows. Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Shemayim, and he hears HaKadosh Baruch Hu. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sitting and being osek in the sugya of para. And what does he say? HaKadosh Baruch Hu was learning, and he says, Eliezer, my son, says, para is bat shtatayim, and eglah is bat shana. Amar Moshe, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so Moshe hears this, he says from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Bono Shalom, Al yonim v'tachtim shacha v'atam Moshe, v'omer halacha mishmo shel basar v'atam. He says, all the heavens and earth are yours, and you're learning Torah, and you're quoting the Torah in the name of flesh and blood, Rabbi Eliezer. Amar lo HaKadosh Baruch Hu, atid tzadik echad lamo bolami v'atid liftoch v'pasha para tchila. Rabbi Eliezer omer para bat shtayim. He says there's going to be a tzaddik, and this tzaddik is going to go ahead and he's going to be the first one to open up with this idea of para, of being 2, bat shtayim. So Moshe Rabbeinu down to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, please HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that this Rabbi Eliezer should be my descendant. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, the wish is granted, this Rabbi Eliezer is going to come from you, and that's what the Pasuk says, Shem Otomu Yuchad Eliezer. It says in Bnei Yisachar, Hinei kol drasha piska hu l'taretz lama mar k'chatuv v'shem echad Eliezer havalei lamar v'shem hasheni. Right, in the pasuk there in Sefer Shmot, it should say the Shem Hasheni is Eliezer, because Shem Rishon's Gershon, Shem Hasheni wasn't Shem He'echad. So therefore, the measure comes He'echad is talking about that Eliezer came from Moshe Rabbeinu. It says in Yisachar, אבל קשה דבר מאוד להבין, הנה לא יהיה דבר בקבלה אצלם שכך היה מעשה, וזהו הרמז בתורה, even if they say that's what the mice that happened Moshe Rabbeinu after Shemayim, and that's exactly the way the story went down, and this is the remez in Torah, that it says, Shem Echad Eliezer, אף בכן ישת תמוה, הפלא ופלא, מהו החשק הנמרץ שחשק משה יצא מזה הצו? So why is it so important to Moshe Rabbeinu? Why is Moshe Rabbeinu saying, he hears this drasha, para is 2 years old, bat shnatayim, this Eliezer should be my descendant. Well, what's so chashav about this drasha? About Rabu Kamav, the Dukkim, he says a lot of the Dukkim to understand in this story. And here to explain, Tzvi Melech gets into understanding who is, a little bit of biographical information, who is this Rabbi Eliezer? Literally, the DNA Stam Rabbi Eliezer, who Rabbi Eliezer Hagadol, Rabbi Eliezer ben Hurkanus. He says, Stam Rabbi Eliezer in Chazal, is Rabbi Eliezer ben Hurkanus, also known as Rabbi Eliezer Hagadol. The reason he's called Eliezer Hagadol, he says, Al Pitorat Asod, is because he's a Gilgul of the neshama of Ruvain, Bechor Yisrael, like the firstborn of Yaakov Avinu. Alkein, who needs someone Gzera Aseret Harugei Malchus. He says this is the reason why Rabbi Eliezer was saved from Aseret Harugei Malchus. Why? Because he came from Ruvain. What's the connection coming from Ruvain being saved from Aseret Harugei Malchus? We just said in Yom Kippur 10 days ago. Rak nitfas v'shluchu el habor v'nitzol achar kach. Right? It's a first Gemara in Avodah Zarah, and Daf Ted Zayin Levet. Rabbi Eliezer is saved from Aseret Harugei Malchus. He's caught in the end. He's able to escape. It's a misunderstanding of the one that's executing him. In any case, says the Bnei Yisachar, it's because why? It's because he comes from Reuven. Kimoshe Pasakal Yosef Yishlucho to Alabor. Meaning Mida Keneged Mida. What happened in the selling of Yosef? So all the Surimakos are considered Echrai. They're considered responsible, not guilty for the selling of Yosef. But Reuven is the one that said, don't sell him. They say, throw him on the board. His intention was to go ahead and to save him afterwards. So Mida Keneged Mida. Since Reuven didn't want to sell Yosef, therefore his descendant Rabbi Eliezer gets out of being killed in Aseret Harugei Malchus. Minei liyot Rabbi Eliezer Gilgul Reuven shepatach b'tshuva tchila, because Rabbi Eliezer is the Gilgul of Reuven, and Reuven was the first one to open up with tshuva, as Chazal say, Amar Kadosh Baruch Hu Reuven ata patachta b'tshuva tchila chayecha sheben bencha omed potech b'tshuva tchila umana Hoshea. So as Chazal say that Reuven, he's the first one to open up with tshuva. Al pi Kabbalah, we're talking about tshuva Ilahi here, because there were those in the world that were tshuva for him. So he says, Hinei Rabbi Eliezer Gilgulo Reuven habal tshuva. Since Rabbi Eliezer is a Gilgul in the neshama of Ruvain, and since Ruvain was the first one who was up to tshuva, therefore it makes sense, says the Bnei Yisachar, that we should paskin like the sheet of Rabbi Eliezer when it comes to the times of tshuva. Now, what does that mean when it comes to the times of tshuva? So he goes on and explains, okay, Dibra Machal Behine Gimel Zmanim. So the Bnei Yisachar here says that there are 3 Zmanim when it comes to tshuva, when it comes to dinim, in the Beit Din Shel Mala. Number 1, for Rosh Hoshana, Yichatevon. The dins are written in Rosh Hoshana. 2, Uvi Yom Tzom Kippur Yichatevon. It's signed on Yom Kippur. Uvi Shana Rabba, the 3rd, Gemar Chatima. It's the end of the Chatima. Mesirat HaPtakim is giving over the Ptakim, as we saw, Moshe Katav with Zohar. Im came. Who came? Beit Din Shel Mata. Asher Nasen Yanam Bechtiva V'Chatima Mesir. It says, just like in Beit Din Shel Mata, there's the writing of the din, there's the sealing of the din, and then it's handing over the din in order for it to be carried out, to be executed. So too a Beit Din Shel Mala. Ma Rabu Masech Hashem Kulam Bechokma Asita. What's Chokma? Chacham, Roshei Tevot, Chatima, Ktiva, Mesira. And these 3 times, Asher Kavam Hashem Yitbarach L'Ktiva, Chatima, Mesira, L'Ptoch Petach L'Shavim, Haloheima L'Dati Neged HaGimel Mochen Asher Adam Choteh. Says the Bnei Yisachar, what are these 3 different times? Why do we need also Rosh Hoshana, also Yom Kippur, and also Hoshana Rabbah? It corresponds to 3 different types of sources of chet. What's the source of chet? The Gemara in Sotan Daf Gimel says, Ki ein adam choteh elam ki nichnas baruch shos. Person only sins if they have a temporary fit of insanity. Now, when it comes to the mind, Al Pi Kabbalah, there are 3 different levels. Shalosh shamar sechlo b'chochmato, uvinato, vidato, chochma, and bina, and dat. The time of Shir doesn't explain the difference between the 3 different Chachma, Bina, and Dat, but very, very, very superficially, Chachma is the original, just the idea, the Bina, the development of the idea, the Dat is something that connects it and makes it alive and brings it on to give birth to the Midos, the Yira, to the Ava, etc., etc. So it continues, Everyone knows the Gemara in Shabbos, Daf Pei Zayin, that Hashem himself came to Moshe Rabbeinu and says, Kedashtam Yom Machar, that you should go ahead, right? You should go ahead and you should separate Bnei Yisrael today and tomorrow. There are 2 days of a Kabbalah, right? But my Darash, Moshe Rabbeinu, one hand he added one of his own right. Why? Moshe Rabbeinu had a drasha. Tosfot asked there, wait a second, if it's a hekesh, then what does it mean by the Torah? Does it mean Moshe Rabbeinu added by himself? It's a hekesh from Moshe Rabbeinu learns it out for a svara from the Torah. And then goes ahead and asks another question. If Hashem's ratzon was for there to be 3 days, so why did Hashem say so explicitly? Why did he leave it for Moshe Rabbeinu to darshan? And here comes the chiddush of Meir Sasra, which he brings down in different sephers as well. It was needed for the Torah to be given over on these 3 levels: Chochma, Bina, and Dat. That isn't a cleave, isn't a mid of its own right. It takes the Chochma and the Bina, that's the synthesis, and it gives birth to the other midos. But that shaykh Moshe, Nishmatom and Sod Hadat, Moshe Rabbeinu's neshama was based in the sod of das, right? As the pasuk says, we'll read Bezrat Hashem and Simchas Torah, Asher Yid'u Hashem, right? At the very, very end of the Torah says, Yado by Moshe Rabbeinu is the meaning of das. Akim b'chin das tzarich ulam shich Yisrael. Moshe Rabbeinu is the one that has to bring the das to Israel. V'zeh shamru Moshe osif yom echad mida'at to. He says that's what you can be die for the Gemara. Moshe Rabbeinu added one more day midato from the mid of dat. So what's the maskan of all this? You look at the next Dimar the last line there. 3 times for people to do tshuva: ktiva, chatima, and mesira. Those 3 times, ktiva, chatima, and mesira, correspond to chochma, bina, and dat. He goes on to bring a kabbalistic idea of the idea of para. Goes back to Joshua Sar Beliezer, right? That the dinim of the Hey Gvurot are connected to the 3 letters Man Sapach, right? The 3 letters that we have Sofei Tevot, right? And the gematria of Man Sapach in gematria is par, peresh, right? 280. Now the par, how do you mamtik the dinim? Is you take the par and you add 1 to each one time you have the 5 times par. You add 1 each time. It makes nun zayin, and the nun zayin is the gematria of Kel Havaya, which is the name of Chesed and Rachamim. Look at the last line of Dibra Machal Vinei, Ninsan Etaveh Min Par Para. That's what makes a par to para. And therefore, para is the sod of Hamtakar Dinim, of sweetening all the dinim. And that's also the reason he says why para aduma is Matar Tmeim. By the way, the extra number 5 in Gematria explains why the minhag on Hoshana Rabbah is to take 5 aravos and to hit them 5 times, not more, not less. Moving on to the next Dibra Machil. Now he could go back and explain the measures. Why is it Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Shemayim? He hears the Kadosh Baruch Hu talking to Rabbi Eliezer, and Rabbi Eliezer says, Para bat shtayim. What does it mean, Para bat shtayim? It's only 2. So 2 is only Ktiv on Rosh Hoshana, says Bnei Sasran, Chatim on Yom Kippur. But that's not enough. Hashem Moshe. Why does Hashem tell Moshe this halacha? The sod of das, Kadeshu Yosif Od Zman Acher Midato, just like in Gimli Me'agbala. Just like in the story of Kabbalah Torah and Shavuos, so says the Bnei Sasra, the exact same thing here. Hashem wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to add on an extra day, the sort of that. And that's why Moshe Rabbeinu was so insistent that Rabbi Eliezer should be connected to him, should come from his descendants, because he wants the Bechina of that in order to add on. It's so important for Moshe Rabbeinu to be able to add on an extra day of tshuva, which is the day that we're in right now, is Hoshana Rabba. So they'll have another day for tshuva and sweetening the dinim, which is the din of das. Right, that they have another day, even after Yom Kippur, still to squeeze out a little bit more tshuva before Hoshana Rabbah. And here's a beautiful, beautiful pshat in the famous machlokas between Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Meir about gittin, right? Of Edem Chatima Karti, Edem Mesir Karti, Dibra Machal Me'atet Bonen, and the Psak Halacha is Edem Mesir Karti. Now, who's the sheet of Edem Mesir Karti? Edem Mesir Karti is Rabbi Eliezer. Sfir Le Edem Mesir Karti. Now, points out Bnei Sasra, Tosfot, Yom Tov, and many others say that you have to change the girsa. It's not Rabbi Eliezer, it's Rabbi Elazar. Why Rabbi Elazar? Because the Gemara in Shabbos and Daf Kufluman Amavet says that Rabbi Eliezer was a nidui. We can't pass on Rabbi Eliezer for Rabbi Meir, right? On the other hand, says the Bnei Sasra at the end of Dibra Machal Tavin Lafiza, you don't have to go ahead and change your own nuskos. Adar, but who Rabbi Eliezer? The Amar Para Bat Shnayim. It's Dafka Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer says Para Bat Shnayim Ubakesh Moshe Rachamim, that he should come out of him. Al Kain Pasak Eidei Mesir Karti. That's why we paskin like Rabbi Eliezer, because Eidei Mesira, the Mesira of the Ptakim of Hoshana Rabbah, Karti, and so writes Tzvi Melech, the Baal Bnei Sasra, and another sefer of the Igra at the Pirka, is that even though we don't pass like Rabbi Eliezer because he's a nidui dafka here l'dati liyota davar nogel tovat Yisrael, since it's for the benefit of Klal Yisrael, therefore here we make an exception and we pass in like Rabbi Eliezer. Now in Sukkot there's two different mitzvahs in the Raita, and both of those mitzvahs are connected to being mitake in the midah of das. Sukkah, l'man yedu torotechem. You have to know the torotechem is Sukkot Shafta, and also by lulav. And every day when we finish the Hoshanas, we say Hoshia Samecha, and then we say L'man dat kol me'eretz ki Hashem Elokim einot. The question is, how does this connect to the idea of the subconscious connected to Shavuos and Hoshana Rabbah? We'll see, time permitting, maybe we'll try to quickly get to it. In any case, the next piece, those that like Ramazim, he quotes here of the Shla, Simana Aryeh Sha'ag Milo Yira, like the Pasuk says, that if a lion roars, who's not afraid? And what's Aryeh, Rosh Tevot, Elul, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and Hoshana Rabbah? So he says, I could go on, says the Menei Sasra, and build off of that. Right? The Gematria of Aryeh is also Ketiva, Chatima, and Mesira. And that's also another pasuk in Tehillim, Makarnei Ramim, that represents from the beginning of Rosh Hashanah until Yom Kippur, Makarnei Ra'im, that Hashem should be Hoshenina, right? Hatzilenina, Makarnei Ramim. So Hashenina Ma'aryeh and Makarnei Ramim, Ram, 240 is the number of hours from Yom Kippur, from Rosh Hashanah until Yom Kippur, and then another 240 hours from Yom Kippur to the beginning of Hoshana Rabbah. And therefore concludes here the Menei Sasra and says that Hoshana, those are the 51 days that we daven to Kadosh Baruch Hu, that Kadosh Baruch Hu should save us. Right? And should Yom Gemar Chatima Mesirat Haptakim L'Tova V'Larachim L'Chaim L'Shalom L'Gula Shlema L'Yisrael Amen. That these 51 days in Hoshana, that's what all our tefillot are about, is that Kadosh Baruch Hu should have racham on us. The next piece, which I strongly recommend you finding the time to learn, we're not going to have time to learn it together, it really goes on to talk about how it is on a deeper level that Hashem chooses Klal Yisrael and saves Klal Yisrael, not because they do the mitzvahs, but because in essence of who they are. And in about a month from now, we're going to read Parshas Lech Lecha. Parshas Lech Lecha doesn't tell us why Hashem chooses Avram Avinu, and the Hasidim say it's L'mala mitam v'dat. Hashem chooses Avram Avinu above rhyme and reason, and therefore it's not dependent on keeping mitzvahs. Of course, we have to keep mitzvahs, but even if we do keep mitzvahs, we're still banim l'Hashem lokechem, which is the reason the Bnei Yissaschar explains why it is that we don't make a bracha on the ravos, because we don't want to say even if we don't do the mitzvahs. It's the reason we do the ravos, that doesn't have tam and reach, and this should be something that should be able to be melamed schos and Klal Yisrael. We're going through very, very difficult times as a nation, but b'chlal the entire world, and we should be zocha b'ezrat Hashem that after all the avodah from the beginning of the Elul, Hoshana, the 51 days, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and here we are in Hoshana's Rabbah, and b'ezrat Hashem, the Kadosh Baruch Hu should give us a pit katava, and we should be able to be dancing together with simcha and simchas Torah ba'aleinu l'tova. Amen. Ken yehi ratzon.
We all owe a deep debt of gratitude to Rabba Reuven Taragin for giving us all the opportunity to share the Torah and hear the Torah. He chose a very unique day throughout the year. That's the day of Hoshana Rabbah, and it's to his credit that a big chelik of Bnei Yisrael has a tremendous aliyah and a shaykh to taking in the iris of this unique day of Hoshana Rabba. Chazal say about Hoshana Rabba that it's a day that's called Noire Moed. Chazal go on the pasuk of Ki Godel Yom Hashem v'Noire Moed Mi Yichelenu. Godel Yom Hashem is Yom Kippur. Noire Moed is Hoshana Rabba. It would almost even sound like Hoshana Rabba is more than Yom Kippur in how awesome it is. And we know it says Man Chsima of the Din. The Ramo says that if a person doesn't have a tzeil al roishoy, that's a sign he's not going to live out the year. Looks like it says Man Chsima in the entire Chaim and the entire Seder Adin of Hoshana Yom Kippur. It's brought down that Maram Rotenberg used to be Chaysim HaMelech HaKodesh. And we have many minhagim based on it being a Zman Chsima. By Tzoy Sefer Torah we say Kodesh V'Noira Shemoy. To the point that it even leads us to a question. What's the pshat that we could all say Hallel on Hoshana Rabba as if it'll be just a regular Freilich day of Sukkot, of the Simchi Yisrael of Chag HaSukkos? If this is the day that's Neir Moed, and it sounds like even more awesome than Yom Kippur, how is it that Yom Kippur it's Nimna from Klal Yisrael to say Hallel? Like Chazal say that Sifrei Chaim, Sifrei Mesim, Suchim Lefonai, they can't say Shira, it's just not the right mood to say Shira. And we still could say Hallel by Hoshana Rabba. And I believe the answer to this question is Mashkibalnu Rabbi Seinu, the perspective on the Yom Adin of Hoshana Rabba. The perspective is that Hoshana Rabba is a time that a person, even if he was not Zeicha, but Hoshana Yom Kippur, he could be Zeicha by Hoshana Rabba. But it's very hard to lose on Hoshana Rabba. You can only gain. And the way this is explained is that Hoshana Yom Kippur, HaKadosh Baruch Hu was down the person, Kefidus, Chuyas, V'Avonis of the person. He has a mishkol and a shekel, the schusim and avonis. So a person is sort of getting what he deserves. Could be with a tremendous midas rachamim, but it's basically a rachamim bedin based on a zochis. Hoshana Rabba, the theme of the day is Hoshancha lemancha, lemancha likeinu, lemancha bereinu, lemancha ge'elinu. Lemancha means leman shmo yizbarach. That means that Kaviyachol wants to have a bria, he wants to have a Klal Yisrael, and he wants to be made to Yisrael. And this is Hoshana, what a person is going to get Leman Shemoy, even Lemaila from his chusam. That's the point. So it's really only an opportunity to get more. So it might be Neir Ma'oid in terms of how big the Gili is and how great the Anhog is, but in the fear of the Sifrei Chaim, Sifrei Mesim, it might be less because you can only gain. A person can now has another route to be Zeicha B'din, Ayidei Leman Shemoy Yizbarach. And all the Yeshanas and all the Tfilas, and even he's helping himself, Kaviyachol. All the Tfilas are in this Mahalach, that it's all Lemancha, so it's a different Seder Matan. And this goes well with this, that it's really the Yom Arova. This was the day of the Takonos Nevi'im, Yisod Nevi'im of Arova, and Arova is the one that's connected Misha Ein B'Litei Revelai Maisim. Now, we were taught that that doesn't mean that this person has no maisim and no teichel lav dafka. Doesn't mean that dafka was only for the kal and for the reik and for the yid that's b'shval madrega. It's even by Gedei Yisrael. But if their stance to the Rabban Yisrael is that ain't teichel and ain't maisim, either machmas the anova or machmas how they feel so chayiv to avoid this abayre, machmas all the sudden the makabel. And machmas the hakor and the godless abayri, so they feel like the dalam v'reikim, they feel like the ein b'hem l'tei l'maisim. They are also going to be zeicha leman shmoy, and leman shmoy then they get the oitzres matnas chinam. So a person has to establish himself in a pchina of an arova, of ein l'tei l'maisim tovim, in order to be zeicha from the oitzres matnas chinam on this day, and see even the mile from the regular system of schar oinish. So the way to be zeicha in the Leman Shemoy is to make ourselves into an arava and be market the goydel chayvus avoda that we were chayiv, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe us anything. Even whatever he promises for our ma'asim, it's only b'teiras It's not even a regular schar, it's a pras ba'alma, like the Mishnah says at the beginning of Mesichta Ovis. And this is how everybody always went. This was the approach to the aim of Hoshana Rabba, and this is how Mitzvah Shem we're all going to be zeicha. I want to call your attention to one of the Hoshanas. It says Hoshana Sivela Sivloch, which is translated to help the one who carries your burden. Klal Yisrael is Sivel Sivloch. Klal Yisrael are the ones that carry the Rebbeinu Shem's burden. That's how it's taiched. Which is, I'm not so happy with that taich, because our religion is not a burden. Our religion is 100% fantastic opportunity, and such a ma'ila is gova, and something that we fully appreciate, and we wouldn't want to have any concept of life without it. And here in this Hoshana, you're referring to it as a burden, that we're being soivel sivloch, that we're being soivel sort of, and that's the schos that we're hoping to be neisha. So maybe to say pshat in this, we can start to the famous Gemara in Yuma, that the Gemara says that the Levim referred to HaKadosh Baruch Hu as a Gibor, and then came a point that they were saying, Ayik v'roisav, Nochem mishtabim b'bonav, Ayik v'roisav, and the answer was, Hein v'roisav, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is roya v'shoisek. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees all the avos that the Ummah Yisrael are perpetrating against Klal Yisrael, and Kaviyachol, the Rosh says he has a yetzer to be ma'abed all the Ummah Yisrael for what they're doing to Klal Yisrael, and he saved them. He's Alpha Pekin, he saved them, and that's where they see the Gevurah Hashem. Adarabah Hein v'roisav, and Anshiknas Agdola reinstated in Shemon Esrei, even though the Nil had taken it out, and they say, okay, Lagod Lagim V'Anayra, because we see Gevurah, because he's roya v'shoisek. So Klal Yisrael essentially is being soivel sivloch. Klal Yisrael is being soivel from HaKadosh Baruch Hu being a savlon. HaKadosh Baruch Hu savlona is tolerating the Ummah Yisrael and not being ma'abed for all the avos that they're doing to Klal Yisrael. So that's what we're saying, Hoshana Sivela Sivloch. Could be that's the pshat in that Hoshana. Let's talk a different Indian, and that is on the Mishnah, a very interesting Mishnah in Sukkah Daf Lamed Zayin Amud Beis, that the Mishnah says, Heichan hoyu menanim. There's a halacha of nanua by lulav, and where were they menaneh? So it says by hoidu tchila b'soif, the first hoidu and soif right before, right after on Hashem, right before Yalucha. There's another hoidu. So hoidu tchila b'soif, and also by on Hashem Yishiyanah. The Mishnah continues and says that's the opinion of Beis Hillel, but Beis Shammai held that even by Ona Hashem Atzlichano, they would be Menaneh. And then the Mishnah concludes with the following statement: Amar Rabba Akiva, Tzoifer Yisi b'Rab Gamliel v'Rabbi Yeshua. I was being tzoifer to see what the Hanhaga was. Shekolo Om Hoyu Menanim Lulaveim b'Ona Hashem Atzlichano. It looks like for the Mishnah that Kol Ha'om was being noyed Beis Shammai, which is very strange. Beis Shammai Beis Hillel is not a Mishnah. And what was Rabbi Akiva solving? Why was he being tzoifer to see what the Gedolei Yisrael do? This is a simple thing that Beis Shammai Beis Hillel and a Mishnah. B'chol Bakum Kaim Lo Beis Hillel. What was Rabbi Akiva being tzoifer? What is this Inyan about? And the issue of the Nanua B'Shas Ona Hashem Yishiyanah and Ona Hashem Atzlichano. So in order to explain this, let's go into a little bit what is the meaning of Ona Hashem Yishiyanah and Ona Hashem Atzlichano. That's the conclusion of the Perek and Hal of Min HaMeitzah Korasiko. That Perek of Min HaMeitzah, Rashi in Tehillim explains that that's going on Mechemes Gog and Magog. On the Great War of Armageddon, that is what this capital is about, which it looks very good in the Pashas, the capital. It says Kol Goyim Sivavuni B'Shem Hashem Ki'amilam, and that's what it says by Mechames Gog and Magog, that it says V'usaf Chel Kol HaGoyim, they're all going to come on Yerushalayim, and here state Yasi Yisrani Ko V'lam Movis Lo Nisanoni. There were Yisurim, it stated that the Nosham Tisha Chavna V'yosu Chatzi Ha'ir Klal Yisrael is going to be civil something in Melchemes Gog and Magog, but ultimately they're going to be Noisha. So then the Mishra talks about the Koil Rini V'Yeshua Be'ol Tzadikim, this Galus of Yemin Hashem Oisechoil, Yemin Hashem Remeima. And it concludes this parak with Oidchog, Kiani Soni, and the other psukim. Meis Hashem Oisezoi Sinafos Beinenu and Zayoim. And that, according to the Gemara Pesachim, these were things that were said. These are words that were expressed by Shmuel Hanavi and David and Yishai and the brothers of David. B'shas when Shmuel came to anoint David, it was a pella that David was the one that was anointed. They all expected it to be the older brothers. That was he Niflos Beinenu. And the Gemara goes through who said each pasuk. But essentially, what you're saying over here is, after talking about the Yeshua of Melchemes Gog and Magog, that's when you're starting to talk about how it's going to ultimately and firmly be established in Malchus Beis David. Because the Melchama of Gog and Magog is largely under Mashiach Hashem. Like the pasuk in the second capital of Tehillim says, that they're coming al Hashem v'al Mashiach, and they're saying, Ne'natkes moisrei seimoi v'nashlicha mimenu aviseimoi. This new Melech Mashiach, you want to be a Melech over the little Israeli state or the whole Middle East, that's fine. But don't now make the whole world a Mokum Avidosai. None of this, we're not interested. They're coming to fight. They're coming to overthrow the yoke and not to want to be nicht and subordinate to this Malchus HaMashiach. Let's tell Hashem v'al Mashiach. So the capital over here of Min HaMeitzah talks about the Netzochin of Melchemes Gog and Magog, and then it concludes with the establishment of the Malchus Beis David, how it was originally instated by Shmuel, and it's here now to be here forever. During the Melchemes Gog and Magog, the Gemara in Sukkah seems to say there was a fear that David HaMelech would be killed, just like Mashiach when Yosef was killed. And the Chaim Shal Mimeni, he asked for Chaim and he got it, and he survived. So that means that that's when the ultimate Malchus Beis David prevails. So Ona Hashem Yishiyana and Ona Hashem Atzlichana get in here like this. Ona Hashem Yishiyana means to be Mashiach in the Melchama, to be Mashiach, to establish the Mashiach and the Malchus Beis David. Or it's Ona Hashem Atzlichana. It looks like from the Rambam in the end of Hilchos Malachim, something very interesting. The Rambam there discusses, how are we going to know who's the Mashiach? Somebody just proclaims himself. Let's see, even Eliyahu comes before him to be Megala. How do you know this is Eliyahu? Are we aware of his facial features? Even the few of us who have Gili Eliyahu, but it comes in all different forms. You can never even know to recognize it. Like, how are we going to know? So the Rambam says his take on it. He says it's not based on a nevuah and not really based on Moshe. It's based on a certain accomplishments. As long as he is Mizera David, Mizera Shlomo, and he does a certain amount of accomplishments, that will let us know that he's Mashiach. And at that point, the Rambam says that there's such a thing is that he's only Becheskes Shu Mashiach, and that's if he does a certain amount of accomplishments. And if he does additional accomplishments, then he's Vadi Mashiach. But there are different set of accomplishments that he's got to do to establish himself as at least a Chazak Shu Mashiach, and then there's more that he has to complete in order to be Vadi Mashiach. I'll tell you over what he says. In order to be Becheskes Shu Mashiach, he has to be Mekarav Kol Yisrael. He has to get all the Nidachim Be'eretz Hashem, the Oivdim Be'eretz Mitzrayim, to be Chayzer to Avodas Hashem. He has to get everybody to want to be Mekayim the Torah, and he also has to be Loichem Melchemes Hashem. If somebody is Oimed Beis David and he does that, then he's Becheskes Shu Mashiach. Then the Rambam continues. He says, V'im osa v'etzliach v'nitzach kol ha'umas shebesvivov u'bon ha'mikdash b'mkoimai b'kibutz nitchi Yisrael hari ze Mashiach b'vadai. So there's a Cheskes Mashiach and there's a Vada Mashiach. And the Rambam seems to say that Bar Kochba was Becheskes Shu Mashiach. The Tanoim was saying that he is the Melech HaMashiach, but B'teres Chazaka, not B'teres Vadai. And they paskin right. You're supposed to paskin al pi Chazaka. But Chazaka is not foolproof. You're supposed to paskin al pi Roiv but maybe to me it happened. It's not a foolproof thing. So Lipsoif, it was Gormu Avoines, and he was Nerag, and it was lost, and it didn't go from Chesed Mashiach to Vadei. It went from Chesed to Mashiach to Tzor Gedolei Yisrael, the Nilke debate that gets into the Mishnah and Tainus of Echad Mechamish Dvorim She'ir Alav Yiseinu B'Tizbav. But the Rambam says that Bakochim is Gishar Malchi B'Izdover Aksherim Shemesu. He was not a fraud and not a Rasha. He's Gishar Malchi B'Izdover Aksherim like Hiskiyo Yeshio Aksherim Shemesu. He was B'Chesed Mashiach, but it didn't pan out. It was Gorm Avonis that it didn't go from Chazaka to Vadei. But I see from the Lashon Rambam how he teaches on Hashem Atzlichano. Because he says that in order to be B'Chesed Mashiach, you have to what? You have to be Loichem Al-Chemes Hashem. Then he says, how do you become Vadei? Im Osa V'Etzliach V'Nitzach Kol HaUmas Shebesvivov. What would have been missing had the Rambam just said, Im Nitzach Kol HaUmas Shebesvivov, Ubona HaMikdash B'Mkoyim V'Kibbutz Yisrael He's a Bavadi. What's he eating this lashon Osa V'Etzliach? He's thinking of this pasuk of Ona Hashem Atzlichano. Meaning Ona Hashem Mashiach means the Gili of the Chezkel Shel Mashiach. And Ona Hashem Atzlichano means make sure that this pans out and it goes from Chezkel Shel Mashiach to Vadei Shel Mashiach. That is how the Rambam is learning of this, and this is you're concluding this whole Mechem is going Gemogah with the establishment of the Mashiach. So that's why you say Ona Hashem Mashiach and Ona Hashem Atzlichano. And this is the way we mispell about Mashiach in many places. Let's see in the Avim Malkeinu, you have Hatzmach Loni Yeshua B'Korov, and right afterwards you say Horeim Kerem Mashiach. The Hatzmach Loni Yeshua, the Tzmicha, that's the Cheskel Shel Mashiach. And then you say Horeim Kerem Mashiach. The Haromas Kerem means that he's Menatzeach Kol HaUmas Shebesvivov. I believe in every Shmoneh Esrei we have this also. You say a Semach Dover Avdocha Meheros HaTzmiach. That's the Cheskel Shel Mashiach, that's the Tzmicha. V'karnoi Torum B'Yeshuasecha. That's going from the Chazaka to Vadei. This Rambam's breakup appears wherever we mispal about the Mashiach. And this seems to be the union. So now let's get another look at this Mishnah. There was Machlokes B'Shami Beis Hillel if you menaneya by Ona Hashem Atzlichano or only by Ona Hashem Hoshiano. Das Beis Hillel was only by Ona Hashem Hoshiano. There's Messiah's Hagra that after this Galus of Mashiach, the halacha is going to be like Beis Shammai. Rabba Hoshana, in contrast to Misayfrim, offers an explanation, and he says the reason for it is because Beis Shammai was really Mechaded Ditrei. So whenever it's going to be Miskayim and Mola, it's Deis Hashem Kamayim Liyom Achasim, and the intelligence of everybody is going to pick up incredibly, that's when they're going to be massive. The halacha is like Beis Shammai, they're going to be Omer Lamini and going to go like Beis Shammai. That's the Rabba Hoshana's shot. But Maseiach Sakro is then it's going to be then it's going to be a Lochi Mishamai. So up until what we said till now is much more bar. From here on is possibly a Hashara. That this Mishnah was Nishnish B'mei Bar Koch. This Mishnah. And the reason why the people were doing like Beis Shammai was because they believed that Bar Kochba was Vadei Shel Mashiach. This Indian that Allah is going to be like Beis Shammai if the Malach is there, then he's Vadei Mashiach. That's not enough Cheskel Shel Mashiach. But Kol Ha'omo Yimenanim Ba'ona Hashem Atzlichano, because the Messianic fever was going very strong and they were holding that he's Vadei Mashiach. Omer Rabbi Akiva Tzoifo Yisi. He wanted to see what are the Gedolei Yisrael doing. Are they being Noyek Beis Shammai? Do they think it's Vadei Mashiach, or they recognize that he's a Mashiach? Like the Rambam says, the Chachmei Mishnah thought he was Mashiach, but only b'teiras Cheskel Shel Mashiach, not Vadei. So he was being tzayfer. What are the Gedolei Yisrael? Rabbi Shua, the Av Bezin, and the Reish Bezin. What are they doing? Heim kol ha'omo yimenanim ba'ona Hashem atzlichano v'heim lo yinenu elo ba'ona Hashem hoshiano. That's where he saw that even though Rabbi Akiva himself was Noisik Kalov of Bar Kochba and saying he's Melech HaMashiach, but it's only the Bechina of Chazaka. And they passed him to Chazaka, which was the right psak to make. That's the psak al Piteira, but so for it's only Chazaka, it's not a Vadi, and Memele was Gomar, and it didn't fear us. But that's what Rabbi Akiva was saying. He needed to know: is this the Becheskes or is this Mevadai? Okay, so let's just make a small kitzur of what we brought up. We brought up the holy son of the Avodah on Hoshana Rabba is based on Lemancha, and there's so much bounty that Klal Yisrael could get from the Oitzvus Matnas Chinam Leman Noyes Barach, and the best way to get that is a person to approach it. And just like Harova is the from all the Dal Minim is the most Tzomei Lamayim. Right? You say Dal Minim Hallelujah Shabbai Mayim. But who's the most thirsty? It's the Harova that just in a day or two, once it's taken away from the water, just turns, gets hardened and becomes Yovish. That's the most Tzomei L'mayim. So we are establishing ourselves that we are Tzomei and Miyachalim L'Yeshuasa. Yehi Chazduch Hashem Aleinu Kashi Yichalnu Lach. We don't have Maisim. We're not coming without Maisim. We're coming as Tzemeim to see B'Teferes Uzoi and to be Nigmal with Chasodav and see tremendous Yeshua's Gedolos for the Klal and for the Prat. Then we went on to explain what it means Hoshana Sivelu Sivloch, that Klal Yisrael is soivel from this Hakadosh Baruch Hu is a sovereign, that he's not ma'abadu b'sa'olam when they're Mashiach Yisrael, he's soivel them. And then we went on to this thing to try to explain how the parashah and Ametzes took up to the Mechemes Goy Gemogay, the beginning and the end of it, and particularly on Hashem Mashiach, to explain what does it mean that the Om was Nibnei Kibei Shammai, and what was Rabbi Akiva being tzayfer to see what Rabbi Gamliel and Rabbi Shua were doing.